because we are having uh, public sector units, we are having private sector units, we are having state electricity boards, all are participating. And with the limited entries for online program, we have shortlisted some of the participants of senior profile. And we have tried that it should reach to the maximum power plants what the message is from the Ministry of Power and the National Biomass Mission. Now, you all know we are having a very big problem of this stubble burning, crop residue. Now, to tackle this biomass mission is formed, and within 6 months, I am proud to say that it has completed couple of programs for farmers, and this is the first program for the power plant professionals to educate them, to guide them for the use of biomass pellets in power plant. So power plant has a boiler, and boiler uses coal. Everybody knows this. Now boiler uses this coal. With this coal, if we substitute this 5 to 10% initially, which has been proven in some of the NTPC power stations such as Dadri and other units also. So 5 to 10% power biomass pellets co-firing along with the coal has given a very good result. Along with some challenges are there, but the challenges have been overcome by the operation teams. And as soon as the program progresses, about the challenges also, about the usefulness of this firing, we all will be benefited with the experience of the faculties which we have sourced from NTPC and some of the experts from abroad, UK. Dr. Bhavan will be joining, sharing the international experience also. So, as you all know, the challenges are there. When we were in 90s to 2000, we have OPC and PPC cements. So nowadays, you'll rarely find OPC cement. Now fly ash substituted cement is there, which is PPC. So with this, in future, as our PM says, that we have to go green, and our aim is to go green. So the present uh, present energy sector has a generation capacity of 393 gigawatt, which is known to all. Out of this 393,000 megawatt, 235,000 megawatt belongs to coal, which is contributing to 60% of the capacity. Now 60% of the capacity, if in million tons of the coal which we are consuming continuously round the clock, so if we substitute 5 to 10% initially, and later on it can be increased because results are encouraging 20% and maybe more, we can increase also. But with this, we can have a very, very fruitful effect on the economy, because farmers will be getting some money, some coal reserves will be saved, as well as the cost of the cost part of the biomass pellets is still still matching with the landed cost of coal. So we all have to save our future generations. Future generations, everybody has to take a pledge from this program that in our power stations, in our power plants, we will try to maximize, we will try to find out the maximum possible areas where we can use, maximum possible extent where we can use this biomass pellets along with coal, because this will not only benefit your power station, but it will secure the future of the generations. Because you all might be knowing that the AQI level 2.5 SPM has risen double in Delhi, because the parali, the season when the crops residue are being burned in farms, the people are very, very suffocated in Delhi, capital Delhi. So we have to be responsible and we have to take a pledge that we must contribute towards the saving of the environment, saving of our future generations. This all is needed because you all people are from the senior most profile of power sector, some CEOs, some vice presidents, and some head operations, and many more senior persons which might be having more knowledge than me. So you can correct me anywhere in the program. But my request is this is an online program and we should mute ourselves and we should unmute when there is a question and answer session because the flow of the faculty gets disturbed and it will not only create a disturbance to the whole participants. You all understand this. So we have a Q&A session. You can note down the question and answers. And all the faculties, I have requested all the faculties to be present in the Q&A session. They will answer all the challenges, all the practical aspects, all the problems of the biomass, all the benefits of the biomass, what ministries policies regarding the biomass, how you can benefit, how you can take the benefit. Even if your plant doesn't fall, you can try biomass with the same mills or by adjusting slightly the cold air damper, hot air damper, slight adjustment, because all types of boiler, front fired boiler, rear fired boiler, corner tangential boiler, any type of boiler can fire this because this mixes 5 to 10% is very less, and this mixes with the coal and it burns as good as coal. The CV is almost matching with the coal. The price is almost matching with the coal. So now we have to take onus of this by implementing in our stations. We should contribute towards the nation building. Our Prime Minister says energy sector plays a bigger role in the progress of the country and contributes to both ease of living and ease of doing business. So this is the vision of the Prime Minister, and you all must be knowing that how visionary Prime Minister we are having, Shri Narendra Modi. Another thing which I want to focus here is till 2003 we were having stack norms of 100, but it was being maintained 250 plus, 150 plus. 2004 to 16 we are having 50 milligram per nm cube and SPM levels of the stack in thermal power plants, but it was higher. Nowadays, after the 1st January 2017, the limit has been reduced to 30 milligram per nm cube. So we have to think, if we reduce the coal in our boiler by 5 to 10% or 10 to 15 or 20% later on, then maybe we will be having lower emissions from the stack. So we have to think all the ways, admitting the economies and with the same technologies which we are having in power stations, like the same boiler, pulverized fuel boilers, same boiler and same technologies, we can have a better choice. So choice means we are free to fire coal, but to save our generations, we should take a pledge, we should take an oath here that we should increase the biomass pellet co-firing in our boilers. Because people have joined us in this session from Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Vedanta, Punjab, GVK, many, Reliance, many peoples, nearly all utilities, UP Rajya Vidyut Nigam, Rajasthan, Chabra, many plants are, we have covered maximum plants from this to share our view. What NTPC has tried, what are their results, because NTPC is the pioneer in power sector. So without NTPC generating stations in thermal power, they have tried and tested this. Now they will share their experience, how the journey started and how it will go along. Because you all must be knowing green power plants. So maybe this will be a step towards the green power plants, because our vision is very clear. Ministry's vision is, last couple of days back, you all have heard that by 2070 we should not have any single thermal power plant in India. By this, we have to reduce by 5,000 megawatt per year, because 235,000 megawatt is the installed capacity of thermal power plants. So we have 50 years. So 5,000 per megawatt. So oldest power plant will be started and exercise will be taken off by the CEA, Central Electricity Authority, which is a regulatory body in this sector. So if we go green, means like green cement. I have given an example, PPC cement, which was opposed earlier, that Portland Pozzolana cement with 85% cement and 15% to 20% fly ash. But nowadays you will not find OPC cement. You will find PPC cement in market, maximum places. So like this, we have to encourage the power industry. So the thermal power plant are required for the base load, for a stable load of the industry. If we have to maintain the base load of the industry, thermal power plants are required. And if we go green, means we are protecting the environment by utilizing these biomass pellets, then it would be a boon to all. It is a challenging thing, but it will be a benefit to all of us, because our future generations will survive and breathe in healthy air, breathe in clean air. Because nowadays, you all know the air quality in Delhi. If I have taken the parameters of yesterday, it is running double. 162 is to 280, 290, 89 to 180. So these are the parameters of the SPM which we are running in Delhi yesterday, latest parameters. So latest is, nowadays we have onus and we have responsibility to reduce the pollution. Pollution can only be reduced by going green, by utilizing the farmers' crop residue. Technologies have come, pellets are being manufactured. Ministry has given a lump sum order of lakhs of tons of pellets to utilize it in Dadri and some of the stations of the NTPC. So the policy is very clear. Everybody has to use this. The policy clearly says nobody can be exempted from this. So we have to take a onus. We have to take a step forward. We have to come forward and we have to benefit the society. We have to give the benefit to the society. The challenges will be there. Some people will say there is a mill fire. There is a problem in the superheater temperature. There is a problem with my stability of the burner. Where there is a problem in the draft. Some people might say. But I am sure, because I worked around 2.5 decades, 24 years in power sector. I am confident, because all operation teams everywhere in every plant, operation team is sufficient to take care of the minor changes in the operational parameters and to overcome the effects of the side effects or the effects of this additional fuel which we have targeted to maximize it. This mission has a long way to go, but starting this, I would like to close, because it is an unending debate and it will go full day with many faculties will be sharing the experience. Now I have to stop myself and invite our director, Dr. N.V. Kumar, for the welcome address of this one-day program on biomass pellets co-firing. Shri N.V. Kumar, please.
Thank you, Deepak ji. Deepak ji, one minute. Deepak.
Dr. N.V. Kumar will be soon joining us. My request to all of you, because some people are from Ministry of Power, very senior profile people will be joining us. So my request to all of you to mute your systems so that the presenter will be able to speak better and it will be able to understand what he wants to say. And after completion, now I'll hand over to Kumar sir.
Thank you, Deepak ji. Good morning to all. Respected Tripta Thakur Madam ji, Director General, National Power Training Institute, Sri Sudeep Nagji, Mission Director, National Mission on Use of Biomass in Thermal Power Plant, and Executive Director, NTPC, Sri Sanjeev Kumar ji, Chief Engineer Thermal, Ministry of Power, Government of India, Sri Ravinder Singh ji, Principal Director, NPTA Badarpur, Sri Manju ma'am, Principal Director, NPTI, Dr. Indu Maheshwari, Director, NPTA Badarpur, Srimati Madhubala Madam, Director, NPTA Badarpur, members of Mission Directorate, and distinguished participants. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of National Power Training Institute to this one-day online program on capacity building biomass pellets co-firing for thermal power plant officials. NPTI has already conducted 2 programs for farmers and 2 programs for pellet manufacturers in the series. The online program has been designed in such a way that it covers all aspects of biomass pellets co-firing. Several experts have been invited to explain the intricacies of the topics. The program shall conclude with interaction between participants and question and answer sessions. We are sure with their collective inputs, the participants shall be immensely benefited. I would look forward to you having a nice learning experience here. With these words, I warmly welcome you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. With this, I would like to welcome Dr. Indu Maheshwari, Head of the Institute of NPTI Badarpur, who has guided us in executing this program, who has helped us in completing this program along with Dr. Kumar. So I would like to welcome Dr. Indu Maheshwari to address.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepak. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. A very good morning to you all. Respected Dr. Tripta Thakur, our Dynamic Director General NPTI, Sri Sudeep Nag, Mission Director, National Mission on Biomass and Thermal Power Plant and Executive Director NTPC, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Kassi, Chief Engineer Thermal, Sri Ravindra Singh, Principal Director NPTI Northern Region, New Delhi, Dr. Manju Maan, Principal Director Corporate Office NPTI Faridabad, Dr. N.V. Kumar, Director NPTI New Delhi, Srimati Madhubala Kumar, Director Training NPTI New Delhi. Dear participants, YouTube and Facebook viewers, Namaskar, आप सभी का अभिनंदन है. It's an honor and privilege to speak to this August gathering this morning. Indeed, a momentous occasion for NPTI NR New Delhi, earlier known as TPS-PTI Badarpur, under Central Electricity Authority before being rechristened as PETS Power Engineers Training Society and then further on in 94 as NPTI. It's a great opportunity to host this program and contribute to nation building and moving towards a smooth energy transition for a carbon neutral footprint. I hope you all will have a great learning. We have an interesting lineup of topics which Dr. Kumar in association with National Mission has worked out some very key topics they have covered. And this has taken intense, they've gone through an intense round of discussions, etc., so that this huge participation gets the best in terms of online training. The coverage includes sessions on SAMART, Sustainable Agro Mission on Use of Agro Residue in Thermal Power Plant. It also covers the policy framework on biomass co-firing, national and international perspectives. We'll also cover the economics and risk management aspects for using the biomass pellets. The Blue Sky initiative by NTPC is also finding a prominent place in this curriculum, and the detailed characterization of agri-waste, biomass pellet handling, followed by a question and answer session which is being moderated by the mission directorate. So it would be a great learning experience. I presume we'll also try to attend as much as possible. I hope you all have a great learning and all the best. Thank you so much, Dr. Deepak.
Thank you, Dr. Indu Maheshwari Madam, for gracing the audience. Now, I would like to invite Shri Ravinder Singh Ji, one of the senior most principal director of National Power Training Institute and heading NPTI Badarpur right now. Under his guidance and vision, we all are able to associate with this program and organize this program. Now I would like to invite Ravinder Singh Ji.
Good morning to all of you. Respected chief guest of the function, Dr. Tripta Thakur, Director General NPTI. Shri Sudeep Nag, Mission Director on use of biomass in thermal power plant and ED NTPC. Shri Ramesh Babu, Director Operation NTPC. Shri Sanjeev Kumar Kasi, Chief Engineer Thermal, Ministry of Power. Dr. Manju Ma'am, Principal Director NPTI. Dr. Indu Maheshwari, HOI NPTI Badarpur. Dr. NP Kumar, Director. And Mrs. Madhubala Kumar, Director, and distinguished participant and my dear colleague. It's my privilege to welcome all of you in this one-day online program on capacity building of thermal power plant or power plant officials. The main objective of this one-day program is to create awareness of biomass pellet co-firing in thermal power plants. What are the different policies and regulations, economics and risk management, and what are the different challenges and mitigation measures. I will just brief you about NPTI. NPTI is an ISO 9001 and 14001 organization under Ministry of Power and is a national apex body for human resources development in power sector. NPTI is providing its dedicated service for more than 5 decades. Till date, we have trained more than 3.5 lakh power professionals in regular programs over the last 5 decades. NPTI operates on all India basis through its 11 institutes. In North region, we have Hydro Power Training Institute located at Nangal in Punjab. Our corporate office is located at Faridabad, and we are also present at Badarpur, New Delhi. In Southern region, we have an Power System Training Institute and Hotline Training Center at Bangalore. And in Southern region, we are present at Naveli also. In Eastern and Northeastern region, we have institute located at Guwahati and one institute located at Durgapur. In Western region, we are present at Nagpur. We have 2 institutes recently opened, that is at Alappuzha and Shivpuri. All our institutes are well equipped with state-of-art simulators and other infrastructure. We are conducting various long-term programs like postgraduate diploma courses for engineers and post-diploma courses for diploma holders in thermal power plant, smart grid technology, and renewable energy. Besides our, we are conducting various short-term programs also. We are also conducting customized program as per the requirement of the customer. And in this pandemic, we are also conducting online courses as well as offline also. For more detail, you can browse our website npti.gov.in. So once again, I welcome all of you in this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravinder Singh sir, for briefing about NPTI and telling about the pan-India presence of the NPTI and the role of NPTI in the development of the power sector. Everybody knows NPTI, and many of you, because you all belong to power plant family and fraternity of the power plant, it is a pleasure in addressing this gathering of more than 160 participants online, and many are watching on the YouTube and Facebook link, which is streaming live now. So we have a restriction to admit the participants who have registered on this. We will restrict that, but nevertheless, all can watch the live streaming free on YouTube and Facebook. Links are being shared in the chat boxes. Now, with this, I would like to invite Sri Sanjeev Kumar Kassi ji, who is from the Central Power Engineering Services, batch 1995, and working as Chief Engineer in the Ministry of Power, and is one of the main backbone, I can say, in framing this mission, in going ahead with this mission, and the oath which I discussed, that we should all take a oath to make our power plant green. And green means to reduce the pollution and to save the environment for our future generations. And this is in the interest of everybody. Everybody wants this. So I welcome Shri Kassi ji to address the gathering.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I am Sanjeev Kumar Kassi, Chief Engineer, Thermal Ministry of Power. In fact, it's a matter of pride for me to be a part of this event organized by the mission and in consultation with the NPTI, who is apex body. Everybody knows that, already explained in the morning. And we have today with us Dr. Tripta Thakur. Our Vivek Devanganji is not attending the meeting, and I understand Rami Babuji is also not there. Mission Director is welcome on the board today. Mission members, NPTI officers, experts, and the participants in this conference today. Just hold on, just a minute. So sorry for the interruption. This is the disadvantage of being online, attending the conferences. Okay. In fact, let us know this fact that we have made a long journey in this biomass co-firing since the time Ministry of Power first issued this advisory in 2017. And since that time, power plants have really shown got a lot of interest in adaptation of this co-firing. And this ministry also has been taking a lot of good steps and enabling these power plants. And also Ministry of Power has set as one of its target to enable this power plant starting from the year 2020 to 25 in a graded manner, so that the power plants can actually get this into firing mode. Otherwise, it was just into a planning kind of thing. And no, when I always remember those times in 2017 when we issued a 2-page advisory, it was just a very small kind of piece of paper where it was told to the power plants, please use biomass. It's a carbon neutral thing and is going to be a good help to the agricultures and all those things. And it was very well taken by NTPC by test firing it and doing it at a very large scale. And since then, there have been significant progress, witnessing good amount of firing by NTPC, including the test firing. And since the activities were increasing, since the activities were increasing like anything, so ministry thought that why not be scaled up and let there be an organization in the form of a mission. So we decided to have a mission in place, which was intended to reduce the carbon footprints further and also to take up the energy transition in the country, which will also support our cleaner energy generation. And this activities of mission will also actually going to contribute in the targeted activities of the Nation Clean Air Program, which is actually targeting for making the air clean as possible. And based on the decision, we now have a mission in place, and this mission is taking good amount of efforts, which is very much visible. This mission is supported by participating members from CEA, MNRE, Damodar Valley Corporation, BEE, BHL, the manufacturer, CPRI, and NPTI, of course, is all the way along with us. And with all these efforts going around, we have fired almost 59,000 metric tons of biomass in the power plants. And also a lot of tenting has undertaken by the power plants, around 12 million ton, or in the different stages of finalization under long-term or short-term contracts. And even in the NCR region itself has witnessed the firing of around 21,000 million tons only, metric tons, and also good amount of tenders have been floated. NTPC, we know that has emerged as a leader in actually firing the biomass. The major chunk has come from NTPC. And today we have the power plants on board on this conference today, which will realize that how it has can be done in a very easy manner. NTPC already proven that by firing around 58,000 out of total 59,000. And among the state also, it's not that state are lagging behind. States have also taken pride in this. Haryana has test fired. They have been able to fire around 550 metric tons in 2 of its stations, and also they have floated tenders. Also, we have private power plants in the state of Punjab and Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, who are also trying it up for test firing to the levels that is possible, already proven by the NTPC power plants in the range of around 5%. So, in fact, this all is going to happen if all the power plants actually join hands together and start this co-firing. And this conference today, as we know that already told by our speakers, that is to sensitize the thermal power plants and share the information, national and international experience through papers that will be presented by CEA, NTPC, Netra, and also I understand one expert from UK group. So if we just see that if the power plants are able to utilize even 5% of this biomass as co-fired, we will be able to save around 35 million tons of coal, because we fire around 700 million tons of coal in a year. And by firing biomass, the biomass is actually considered a carbon neutral thing by UNFCCC. So it is going to help to reduce the carbon footprint also. And ministry has always helping the power plants, the supply chain, and the mission director working for that. We are coming up with the policy guidelines. Ministry of Power is closely monitoring, and we have recently issued a revised policy on in the month of October 21, that it is how it can be taken up, scaled up, how we can increase the present level of firing from existing 5% to even a higher percent. And we are also coming up with a draft contract model document, so that there is a homogeneity in making a procurement process. Otherwise, what happens? The different power plant is going to put up a different kind of mechanism for commercial arrangements or technical specifications, because we have also observed that unless the parali goes into the pellets, it is not going to serve a good amount of purpose. So we have thought, if 50% of the parali is there in the pellets, this is one also a kind of step, so that pellets that co-fire actually pull in the parali into the system. So that is also one of the kind of intervention that is being thought, and we have written to state governments to have this done and ensured. And I have good reasons to believe that the efforts of the government are getting really bearing the fruits, and this is also going to help the farmers get the additional income. And with this concept of farmers getting enabled for income, we have given a name to this mission as Samarth. Samarth, we have said, is a sustainable agrarian mission on the use of agro residue in the thermal power plants. So this is a kind of punchline for this mission as a Samarth. So it will actually enable the farmers. And this mission is going to play a big role towards clean energy transition in the country. And here it will be very important to mention that NTPC took an initiative even prior to this, or rather you can say parallel to it, an initiative called Blue Sky Initiative. Under this Blue Sky Initiative, they have undertaken a lot of activities which are actually carbon neutral. And today I believe that they have some presentation on this also. And with this conference is really going to motivate all the participants and take forward all those good steps in the power plant, and have this mission's objectives delivered through a concerted efforts. I wish this conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Kassi sir, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Power. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Manju Ma'am, Principal Director, National Power Training Institute, Corporate Office, Faridabad, to address this gathering, because she was the thinking, she was behind the program for framing this program. She is a member of the mission also, along with Dr. Kumar. So she used to guide us in this program execution, and she has helped us a lot. So I would like to welcome Dr. Manju ma'am to address the gathering.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, all.
Madam, your voice is not coming.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Sanjeev Kumar Kasi, Chief Engineer Thermal, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Shri Ravinder Singh, Principal Director, NPTI Badarpur. Dr. Indu Maheshwari, HOI, NPTI Badarpur. Dr. N.V. Kumar, Director, NPTI Badarpur. Srimati Madhubala Kumar, Director, NPTI Badarpur. All the participants from various thermal power plants, officers from Mission Directorate and NPTI. I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all to this one-day online program on capacity building on biomass pellets co-firing for thermal power plant professionals. It has been mentioned by my earlier speaker also that during the recent review by Power Secretary regarding utilization of biomass in thermal power plants in the country, Samarth, as on date, 50,000 metric tons of biomass has been co-fired in thermal power plants in the country, while tender for almost like 12 million metric tons are at different stages of process for short term as well as long term duration. There is still a long way to go before the country can achieve the target of 5 to 10% of co-firing in all the power plants in the country. So in this context, this one-day program is being organized so that there is active participation of all central, state, GENCOs and independent power producers so that we can achieve the objective of promoting co-firing in the TPPs in order to reduce carbon footprints of thermal power plants while increasing the income of farmers. In fact, we had an overwhelming response from the participants from various thermal power plants, and as has been mentioned by Dr. Sharma, that we had to limit our participation. But I'm sure that we will be offering other programs also, and we would request the other participants who have missed out on in this program to join those programs. We are thankful to all the sponsoring thermal power plants. We hope to see an increase in the co-firing from the participating TPPs once an awareness is created among all the participants. So with this, I wish all the participants happy learning and all the best. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manju ma'am, for guiding us and addressing us. Now, I would like to introduce Shri Sudeep Nag, Mission Director, National Mission on Use of Biomass in Thermal Power Plants. He is an Executive Director, National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC. As it has been told and briefed by various speakers, that NTPC has taken a lead and more than 95% of the biomass is being fired by NTPC. Because NTPC is a giant in power sector. Without NTPC, generation companies cannot proceed. And NTPC has set an example to all of us in front that we can fire and anybody can fire the biomass along with coal. Now, every station has a dedicated O&M team. And that O&M team, operation and maintenance team, nobody knows better than them. So they can manage very easily by slightly altering the parameters, and they can, or that is not required in some of the boilers. So as the session progresses, we will discuss all the intricacies, all the technicalities in the firing of the biomass, all the fruitfulness which we have achieved, all the targets which are in the ministry, what are the benefits and what are the challenges. So all will be discussed. Now, Sudeep Nagji was appointed as the mission director, and within 6 months of his appointment, I'm happy to share that couple of conferences for farmers and first big online meet with more than 185 participants now from all the power stations of the India, maximum power stations of the India, big power stations, 600 megawatt, 250 megawatt, 660 megawatt, 800 megawatt, many power stations, even from south, east, west, north, everywhere is participating and want to learn from the experiences of the NTPC and the mission and the objectives of the mission. Now, I would like to invite Shri Sudeep Nagji, who has guided us by taking the regular reviews and progresses of this one-day conference, and has taken a special interest in progress of this conference. So I would like to invite Shri Sudeep Nagji to address the gathering, sir.
Yeah, good morning. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Respected Dr. Tripta Thakur, DG NPTI, Sri Sanjeev Kassiji, Chief Engineer Thermal, Ministry of Power, Dr. Manju Ma'am, Principal Director NPTI, all the senior officials of NPTI who are very actively connected to different awareness programs for farmers, pellet manufacturers, and of course, today's program for the GENCOs. My colleagues from the biomass mission and the participants from all the GENCOs across the country. Today, I welcome all of you to be a part of India's target of green energy transition through the use of biomass in thermal power plants. As has already been mentioned, Samarth, which basically depicts the purpose of this mission, Sustainable Agrarian Mission for use of biomass in thermal power plants. So in this mission, we welcome you all, and where we are going to work together with all the GENCOs, farmers, and pellet manufacturers. This program, this one-day capacity building program for the power plants, I believe, will provide us a platform to share the ideas and resolve many of our concerns. As all of us know that during last decade, India has been experiencing severe air pollution due to different reasons, a part of which was coming, of course, from stubble burning, especially in the northwest India. In order to reduce this stubble burning and to reduce the carbon footprint of thermal power plants, Government of India and Ministry of Power has taken various proactive steps and established National Mission on Use of Biomass in Thermal Power Plants in the month of July. And the basic objective is to co-fire biomass in coal-fired thermal power plants in the country and thereby reducing carbon footprints. As has already been mentioned, the availability of surplus biomass in the country today is at least 230 million metric ton. And on the other hand, if we take the total coal consumption in the country from the last year's figure, it is 700 million metric ton. So a mere 5% blending, co-firing can use 35 million metric ton. So that makes us to realize that what a huge potential of biomass is there to be co-fired in the country and to promote the renewable sources. In this regard, Ministry of Power has come out with a policy of biomass utilization of power generation through co-firing in coal-based thermal power plants in the month of October 2021. And this mandates that all coal-based thermal power plants of power generating utilities, public or private, shall endeavor to use 5 to 10% blend of biomass pellets made primarily of agro residue along with coal. And this percentage is defined to be achieved within a period of 1 year, that is 5%, and from the next year it is 7%, depending on the type of mill which is there in the different power plants. The policy also states that whenever any company is not able to use that percentage of use of biomass in their plants due to reserve shutdown or maybe low dispatch from the power stations, it can increase its percentage of firing to the level of 10% in other power plants of the same organization to make up the increased requirement of biomass firing. Different actions in this regard has been taken. I believe that this will be covered in the subsequent presentation given by Mission Directorate and also has been mentioned by Chief Engineer Thermal. A model contract which is being framed, and I believe it will be released shortly, so that uniform guidelines of issuing contract for biomass supply by all the power stations or power generators in the country will be followed. The result of biomass firing in the thermal power plants has so far been encouraging, as has also been mentioned. We are close to 60,000 metric ton of biomass co-firing has been done in the thermal power plants. A lot of companies are coming up with their tenders, and I believe that the number, this percentage and the quantity of biomass co-firing will increase very shortly. NTPC, of course, so far has taken a lead role in firing biomass quantity in their plants, in their different plants, and of course, tendering of a huge quantity of biomass for supply to their plants. But I expect that now the time has come, participation from all the organizations across the country will be required to reach the desired percentage of biomass firing in the country. There is a need that closer interaction and sharing of knowledge among the farmers, pellet manufacturers, and industry is there to make best use of biomass and to keep functioning supply chains to carry forward energy security as well as livelihood of the farmer. This national mission on biomass is trying to act like a bridge between the farmers, the pellet manufacturers, and the power generators for sharing the knowledge and for using the best practices and to keep functioning the supply chains to carry forward energy security as well as the income of the farmers. As has already been mentioned, we have already conducted 2 number of awareness programs for the farmers and 2 number of awareness programs for the pellet manufacturers in collaboration with NPTI. This is, of course, our first program with the GENCOs, and we are shortly looking forward towards organizing a national level programs where we can involve all stakeholders. It's noteworthy to mention here, although it has been told earlier, that this benefit of biomass co-firing has been mentioned by UNFCCC as a technology which can mitigate the GHG emission. Mere 5 to 10% of co-firing of biomass in the power plants will reduce that much quantity of coal, and by this method, it will reduce the GHG emission from the thermal power plants. So all the generating power plants have a major role in implementing the policy guidelines which has been issued by Ministry of Power and helps in reducing carbon footprints from the coal-fired thermal power plants. By executing the use of biomass in co-firing, all power plant utilities can contribute in climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing the use of renewable energy, and making the market ready for renewable energy option and encouraging for fuel diversification. It is emerging that the efforts of the government is transforming the problem of stubble burning into a solution of power production with low carbon footprints. This would continue to bear fruit with the active participation of all the stakeholders, farmers, manufacturers, and the power utilities. This would also generate additional income for the farmers. So, on behalf of National Mission on Use of Biomass in Thermal Power Plants, I request all of you to participate in our country's effort to make use of biomass as a solution to reduce pollution and helps to make clean and green India for the next generation. Today's program, as has been planned, the different lectures are there from which will cover the different areas. It will cover the different technicalities of the power stations along with the policies. It will cover the international experience. So I believe these lectures and these interactions will give help to the power generating companies for their benefit. At the end, I thank all the participants for joining the program and wish an effective and participative session throughout the day. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Sudeep Nag sir, for briefing about the future missions of biomass and the goals, targets, and what are the objectives and what are the takeaways from the program. So now I would like to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Tripta Thakur Madam, who is Director General, National Power Training Institute, and earlier she was Head and Professor of Electrical Engineering in MNIT Bhopal, and she has published more than 100 publications and 3 books have been published, and various international awards she has taken from Durham Business School and DHI UK as well as UK Scotland. So Dr. Tripta Thakur Madam was the inspiration of NPTI. Under her leadership and guidance, NPTI is progressing very fast. Now NPTI is associated for RDSS programs, cybersecurity programs, biomass programs, and renewable energy programs, many other programs, and many MOUs have been signed in such a short tenure. So I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Tripta Thakur Madam, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Deepak. Sabhi ko namaskar. A warm welcome to this cold morning from Delhi side, but maybe some other part it's quite comfortable. I really would like to thank all the audience for connecting with us through this one-day online training program on capacity building for biomass pellet co-firing for thermal power plant professionals and officials. I would like to welcome Shri Sudeep Nag, Mission Director, National Mission on Use of Biomass on Thermal Power Plant, NED, in TPC, Shri Sanjeev Kasiji, Chief Engineer, Thermal Ministry of Power, and all the officials of NPTI, and as well as all the officials who are connected virtually with us from various thermal plants. As we all know, and all the speaker has told us that today world is really facing great challenges. If we see from the last 30 years, since 1990, our annual global carbon emissions have increased 60%. The concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is now so high that we are doomed to experience both 1.5 degree and later 2 degree warmer climate. Even if we are able to reduce global emission back to the 1990 level. So these are inevitable circumstances which we are facing today. It is too late to avoid plus 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature rise. The concentration in the air is already there, but plus 2 degree could still be avoided. That requires, however, an extraordinary efforts since emission will need to drop not to the level of 1990, but all the way down to zero within 20 and 30 years. So this is such an alarming situation the world is facing today, and we are going to put our efforts in this direction through Samarth. And this mission initiative is such an initiative in this direction, and I'm so happy that NPTI is part of it. We are trying to generate awareness amongst farmers so that, as mentioned by Kasiji, all our pellet can use the parali as a byproduct so that we can decrease the pollution, air pollution, which we people are facing in the parali season when farmers are burning the paralis. So that awareness program already mission has taken up, and mission really want to set up a value chain so that everything will be smooth, and farmers are one of the very valuable stakeholder. The awareness program has already given to them, and now the turn is to know more about the for thermal power plant professionals. Already NTPC has taken the lead in this direction, although government is setting some compulsory agenda, but I'm very sure that even the voluntarily all the NTPC thermal power plant may use pellet for co-firing so that we can address the issue which is so prominent and so important for our generation, because environmental concern is very, very important, and each and every step which is going to help us to cut the carbon emission is really a welcome step. And as already Samarth शब्द इतना सुंदर शब्द हमारा मिशन का बना है जो अपने आप में ही बताता है कि अगर भारत because we are very proudly number 3rd in the world as far as installed capacity is concerned, so we still want to be ahead in the production of electricity so that we can really take care of very low per capita income, because we all know that when country is progressing, doing good progress, per capita consumption will increase, and we want to maintain this present situation where we are having no gap between demand and supply. And NTPC and thermal power plant, which has created a lot of help to sustain the demand supply gap in India, to reduce the supply demand gap in India, and if they will use a more greener way through energy transition, this is also going to help us to achieve the goal for carbon emission, reduction in the carbon emission. So I'm very sure with the participation in today's program, you all are going to be benefited, because the program schedule is designed in such a way that we can not only know the experience of our own utility in this direction of co-firing, but we are also going to hear from the international experts their international perspective. So I really would like to congratulate the team mission, our Samarth mission, and NPTI team for designing such a very valuable capacity building program. And I'm very sure that participants are going to be benefited from this training program. And I really would like to congratulate Team NPTI Badarpur for doing the live streaming of this program so that more people can be benefited out of it. Thank you. All the best. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Tripta Madam, for guiding us and with these encouraging words. Now, I would like to welcome our Director, Madhubala Kumar, Madam, Director Training, for vote of thanks for inaugural participants.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak Sharma. A graceful and warm morning and namaskar to our valued chief guest and all the dignitaries gathered over here. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this one-day online program on capacity building, biomass pellets, co-firing for thermal power plant officials organized by Biomass Mission. I, on the behalf of NPTI NR, New Delhi, and the entire fraternity to the Institute, first of all, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to our Honorable Director General and Chief Guest of today's program, Dr. Dr. Tripta Thakur, who spent her busiest time gracing the occasion and for being the catalyst that inspire us to do our best and stand as a pillar of power. Ma'am, your thoughts and have enlightened us, our mind, and shown us a new path. Thank you, madam. I also thank I also extend the opportunity to extend my sincere thank to Shri Sudeep Nag, Mission Director, National Mission on Use of Biomass in Thermal Power Plant, and ED NTPC for his cooperation and support. I thank him for minute-to-minute support and guidance, for encouraging at every point of time to this institute to for this great event. I also thanks Shri Sanjeev Kumar Kassi for sharing with us some best practices of the biomass in thermal power plant. We are also inspired by your highly lively words, sir. I would like to express my gratitude to our Principal Director, Shri Ravinder Singh, for providing immense guidance and support. Now, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Manju Ma'am for Manju Ma'am, Principal Director, NPTI, for providing continuous support for the execution of this one-day training program, one-day program. Now, I also extend my thanks to Dr. Indu Maheshwari, HOI, NPTI, Badarpur, for her cooperation and support. Now, I would like to thank Dr. N.B. Kumar, Director, and all faculty members for their contribution to this program to make a grand success. Event like this cannot be happen overnight. So has the wheel start rolling weeks ago, and the required planning and bird eye for detail. Here we are fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very dedicated and motivated team to our institute, who know their task and are very much result oriented. I also want to thank staff members who worked behind the scene to execute this event. Last but not least, I would like to extend my heartily vote of thanks to all the participants and stakeholders for their participation, and we thank you all for being with us. It has been a great pleasure to me and our institute. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madhubala ma'am. Now, before the tea break, there is a program of 15 minutes, 10:45 to 11. Lecture will be taken by Shri Prakhar Malviya, Senior Manager Technical Service, NTPC. He is working on biomass mission, and Mr. Abhinav Kumar, Executive Biomass. So they will be presenting the Summer Sustainable Agrarian Mission on use of agro residue in thermal power plants before the tea break. So I would request Shri Prakhar to start the session.
Good morning, everyone. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Prakhar.
yes.
Okay. As the sun rays announces a new day, I tender my humble regards to respected Dr. Tripta Thakur ma'am, Director General NBTI, Shri Ramesh Babu, Director Operation NTPC, Shri Sudeep Nag, Mission Director, National Mission on Use of Biomass in Thermal Power Plants and Executive Director NTPC, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Kassi, Chief Engineer, Thermal, Ministry of Power, all the principal directors from different NTPIs, mission members, and our education imparting faculty members. I take this privileged occasion to thank National Mission on Use of Biomass and wish a great morning and great day, and also my heartiest wishes to all the respected dignitaries and participants from GENCOs who assembled for this knowledge enriching session. One small positive thought in the morning can change our entire day. Let me take the privilege of being that agent of the change today. My name is Prakhar Malvia and I am Senior Manager Technical Services for National Mission on Biomass. Today I am here to tell you about National Mission on use of biomass in TPPs. Topic of my presentation is Samarth, and my presentation focuses on conception of National Mission on use of biomass in thermal power plant, mission's evolutionary journey, background, mission's objective, milestones, policies, biomass scenario, and future goals. So, ladies and gentlemen, to start with, I would like to start with the title itself, that is Samarth. What is Samarth? Samarth is MOP's GOI's great initiative that is sustainable agrarian mission on use of agro residue in thermal power plant under the umbrella of National Mission on use of biomass. Let's move to the next slide. There is an old saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. Mission's evolutionary journey also started with a thought to find a solution for stubble burning and reduce the TPP's carbon footprint. I think you all must be aware that every year about 22 million tons of rice straw is burnt in Punjab and Haryana. Since last few years, Delhi NCR regions has been facing heavy pollution level and getting covered under the blanket of smog in the month of October-November after harvesting of paddy. So it was decided to explore the possibility of use of the biomass for power generation. Accordingly, MOP issued a policy in 2017 way back for biomass co-firing and subsequent advisory to all power plants, state governments by CA to promote use of biomass pellets. Later on, Ministry of Power set up National Mission on use of biomass in TPPs on dated 12/7/2021 to address the issue of air pollution due to foam stubble burning and to reduce carbon footprints of thermal power generation. Background. A dream does not become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Mission's journey was not as smooth as it looks. Mission was carved out by the great will of our visionary leaders, persistent effort, and well thought out action plan. Here in this slide, you can see the every important step that lead to this phenomenal start. In November 2017, there was first issuance of policy for biomass co-firing by CA. In September 2018, technical specification regarding the agro residue was issued by CA. In 2019, MOP constituted a committee under the chairmanship of member thermal CA for the methodology and indicative rates of agro residue based pellets, and a report was issued in July 2020. And September 2020, a committee constituted under Additional Secretary MOP to investigate the constraint in supply chains, separate milling systems, regulatory issues of biomass pellets and agro residue for increasing percentage of co-firing of pellets. November 2020, another committee was constituted under the Chief Engineer CA to prepare report for possible areas of research in co-firing of biomass pellets. Report was finalized, and in March 2021, a draft concept note including modalities was proposed, and this was the first time when national mission, a thought regarding the national mission on use of biomass in thermal power plant was proposed by CA. It did not take a long, and in May 2021, meeting under the chairmanship of Secretary Power was held to discuss the draft concept note of CA on proposed national mission on use of biomass in thermal power plants. And finally, in July 2021, that is 12/7/2021, when Ministry of Power set up national mission on use of biomass in TPPs. National Mission on Biomass is a three-tier structure constituting a steering committee, executive committee, and mission directorate with 5 specialized groups. Every aspect of biomass energy sector was considered, and each subgroup was designed to take care of a specific area. Subgroup 1 was meant for the research on the properties and characteristics of biomass. Subgroup 2, technical specification finalization, boiler design for biomass co-firing, safety aspects, scalable prototypes, simulators, designs, etc. Subgroup 3 was envisaged for taking care of supply chain issues, logistics, and business developments. Subgroup 4 was given the responsibility regarding the identification of labs and certification bodies, testing of agro-residue-based biomass pellets, etc. And subgroup 4 definitely have a very specific responsibility regarding the regulatory framework and economics of biomass co-firing in coal-based thermal power plants. Mission was set with the objectives, various objectives, and I have mentioned almost all the objectives, but the most important 4 objectives can be read in the first 4, that is to increase the level of co-firing from present 5% to higher levels to have a larger share of carbon neutral power generation from the thermal power plants, to take up any R&D activities in biomass and boiler design to handle the higher amount of silica alkalis in the biomass pellets, to address the constraints in supply chain of biomass pellets and agro residue and training of personnel, to resolve the regulatory issues in biomass co-firing, to formulate mechanisms to provide initial capital seed financing to encourage entrepreneurs and SMEs to establish pellet manufacturing facilities, to identify critically needed infrastructure and encourage necessary investments by working with government and stakeholders, as well as industry and academia, to sensitize all stakeholders like ministries, departments, state governments, farmers, local bodies, agencies, TPPs, etc. Preparation of guidelines, release of RFQ, RFP, other requisite documents, selection of host institutes, agencies, signing of MAUs, release of funds, preparation and evaluation of budget, organizing meetings of expert committees, experts groups, etc. Here in this slide, I would like to attract the attention of all TPPs. Presently, as of now, there are 2 main enabling policies. As there is a complete session regarding the policies, I would just like to highlight in this slide the salient points. There in these 2 policies, one policy is regarding the TPPs and one policy is regarding DISCOM. So the policies which is mainly related to TPPs, here everybody should take care of this point, that revised policy of MOP mandates for biomass utilization for power generation through co-firing in coal-based power plants as follows. Here you can see that everybody have to use at least 5% of biomass. They have to blend it 5% of biomass for co-firing. Next important point which can be noted by our TPPs is that the increase in ECR due to co-firing can be claimed under change in law provisions. Where under the RPO policies, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy GOI-wide order dated has clarified that power generated from co-firing of biomass in thermal power plants is renewable energy and eligible for meeting non-solar renewable purchase obligation. These are the various actions carried out by National Mission. Regarding the guidelines, model contract for procurement of biomass is under finalization and shall be released very soon. Guidelines for exemption to TPP is under finalization. Technical assistance. SOP has been prepared for TPPs and issued to all TPPs for their reference. Issues concerned being raised by GENCOs on biomass co-firing in their TPPs has been addressed for start of biomass co-firing at the earliest. Monitoring, I think all TPPs, especially from the NCR regions, are already aware regarding this, and all other TPPs has also been informed regarding this. Reporting of the biomass co-firing is being done on regular basis regarding the biomass uses and tender status. A vendor database is also being developed by the mission. Regarding the identification of labs and certification bodies, 8 NABL labs have already been identified for biomass testing as per STM standards. List has been circulated to all GENCOs and states in December. Regarding R&D, you must be happy to know that research project on estimating paddy content in biomass pellets and loss of GCV due to storage has been initiated through mission subgroup 1. Regarding training, capacity building programs for pellet manufacturers and awareness programs for farmers and GENCOs are being organized. As Sanjeev Kasi sir already sharing you regarding the model contract, a model contract has been developed for addressing the concerns of pellet manufacturers and GENCOs to provide a common standard guideline for promoting the biomass industry. The salient features of this model contract are as follows. Long-term contract. The period of contract shall be minimum 7 years. There is a provision for price adjustment for gross calorific values of biomass. At the same time, regarding the non-serious bidders, some penalty provision has also been incorporated, and for the biomass suppliers, there is a provision for price variation clause so that any price variation for the destination may be subject to adjustment. As I explained you regarding the various capacity building programs, National Mission has already done farmers awareness campaign at Faridabad and at Nangal. 2 numbers of farmers awareness programs have been conducted at NPTI Farida and Nangal for sensitizing the farmers regarding the economic use of agri residue. A total of 65 farmers participated in Faridabad from various districts of Haryana and Uttar Pradesh on 8-10-21, and a total of 72 farmers participated in Nangal from various districts of Punjab and Himachal Pradesh on 21-10-21. 2 numbers of training programs for pellet manufacturers have been conducted at Badarpur and Nagpur for creating enabling environment for biomass industry. A total of 82 manufacturers participated in Badarpur on 25-11-21, and a total of 60 manufacturers participated in Nagpur on 30-11-21. Here in this slide, I have covered regarding the progress of co-firing of biomass in TPPs, and it's a matter of great pleasure that in a short span itself, we have been able to co-fire approximately 60,000 metric ton of biomass as on date, and approximately around 12 lakh million metric ton tenders are already have been awarded or under final stage of award. There is a dedicated website which is being developed by National Mission, and these websites have various provisions for every biomass chain member. In our website, we have developed a vendor database which will be a great benefit for all the GENCOs, and it will also provide a platform for the pellet manufacturers also. Features of mission website for GENCOs include tender detail management, actual consumption management, consumption forecast management, pellet costing management, MIS actual consumption report, MIS tender details report, MIS costing report, MIS forecast report. Here we have some prominent mission achievements. The first achievement was that revised policy for mandatory biomass pellets co-firing in all TPPs has been issued by MOP on 8th October 2021. 8 NABL labs have been identified for biomass testing as per STM standards. List has been circulated to all GENCOs and states. reporting and monitoring is being done on regular basis for biomass uses and tender status of TPPs. Issuance of model contract for procurement of biomass pellets by generating utilities is on the way and shall be issued very shortly. Guidelines for the exemptions to TPPs is also on the way and shall be released shortly. Vendor database has already been developed for facilitating the biomass supply chain. Framework for online updatation, reporting and monitoring has been developed through the mission's website. Research project on estimating paddy content in biomass pellets and loss of GCV due to storage has been initiated through Mission Subgroup 1. Zero to Numbers Farmers Awareness Campaign and Zero to Numbers Capacity Building Program for pellet manufacturers has been conducted, and One Number program for GenCos is already being organized. Awareness campaigning through newspaper advertisements, banners, hoardings in different states is also being done. So that brings me to the end of my talk and presentation. I would like to finish by quoting the lines of prominent businessman J.C. Penney that growth is never by mere chance. It is the result of forces working together. I welcome each one of you to be a part of India's story of green energy transition through national mission on use of biomass in thermal power plants, where mission is going to work together hand in hand with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prakharji, for sharing knowledge about the mission objectives and the mission, what mission's database is there, what kind of database mission is maintaining, how it is helping the power utilities and GenCos. Now there will be a break from 11 to 11:15. There will be a tea break, and after that we will start our next session from 11:15 to 12. At 11:15 we will again resume. So there will be a break, tea break now.
यार इसको मैं कहाँ से अटेंड करूँगा मैं? अरे मैं कर रहा हूँ बट ये आवाज़ ही नहीं आ रही है। मुझे अटेंड करवाएंगे वो। मैं वही कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि आवाज़ तो आए। और ये जो है 8:30 से ना शाम को 7:30 बजे तक है। अब मैं ये करूँ या फिर ये करूँ? मैं इस लिंक मैं इस पे चला देता हूँ। मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ अरे ठीक है भाई, मैं अटेंड कर लूँगा।
सर अभी टी ब्रेक है और आपका स्पीकर ऑन है आपका।
মানে মুখটা মনে আছে, নামটা মনে নেই, বলে দেবো তোমাকে।
এইটা কিনা আছে।
Welcome back, all participants. Now we'll start our next presentation about policy and regulations on biomass utilization for power generation through coal firing in coal-based thermal power plants. This will be presented by Shri Omkar Shukla, who is director in CEA, and he has hands-on experience about the framing of the policy and what are the benefits that can be taken from the government, as well as what are the compulsions by the government on the power generators about the biomass use. So he will tell about the policies and regulations. I welcome Shri Omkar Shukla, Director CEA, to throw some light on this.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all the participants, respected Dr. Tripta Thakur ma'am, Director General NPTI, and respected Sri Kasi sir, Chief Engineer Thermal, Ministry of Power, and all the participants. My topic of presentation is policy and regulations on biomass utilization for power generation through coal firing in coal-based power plants.
जा रहा होगा सर, दूर बड़ा तो
So, I hope presentation is visible to all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Presentation is visible. Yes, sir.
So actually, my previous speakers from Biomass Mission, he has also given a glimpse of the policy, which I have to just present. So actually, in the background also, he has covered these things also. Background, and actually, in month of October and November every year, we see just much pollution in whole this North India. So this mainly this is because of burning of this agro residue in the fields, and mainly because due to for harvesting in the for the next crop, just farmers burn it in the fields. So we can utilize it in power plants. Around 40 to 50% of total paddy straw produced in Haryana and Punjab itself is burned in the field. So this biomass co-firing, it was found that it is a method of generating carbon neutral electricity using India's rich in coal-based thermal power plants. So this is a picture of biomass available in India. So in these are just showing the biomass availability in these states. Otherwise, total surplus biomass in the country, it is around 228 million metric ton per annum we produce, and total coal consumption, it is 622 million metric ton in the power plants. So if we consume 5% of this biomass in the coal power plants, it will be around 31 million metric ton. So it will be some relief. So in starting, just government plan to make it mandatory around 5%, and gradually it will be increased in the coming years. So these are the benefits of using biomass pellets in our co-firing. This eliminate, minimize the burning of agri residue, and this also generate economic benefits to farmers, improve the air quality, which create additional income also, and encourage the establishment of decentralized pellets manufacturing units. So this supply chain will establish many employment also, and thus this way our coal consumption also will be reduced, and this pollution also we can control the pollution. So to cover these aspects, the ministry in November 17 just issued a policy. All fluidized bed and pulverized coal units, except that time in ball and tube mill, it was felt some problem. Means this fire problems maybe in the ball and tube mills, especially it was excluded that time, and it was in the policy, it was there ki 5 to 10% of blending can be done in the our coal based thermal power plants. So CA also, it was CA directed to develop a specification for biomass pellets, and appropriate commission in the policy, it was there that commission will determine the compensation to be allowed in the tariff or increase in cost generation on account of using biomass. And it was clarified in the policy that increase in the cost of generation will not be taken into account for purpose of merit order for dispatch. So these committees also have been covered in the previous session, that in first in September 18, CA just prepared technical specifications of biomass pellets, and December 19 under member thermal CA, there was a committee to look into the methodology for arriving rates of agro residue based pellets and agro residue in bale form, and provide indicative rates. So also this report came in July 20. Further, a committee under Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power was constituted, which was to look into the constraints in supply chain issues. So this report also is with ministry. And November 20, there was a committee under Chief Engineer T and TD division, my division. So the committee just listed all the areas, research areas, where research can be done by research institutes, and which will be fruitful in utilizing biomass in our just power plants to cover all the to remove all the hurdles which we are facing in like boiler issues, and what are the characteristics of biomass. So there are total areas were found out. Meanwhile, in September 19, this MNRE notification came that power generated from co-firing of biomass in coal-based thermal power plants is renewable energy and is eligible for meeting non-solar renewable purchase obligation. So in October 21, this our revised policy came. In the revised policy, it was based on the mill type that government made biomass co-firing mandatory in the power plants. So first in bowl mill, in the first year, it has to achieve all the thermal power plants having bowl mill. They have to achieve 5% of biomass co-firing in their power plants, and in next year onwards, from second year onwards, they have to achieve 7% of co-firing. Similarly, in ball and race mill, it was found that this torrefied pellets can be used because issues there are issues with the non-torrefied pellets. It may harm the it is the topic of research at this time that we can use non-torrefied also. So at this time, policy was issued for torrefied pellets only, and in first year consumption on annual basis should be 5%, and from second year onwards 7%. In ball and tube mill, we can use the this biomass with volatile content below 22%. Otherwise, it was observed that fire issues may arise. So 5% only, just co-firing value was decided for ball and tube mills. This is for means in research is just under going on this area, that we can increase the firing of in this ball and tube mill also. Further, generating utilities having certain units under reserve shutdown or not being dispatched due to merit order dispatch. So they would ensure to increase the percentage of co-firing up to 10% in their other operating plants. If any unit is not getting scheduled, so they can co-fire in other plants also, if any organization. So this is just a summarized picture of these mill type co-firing. Just in 1 year, bowl mill, torrefied or non-torrefied, both type of pellets can be used. 5% in first year, and second year onward 7%. Ball and race mill only torrefied, 5% in first year and 7% in second year and onwards. And ball and tube mills only torrefied with volatile content below 22%. And co-firing percentage is 5% only. Also, one exemption committee has been constituted under the policy under Chief Engineer TE and TD division. Members of the committee include representatives from NTPC, BHEL, CPRI, Ministry of Agriculture, and Mission Directorate. So any power plant can seek exemption relaxation from co-firing on the it will be considered on case-to-case basis, and just they will give they will present their case, and decision will be taken by the committee. If format has been generated by the committee, and it is under finalization, under approval of ministry, and soon it will be circulated to all the power utilities. If any utility has issue with co-firing of biomass, then they should give their problem, the issue in the prescribed format, and the committee then will decide that exemption should be given or not. in other aspects of policy, just it is mentioned the policy that policy would be in force for 25 years or till the useful life of thermal power plants, whichever earlier. And minimum percentage of biomass co-firing will be reviewed from time to time. At present, it is 5% and in first year and 7% in second year for most of the units. But it will be just reviewed time to time based on the research conducted by the research institutes under specialized subgroups. Also, subgroups are there, so I will take it later. Minimum contract period also it has been discussed. Minimum contract period for procurement of biomass pellets by generating utilities will be 7 years minimum to avoid any delay in awarding contracts by generating companies. And this model contract is under finalization. Soon it will be circulated to or this sample format of model contract will be circulated to all the utilities. And these are the provisions related to regulations for projects set up under Section 62 of Electricity Act. The increase in cost due to co-firing of biomass pellets. So it shall be passed through in the energy charge rate. So any in the existing plants, any increase in the cost can be covered this under 62. And for project up under Section 63, the increase of energy charge rate due to biomass co-firing can be claimed under change in law, where there is no setup and new, if it is not mentioned in 62, it will be covered under Section 63. So such additional impact on energy charge rate shall not be considered in deciding merit order dispatch. Already it was mentioned in 17 policy, so same here. And obligated entities such as DISCOM can meet their renewable purchase obligation by buying such generation of co-firing. So these are the major completed ongoing activities related to revised policy. Methodology of testing of paddy content in biomass pellets and identification of approved test labs. So these labs have been identified and methodology also have been identified for testing of paddy content. So framework for reporting of quantity of biomass pellets co-fired on regular basis. This also has been developed and shared with the utilities, and reporting on daily basis, in fact, to biomass mission. And biomass mission on time to time, they release the data, how much co-firing is being done by the utilities. And this model contract has been told that it is under finalization, and penalty and reward schemes for thermal power plants based on prescribed percentage. So its finalization also under finalization. So this also has been covered, that it's a structure of biomass mission. So a steering committee under secretary power, executive committee under member thermal, and then mission directorate with 5 specialized subgroup. So executive committee, they just it meets around in interval of 3 months, and steering committee. So recently, executive committee, it was held in December, on I think 16 December. Then next steering committee also recent meeting held on 14 January. So biomass issue, it's after ministry felt the so they made the they formulated the mission, and mission is doing commendable job, and it is being monitored by the highest level time to time. So recently meeting also from Honorable Minister of Power also. So these are the subgroups work led by subgroup 1. It is led by the Director General CPRI. So working on R&D characteristics of biomass. Subgroup 2 led by Director Operation NTPC, working on research and development on boiler design for biomass co-firing and safety aspects. Subgroup 3 Under additional secretary, sir, MOP, these are related to supply chain issues. Subgroup 4, under Director General BEE, to select designated labs and certification bodies for testing of agro residue based biomass pellets and MSW pellets, municipal solid waste pellets. Subgroup 5, it is headed by Joint Secretary R&R, Ministry of Power. Regulatory framework and economics of biomass co-firing in coal-based thermal power plants. So just this is about the policy, because it's a small policy and not much. So we can use our the spare time in the question answer session by the participants. So thank you all. If any question at this time I can have, otherwise in the question answer session we can have the any doubt of the participants related to policy.
Yeah. Good morning. Am I audible?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, I'm Arindam Bhattacharya. I'm calling from Adani Power.
Okay.
So I have one question or clarification like that regarding this biomass, what is coming up. It's a quality process, and how the quality management system to be ensured. What is the thought upon that? Because as of now, whatever standards we are having, that is all for mineral coal. So what kind of standard is that CE is supposed to propose, for by which the quality part should be taken care of? Is there any, can you give any thought?
So actually it is just we have specialized subgroups under this national mission. Just purpose of those mission objective of those subgroups is just to formulate in the research they are covering the areas that and based on the reports of those results, reports of those subgroups, policy will be reviewed, and specifications as you are asking, so those will also be reviewed that time. So right now it is under process actually.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is KK Shamile speaking from EPRBNU.
Yes.
Panki.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
I want to know that the program of biomass, and what are the changes required at the power plant side to use this biomass, or it can be used to existing plant in the way we are using as a coal.
Yes, sir, voice is not clear, but what I'm getting that policy can be used in the existing plants, or else what you are saying?
Is there any change in the power plant from operation point of view?
Mm-hmm. So in coal-based power plants, it is policy is mandatory for all the coal-based power plants. So if you are saying if change in the power plant, so it will be reviewed, and means as per policy, this co-firing has to be done in the power plant.
Yeah, Shuklaji. Sudeep Nag this side. Let me intervene here in response to the question. I think we have discussed during our previous interactions also, for existing firing up to the level of at least 10%. There is no changes which is suggested for the existing power plants. So we can use it in the existing power plants. Some operational protocols, operational guidelines are to be changed, are to be reviewed. For that, one standard operating procedure has been issued to all the power stations. So you can refer the standard operating procedure. You will find the changes in the interlocks and logics which are required for firing that. Apart from that, no other changes required. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir, yes.
Hello.
Speak.
Sir, myself Surinder Singh from Reliance Power. Sir, in steps, we will use 5%, 7%, and 10% of the biomass fuel. Will it affect the allocated quantity of coal?
So it will be reduced if we are using allocated quantity to the plant.
Yes. Will it affect the allocated quantity of coal with the customer?
So actually, right now, if co-firing is being done at your plant, so it will be saved. Otherwise, policy has not mentioned ki okay, it is mandatory and just coal. This coal cutting will be there. So just policy is not saying that that point.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
I think we can take the questions at the concluding session. There is a session separately kept for these question answer on different areas. Let us complete all the presentations. We can take the questions there also.
So actually, it's a small area of just policy and regulations. So just time was devoted to 45 minutes to this session. So it is a just longer time. So just presentation has ended. So admin can take over, please.
सर नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर।
सर शुक्ला, मुझे ये पूछना था कि ये फ्लूइडाइज्ड बेड बॉयलर के लिए 2017 की नोटिफिकेशन में तो फ्लूइडाइज्ड बेड बॉयलर के लिए लिखा था। अभी 2021 में फ्लूइडाइज्ड बेड के लिए इसमें नहीं लिखा है नोटिफिकेशन में, जो पॉलिसी आई है। तो उसमें मतलब कैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे फ्लूइडाइज्ड बेड बॉयलर वाले?
उसमें mainly just the mills were just listed out bowel mills and these bowel and race mills and ball and tube mills. So fluidized based that policy will be same as earlier. So policy in revised policy not covered. So earlier policy is effective.
मतलब यही मान के चले ना सर हम कि earlier policy will be effective and earlier policy will be fluidized bed boiler.
Actually, this revised policy is to be read along with the earlier policy. So fluidized bed is covered in the earlier policy, so it will be applicable.
Right, sir. Right. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Myself, Sheila Ratan Mishra. I am calling from Prayagraj Power Generation. So my question is, suppose some organizations has
Other may please mute.
Yeah. Suppose some organization has 3 to 4 power plants in different cities. So at one location, one power plant has achieved for this year, if one power plant has achieved 7%, and other power plant has achieved at other location, that power plant has achieved 3%. So will it be considered 5% for that organization?
Actually, policy is unit wise.
Okay. It is for a particular station. It's not for the whole organization.
Yes, yes, yes. So in actually, see, fourth point is if at any unit you are not achieving that percentage 5%. So okay, in that case, in other unit also you can increase the co-firing. What is your question? But it should not be practiced, because in that case you have to make it clear that in this unit why I am not able to achieve the 5%. That is the point.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ramesh MP, sir.
अभी स्पीकर नहीं कभी कुछ
Anyone from raised hand, they can come up. Ramesh MP or Mansu Bhai.
Yeah, hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, in one of the slides, it was mentioned on biomass with VM content 22% to be used. Can you brief on that? Because mostly all biomass have higher VM contents up to greater than 60%. So, I request to brief on that.
Actually, it is part of subgroup 2 under national mission. So
पहले
they are
झाड़ू से साफ करना पड़ेगा वो
still
दीवार
that
झाड़ू से कपड़े
available
से
are available in
तब
supply
जाके
chain.
होगा
It will be covered there.
But
Excuse me, sir.
biomass with 22% VM, I think to get it, it's difficult. So how, which biomass contains normally 22% VM? Can you
Now,
brief
got
on
your
that?
point. Actually, see, earlier constraints were found out. So in the 17 policy, it was not there. But if content is there, so it is a topic of research at this time that okay, if VM is below 22%, then it can be co-fired in ball and tube mills. So it will be
Shuklaji,
just by the
sorry to interrupt you. Actually, Shuklaji, question and answers there because more than 225 participants are there. There will be more question and answers. At the end, we will take. Now, your presentation is already over, I hope. And
yes, sir.
we will take the question and answer at the end of the program. And with this, I would like to invite our next speaker, Shri Rohit Groverji, Manager Operations NTPC, and Shri Vivek Singhal, Senior Manager Operations NTPC, for the next round of presentation for biomass co-firing experience and combustion practices. This is very, very important for all of you, because whatever experience NTPC has gathered by firing biomass, that should be shared among the power plant family, so that more and more boilers can be efficiently fired this supplemented fuel, which is biomass. 5% is the target, and slowly we are increasing it. Question and answers will be taken at the end for this regular policy and regulations presentation, as well as others. Now this presentation from 12 to 12:45 about the experience and combustion practices for biomass co-firing will give you insight for the NTPC challenges and NTPC experience, how they overcome it, and how they have, with implementing those practices, how the power plant fraternity can be benefited. Now I would like to invite Shri Vivek Singhal ji and Rohit Grover ji.
Thank you so much, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
एंड मेरी पीपीटी शेयर हो रही है सर?
No, actually it's not coming on the screen. Now it has come. Now it has come. Full screen कर दीजिए.
Is it okay, sir?
Yes, yes, it is okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Good morning, namaskar, and shubh prabhat to all the connected participants and respected seniors who have provided us an audience, such a beautiful audience, jiske samne we can put our experience and share our experience of co-firing biomass pellets in NTPC Dadri. We started firing biomass along with coal since 2017. And jo cheez apprehension, whatever the apprehensions which you are facing right now, whether it will be good for our boiler, whether it will affect our boiler efficiency or not, what will affect our mill performances, these all apprehensions were faced by NTPC Dadri also when it was selected as a pilot project. And it was started, all the apprehensions, hopefully we'll try to cover that with this PPT. Now this PPT will be more of an operational experience, sharing of knowledge regarding operational experience of co-firing biomass in bowl mills in NTPC Dadri coal power plant. We have two stages basically, stage 1 and stage 2. So we have fired co-fired biomass in 210 megawatt boiler also and 500 megawatt boiler also. And whatever the experiences which we have gained will be shared in the subsequent PPTs, in the subsequent slides. Just to sensitize the matter, from where the call came, why we should utilize biomass. Then it was the month of November 2016. It was winters going on in Delhi NCR. PM 2.5 and PM 10, the limit of that is 60 and 100 respectively. It shot up to 999 value, and above that also in some areas. So that forced the basically government and all the policymakers that we need to tackle the biomass problem, because one of the reasons for this high rise in pollution in Delhi NCR and other cities of India is basically burning of fuels, burning of crop residue when it is left in the fields and burned just to prepare the field for the next residue. So hum sab jante hain, we all know that if we want to find any solution to any problem, we have to provide economic value to that. It needs to be bring into economic chain. Then only that solution will be accepted to all the stakeholders. In stakeholders, if we talk about stakeholders are farmers, stakeholders are pellet manufacturers, stakeholders are beneficiary who are consuming the electricity, stakeholders are generating stations. These all have to be taken into confidence for producing electricity, and for that a push from top-down approach was provided. From the central government, it was initiated that we need to do something about biomass. We need to do something about crop residue which is left in the fields and it's burned. So that was the main thrust which was given. So in 2016, this all event happened, and then it forced us, NTPC Dadri, to basically start as a pilot project for co-firing of biomass. Now, before proceeding further, our PPT will be more concerned about, it will speak about just 1 or 2 slides about background, what it led to co-firing of biomass, and what were the first trial phase of in operation in NTPC Dadri, and what was the experience which we gained with after firing, and what are the different modifications which we did in our mills, logics, and practices, daily practices as an operation engineer, as a desk engineer, unit controller, as a overall O&M practices which we adopted for co-firing of biomass, and what are the standard operating procedures of biomass, and what is the way forward. We'll discuss about that also. Now, we'll also discuss about what are the things which are required if any generating unit wants to go to for a commercial firing of co-firing, because we need to put the system in place. We already have a setup of that coal will come from via wagons, it will get unloaded, it will be transported from conveyor to bunkers, but we don't have a system which is in place to unload the biomass. So for that matter, which we have to establish the system also. We'll discuss about that also. Now, let's talk about the background. We know that a huge amount of tons of crop waste is generated in the northern region in Punjab, Haryana. That not even these states, in UP also, in the states also, different states which are agrarian states. R is an agrarian economy mostly. So we know that we produce a lot of biomass waste. Now that Nag sir has also mentioned that this biomass has been accepted as a renewable production of energy by United Nations also, and a climate change framework also. And we know that we have an obligation to produce more and more electricity from basically renewable sources. Now, if we all know, all the connecting participants are coal power generating stations and beneficiaries. So we know that electricity is coming from coal. How can we as a power producer help in environment, help in keeping this coal tap to a minimum value? So for that, biomass has a role, because biomass में जो carbon है, we expect कि अगर इस carbon को we burn that, then with the cycle value, वो अपने आप जब next crops लगेगा, वो carbon will be extracted from the atmosphere and then it will be sequestrated. So that way it is a renewable thing. Similarly, जैसे biodiesel was formed, biodiesel. Similarly, this is also biomass can be used and it will be treated as a renewable use of fuel only. As we have already discussed that in 2017, NTPC Dadri, this plant, stage 1 and stage 2, they were selected as a pilot project for implementation of co-firing of pellets with coal. Now, just whatever the apprehensions which new generating stations which are yet to fire biomass are facing, that apprehensions were also faced by NTPC Dadri also. So we have a corporate OS group, corporate engineering group, and NETRA, our engineering basically knowledge innovation group, that basically came into picture, and we all decided that what are the basically specification which we need to spell out to our pellet manufacturer. We have to specify that pellet का size क्या हो, pellet की composition क्या हो, pellet में moisture कितना हो. These all specification needed to be specified before putting any PR for purchase acquisition for pellets. And what are the operating procedures which should be taken, because we all know that we deal with coal and we pulverize that to a very fine powder form, and then we transfer that to the furnace with the help of air. Now, adding any new fuel to the mill, to the furnace, it definitely requires the operational different procedures which needs to be taken into place. Then how we started develop the first time of operational procedure, we'll be sharing that with all of you. So at first it was decided that we'll burn around 100 tons of pellets in 210 megawatt unit. One unit number 4 was selected as a test pilot unit, and in that, with the learning from that unit is being replicated to all the different units. Earlier, first 5% of blending was done. Suppose when we say 5% blending, it means that if 5% blending means that if suppose for producing 210 megawatt, if I am requiring 150 tons of coal, then 5% of that will be replaced with biomass. This is the basic technical specifications of biomass pellets. Which is given to the manufacturers, pellet producers, that what should be the shape, what should be the diameter, what should be the length, and what should be the GCV, gross calorific value. Now, that is important because we want that whatever the coal which we are firing in the our boiler, our GCV should be more or less near to that coal which is being fired. What is the moisture content? Now, moisture is very important parameter when we talk about pellets, because whole lot of the lot which we get from our manufacturer can be rejected if the moisture level is greater than around 14% or greater than that. Whole lot can be rejected on that. So moisture is a very important parameter. Then ash content, and then particle size. Now, first of all, when it came that we have to fire the biomass in coal, when we have a bowl mill, basically bowl and roller mills. So what we did was our research wing, NETRA, basically provided this proximate analysis for if we have 100% coal, if we blend 5% coal with that, with 10% coal, 10% of biomass and 100% of biomass. What is most important is that last row. You can see that volatile matter in usually coal which is fired and used in NTPC Dadri is almost around 20 to 22% of volatile matter is present in our Indian coal. But when we talk about biomass, that volatile matter shoots up to 60, 66, 67%. Now that's a threefold jump. So while firing biomass with coal, this parameter volatile matter has forced us to take all the necessary precautions, which we'll see in the subsequent slides. More or less, gross calorific value of pellet and coal is not a big issue to fire. Only thing, the problematic thing was volatile matter, which is present in 3 times quantity in biomass. Then ultimate analysis was also done for the sample of again 100% coal and 100% biomass and the blended sample. Then the important takeaway from this slide is that we can see that the sulfur content in 100% biomass is less. So the SOx produced is with the blended coal is also less. Then also in one form or the other, we are contributing to the environment. And the nitrogen which is contained in the coal, captured in the coal as in the atomic form, is also less in coal in biomass as compared to coal. Now, a combustion analysis was done. This is a very important slide and a takeaway point also, because all the subsequent talks which we'll be doing will be done on these parameters itself. Now the biomass का जब हमने combustion करके देखा, we started combusting it, so we find that it start devolatilizing at 200 degrees Celsius. But in case of coal, it start devolatilizing at 360 degree. So we all know that in mill tempering, when we lift our coal from mill to furnace, we lift that with the help of hot air and cold air. Now that temperature is generally kept at 280, 260, 280, whatever temperature which is required to maintain the mill outlet temperature. Now because अगर हम biomass feed कर रहे हैं, तो हमारा mill inlet temperature कभी भी हम ज़्यादा 200 से ज़्यादा नहीं लेके जा सकते, because biomass के अंदर devolatilization start at 200 degrees Celsius itself. Devolatilization is the process in which the gaseous form which is contained in the particles starts separating, and there is a chance that if it get the ignition, then there is a chance of fire, getting fire itself. It will get combustion in the coal pipe, in the mill area, and we don't require that. We want that our fuel to burn in furnace itself. So for that, this first point restricts the temperature which needs to be kept while operating mill, which is fed from biomass or blended mill, if we say so. Next was that second point was that volatile matter completely burns completely evolves at 300 degrees Celsius, and it completely burns at 380 degrees Celsius. Then the samples which were taken for 100% biomass, 10% and 5% blended biomass, they all comparatively burn faster than the 100% coal sample. So basically we have to keep that into mind. And the ash sample which was collected, ash is collected in the boiler in the two ways, in the bottom ash and the fly ash. That also needed to be observed if we so that there is a chance that ash might be a sticky. So for that also we were very apprehensive कि कहीं ash sticky तो नहीं हो जाएगा, that slagging process will not be there or not. So for that also we were much prepared for that. Then we decided कि operating procedure which we deduced from the analysis was that since volatile matter of the biomass start releasing at 200 degrees Celsius, at sometimes it was observed at 190 degrees Celsius, while starting firing for the co-firing, what we did was we kept the mill inlet temperature, air inlet temperature as 180 degrees Celsius. We capped that temperature to 180, 185 degree, not more than 185 at any cost, because we don't want that devolatilization to happen in the mill itself or the coal pipe itself. So that is the main restriction which we kept while firing co-firing. Then with respect to deciding the mill, in a 210 megawatt, there are 6 mills, A, B, C, D, E, and F. And in 500 megawatt, there are 9 mills. So when we started blending, we know that biomass burns faster than coal. So we wanted that to have a retention time. So we decided to opt for basically C, D, E mill for a better flame stability and for providing, because biomass burns faster, we wanted that to be fed in middle mills basically. Then, because of biomass being burning earlier, there was an apprehension whether it will lead to rise in higher water wall temperature, and whether we'll get superheated temperatures in a proper way, the desired 540 degrees Celsius, which is normally kept at a superheated temperature, whether we'll get that or not. That was also in our apprehensions. While deciding operating procedures, these are the all things which we kept into mind, which will come in your mind also. You will start firing biomass for the first time. Then, what was the first procedure which was opt for co-firing of biomass? There is a high chance. What are we all scared of? When we, as an operation engineer, are firing a fuel which has a devolatilization temperature less around 200 degrees Celsius, there is a high chance that my mill might get a fire in our mill. For that purpose, there was a steam inerting valve which was provided in the every mill which was being readied for biomass firing. Now, steam, whenever there is a fire in a mill, it is quenched with steam. That steam comes from OXPRDS. Now, that steam usually is fed into a mill via manual valve. So, जब भी कभी आग लगता है तो आप manual valve खोल के उसको quench कर देते हैं. Usually, it's not a common practice which comes in a very peculiar manner, but we have to be prepared for the worst scenario also. So, when we are firing biomass, we prepared our mill in such a way that we provided an additional motorized valve in the unit control room, in the desk operator itself. So in case if he finds any abrupt rise in temperature, then he can start the SOP of mill fire, and by confirmation from the local that yes, there is a mill fire and mill is getting fire, then we can open the motorized valve, and then steam can be dumped into the mill and fire can be quenched. Then when we were firing for the first time co-firing, then fire hose and fire tenders were deputed for the first time biomass co-firing. You will not believe that in 2017, we started firing co-firing biomass. And till 1 year, there was a normal practice that whenever biomass is coming in any mill, we used to depute the fire tender. But over a period of time, with the learning of the last 4.5 years, we have learned that getting fire is not a very regular phenomenon. So we were prepared for that, and now this practice has been stopped. But different practices have been adopted, which we'll discuss. Next was that modulation logic modification for hot air damper and cold air damper. This logic modification which we have done will be explained in the subsequent slide in a much mimic way. Mimic will be shown to you, and what logic has been modified, that also will be shown. Then also there were different temperature points which were provided, because in a mill temperature is being sensed at 2-3 locations. Now we wanted, because biomass being fed for the first time, so there were different temperature transmitters which was even provided in different coal pipes. There are 4 coal pipes which carry coal to the 4 different corners of the boiler. The temperature points were also provided. Then different alarms were also provided that whenever the mill outlet temperature goes beyond 70 degree, the annunciation will come if that mill is being run into biomass mode. Then steam inerting valve, which we have mentioned. Then there were different installation of temperature sensors, that also I have mentioned. Now, this is the basic scheme. This is the max DNA OWS screen of 210 megawatt boiler, and 500 megawatt boiler also more or less scheme is this. So if someone is from the operation background, he can easily relate to the screen which is being shown here. But if you are not from the operation background, there's no need to see each and everything, but you can just see that an additional valve, that this motorized valve, electrical actuator operated valve, has been provided in the mimic. This helps the operator that in case of any fire, he can open this valve with the one click of his mouse or from the button, and then steam can be dumped in the mill, and then fire can be stopped. Now, whenever we have to prepare any mill for biomass, we need to open that manual valve which provides steam dumping from your OXPRDS. If that manual valve will always keep open, will be kept open, and this motorized valve will be closed, always in the running condition will be kept closed. This will be open only in the worst case scenario when mill has caught fire. Just to share the experience that in the last 4 years of biomass co-firing, we have fired for 5%, 7%, 10% across all mills. We haven't seen any incidents of mill firing. But this, we need to be prepared for the, as we have mentioned, for the worst scenario also. These 4 temperature points at the different corner location of coal pipe are also the different temperature sensors which were provided, which help operation engineer to basically see and operate combustion processes more in a more good fashion. Now, whenever our consignment reaches our NTPC plant, what is done is, first is that biomass pellets, जो भी हमारे पास आता है, that sampling is done. Whenever if the time will allow, we'll show you a video of sampling, how sampling is done. That will clear all whatever is written over here. That sampling is done. In the first or third slide, I have mentioned that we measure the air, basically moisture content of that pellet. With that moisture content, we basically either accept that lot or we reject that lot. This is done. And we also measure the gross calorific value, the ash content, the moisture level. That we'll show in the video how it is done. This is done by the chemistry department in our plant. So this biomass co-firing is again a team phenomena, basically, in which coal handling plant is also involved. Your chemistry department is also involved, which will basically give green signal to the lot which is being landed at your plant. Now, again, an important question which arises is that how do we do blending in our plant? We have conveyors, we have different conveyors which are meant to carry coal. In some plants, we must be doing blending of imported coal. Sometimes we have observed prior to this biomass firing, we used to get imported coal, which the GCV of that coal was way too high, in the range of 5,500 kilocalorie per kg. Now, to mix that coal with our sub-bituminous coal was also, we used to do that blending process in our NTPC Dadri. So we had kind of experience of mixing the imported coal and the indigenous coal. With biomass also, we adopted that practice. First time when we were doing the blending of 5% of biomass, we did that in the open area itself. That 5% biomass was mixed with the help of bulldozer, we can say that we'll mix that. We put that in the conveyor, we fed that to our bunkers, and then we fired in our mill. But when we have adopted a practice, as you can see this in diagram, this rack and with opening of this rack and pinion, basically this gate, basically when we more open, more biomass will be fed and more to the down going coal feeder. And with that help, we can basically rough estimate, we basically feed biomass to along with coal blending, we can say that. How do we do that? Then this is also a block diagram of how blending is done. From one side, we collect the coal, and from one side, we collect the biomass from reclaim hoppers. How reclaim hoppers are seen will be showing that video also you will be seeing, photographs also you will see in the subsequent slide. From one transfer point, these both fuels are mixed. That transfer point is basically the arrangement of which I have shown in the previous slide, and that basically co-fired fuel is then fixed to sent to your coal bunkers basically. These are the different hoppers. So this is how earlier we used to get fuel biomass pellets in a form of sacks that is being unloaded with the help of manual labor. But over a period of time, we have developed a truck tippler also, which we'll show you via photograph, how whole truck can be unloaded. As we know that there are wagon tipplers present in our plant, by which we unload a single wagon in a one way. Similarly, the truck tipplers have been deployed in NTPC Dadri, and it has been installed as a fixed cost, and it basically unloads the whole of the truck in one go itself. That these photographs are the first time when we were doing blending, so that it shows when we did blending, it was done with the help of bulldozer itself. This is the biomass blended fuel. You can see that biomass is being fed to the conveyor. Now, I would request Vivek to please take over from here.
Thank you, Rohit. As we know that pulverizer is used to pulverize the fuel, and that fuel is being transported to the furnace. And for transporting this fuel, we use the primary air. Primary air is basically high pressure and high temperature air. This high temperature air removes the moisture present in the coal also. As we know that initial temperature of coal is around 450 degrees Celsius, while the initial temperature of biomass is around 250 degrees Celsius. And also, as Rohit explained earlier, the volatile material starts evolving at around 190 degrees Celsius. So, in trial operation of biomass co-firing, we needed to maintain temperature below 190 degrees Celsius for being on the safer side. So, as this was our first trial operation, so we were very anxious that there should not be any fire, there should not be any firing case. So we maintained mill inlet temperature around 190 degrees Celsius, mill outlet temperature around 60 to 65 degrees Celsius. In the normal 100% coal firing operation, we maintain P header pressure around 760 to 770 as recommended by OEM. But for being on safer side, we maintained PA header pressure for more than 800 mm water column, so that there is no residual biomass in the mill or any coal pipe itself. Also, in the normal running of the mill, we start, and after shutdown of the mill, purging is done. This is also being followed in case of biomass co-firing. Purging is basically removing the residual coal particle, residual materials from the mill by running the mill without air. Also, during first trial operation, we continuously monitored all the mill parameters, all the mill inlet temperatures, mill outlet temperatures, and mill current and mill DP. All these parameters were continuously monitored because we
Vivek?
are. Yes.
Our slide is not changing. Let me again share this PPT with.
I'm seeing the slide. I'm seeing the slide now.
Slide is changing. Anyone from the audience can please confirm, or admin please confirm, our slide is changing or not?
Not changing. Not changing.
Yes, changing. Some
I can see.
some
Not
of
changing.
it is changing.
Don't get the new slides.
Not changing.
It's not changing.
Okay.
Presently, slide number 19 was there.
Shall I again share it?
Yes, we are able to see the slide number 19.
Yeah, presently we are seeing mill parameters and operation slide.
Yes, in the current slide,
yes.
no problem.
So I think Mr. Rohit, your slide is fine. From your end, there is no problem. From audience side, maybe whose network quality is bad, there and some issues are there. So I think no need to change here.
Okay, thank you so much. We are at slide number 19. Vivek,
Okay.
please continue.
Okay, thank you.
Slide is changing actually.
Okay. So, as this was our first trial operation of the biomass co-firing. So, all the mill parameters, main important parameters are the mill inlet temperature, mill outlet temperature, mill current. As the mill inlet temperature is lower side, so there are chances of moisture content in the mill. So, there were chances that mill current could increase. So, one person was also deputed at the mill reject area side to continuously monitor the reject system. Normally in the Dadri, reject system is in auto, but manual intervention was also done to check the reject time to time. Also, next slide. Also, as there are chances of fire in case of biomass high, so one operator was deputed at the local sites to continuously monitor in case of fire. In the period of 4 years, there is no fire incident, but still the precaution was taken because it was our first trial operation and biomass was just being fed to the furnace as
Sir,
a fuel.
there is some disturbance. Except the speaker, all are requested to keep muted.
Thank you. Yeah, so operator was deputed in the local because there were chances of fire. And in case of any fire, operator was informed that he would inform the control room, and according to our SOP, standard operating procedure, we will take action. And also in the biomass co-firing, all the parameters, important parameters like flue gas temperature and superator zones, because biomass was first being fed, so there were chances that our superator temperature could abruptly rise, or our flue gas temperature could rise fast because because it burns very fast because volatile content is high. Also, clinkering was also observed. So one operator was sent from the at the elephant door. मतलब हमारे जो 500 मेगावाट यूनिट में एलिफेंट डोर रहता है जहाँ से हम लोग फ्लेम मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं थ्रू व्यू ग्लास. बीच में हम लोग फ्लेम भी मॉनिटर कर रहे थे, क्लिंकरिंग भी ऑब्जर्व कर रहे थे कि कहीं क्लिंकरिंग तो ज़्यादा नहीं हो रही है. कि बड़े पार्टिकल्स या बड़ा कुछ हमारा क्लिंकर्स में तो नहीं हो रहा है या स्लैगिंग तो कुछ नहीं हो रही है। ये सब हम लोगों ने फर्स्ट ट्रायल ऑपरेशन में हम लोगों ने ऑब्जर्व किया। और इवन सूट ब्लोइंग सिस्टम टू रिमूव द सूट एंड LRSB system to remove the soot was also lined up, so that if there is any sharp abrupt rise in the supported temperature, abrupt rise in the flue gas temperature, any sharp rise in the aqueous fluid outlet temperature, then we can control it by using switch blowing and LRSB. And for that trial run, we prepared a log sheet with the help of CNI and EMG. In that log sheet, we logged all the important parameters of the mill. Like I explained earlier, the mill inlet temperature, outlet temperature, mill DP, mill current, mill power consumption, auxiliary power consumption. So we prepared a log sheet to analyze the pre-firing and post-firing. Also, unburnt carbon and bottom and fly ash were also tested. As we know that, as Rohit explained, carbon content, sulfur content, and nitrogen content in biomass is low as compared to coal. So our result was that bottom end in the bottom end of fly ash, unburnt carbon was low as compared to 100% coal combustion. Also, effect on the environmental parameter was on the good side, because SOx and NOx was reduced slightly.
Your audio was not coming.
Disturbance. Can somebody check? Admin is requesting.
Audio is not coming. Audio.
Is my audio audible?
Now it is coming.
Yours is audible, sir.
Okay. Let me take from this if his audio is not visible. Now
Admin can stop mute for others.
Kindly mute everybody once. There is quite disturbance.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Are we on the slide number 21?
Yes.
Okay, now let me take
it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, that observation and testing included the evacuation time of fly ash and bottom ash also. Basically, we know that in every shift, in every 8 hours duration, we do clean our bottom ash. Then whether the bottom ash time has not increased, whether the evacuation of fly ash, that cycles which we monitor, that whether we are able to evacuate fly ash in our ESP hoppers or not, that we have to kept into the mind. These are the minute observations also which we noted in for future references for our record purposes. Then mill reject and classifier also checked after definite interval, that whether is there any erosion to nahi hua hai mill ke inner particles mein, mill ki inner lining mein. That liner thing also was checked over whenever we get the PM schedule of that mill, if it was fired for biomass earlier. These are all the steps which I have told. These were done when we fired biomass for the first time. Now it is not being done because we have learned over a period of time whatever the different practices which we have gained from our basically past co-firing of biomass. Now these are the timelines. Basically, this is the timelines. In 2017 September, we started our biomass firing for 5. We started with 5%, then we went to 7% of blending, then we went to 10% of blending. For earlier, this blending was done in only one mill. Then 10% blending was done across all the 4 mills, and unit full load operation was checked and recorded. And over a period of time, we have learned a lot about biomass firing, and we can say very in a proud manner that NTPC Dadri, or be it all the NTPC stations, are now prepared for biomass co-firing. And in the subsequent manner, we are preparing each and every unit of NTPC also for future more and more percentage of increased biomass co-firing. In 2018 December, we started the commercial co-firing of biomass. When we say commercial, it means as sir has discussed in the policy part, that whatever the fixed cost, whatever the variable cost, which as a generator I'm occurring for procuring biomass, because cost of biomass as per ton is slightly higher than coal. So we needed to pass that cost to the customer. From that December 18, we started to calculate our energy charge rate basically on the mixed fuel, whichever we were occurring basically. Then in 2000, from 2020, we started firing in NTPC. We started firing in another stage 2 also, 500 megawatt also. Earlier for 2 to 3 years we were only firing biomass in stage 1, 210 megawatt unit. From 2020 we started firing in our both 500 megawatt unit also basically. Now these were the modifications which were done. We have discussed that in the earlier slides also, but again, I'd like to again mention, because this is the most technical part regarding this presentation. So I assume that some of you must be from operation background and some of you might not be from the operation background. So I try to explain in a very easy manner that for whenever coal is being fired in the mill, coal is pulverized to the powdered form and then it is sent to the basically furnace. Now that carrying of coal from mill to furnace is being done by the primary air. That primary is a mixture of hot air and cold air. So whatever kitni hot air chahiye, kitni cold air chahiye, that there are logics defined in the control, in our OWS, in the computer itself, in the software itself. That logic needed to be modified, because when we fire coal in our mill, so if I give you an example, if we fire coal 100% coal, then the mill inlet temperature, usually the temperature, the air temperature which we send to the mill is around 270, 260, 280 degrees Celsius, and mill outlet temperature is usually kept at around 80 degrees Celsius for sub-bituminous coal in our power stations. So basically, if the temperature is going beyond 80, तो cold air damper, हवा थोड़ी ठंडी हवा आ जाएगी, वो mix कर देगी, and then the outlet temperature would be maintained at 80 degree around. So these were the points which were then. This is how we carry coal from our mill to furnace. The purpose of that air is two purpose. One is to carry coal to the furnace, and the second was to remove the moisture from that coal powder basically. That powder should be total ready, that as soon as it enters the furnace, it should be ready to burn. Now again, when we talk about biomass, we didn't want that to happen, that combustion process to happen in our mill. So what we did was that the logic was modified, that mill temperature control was modified. Earlier, the temperature which was being monitored was the outlet temperature, mill outlet temperature. When we talk about mill outlet temperature, this is the temperature of the air and coal mixture which is being sent to the furnace. Earlier, all the temperature control was done by keeping in watch these temperatures, that this temperature should not reach beyond 80 degrees Celsius. Now that logic has been changed and it has been kept from that. We don't watch 80 degree now. What we see is that the temperature which we are sending, that the fresh air, hot air and cold air, the mixture which we are sending, that temperature should not be more than 190 degree, 185 degrees Celsius. This is the prime concern as an operation engineer, as a control and instrumentation engineer. This is the logic modification which is being done. Okay, and this coal pipe temperature of all the 4 pipes which go to the furnace is also provided, and cleaning of feeder view glass is also important. Now this is a common operational phenomena. Suppose we have learned about blending, that in coal को हम लाते हैं, biomass को लाते हैं, उसको एक transfer point पे हम इकट्ठा करके blend करके bunker तक भेज देते हैं. Now how would we get to know that वो biomass अब bunker में तो अगर suppose 5 मीटर पे डाला, अब वो कब आएगा मिल पे? Because इतनी देर तक तो मैं उसको biomass mode में नहीं चला सकता, because below 5 meter is whole 100% coal. So that checking is being done by the local area operator, जो हमारे boiler में operators रहते हैं. They basically see the feeder with the help of view glasses. Now view glasses are provided in food feeder. There are almost 4 to 6 number of view glasses. Operator can easily view from that and see whether that biomass, that blended biomass and coal mixture has arrived at feeder or not. Whenever he tells it from an operation perspective, we also get to know, because अगर मेरी मिल 50 टन पे चल रही है per hours पे, so I know that अगर 5 मीटर लेवल पे डाला है तो 5 मीटर को जो मेरी फीडर तक आने में कितना टाइम लगेगा, we all know as an operation engineer कि उसको हम एक rough idea के आसपास we send the operator to please check whether biomass has arrived or not. That he keeps on regularly checking. Now feeder view glass, there was a problem that feeder view glass keeps on getting dirty because of coal dust. We all know that's an operational problem. That's a we all know all face that problem. That was minimized by providing an additional air line, purging line, that was provided from in all view glass, so that it can be cleaned from the inside by opening of a just and knife wall, you can say that. Again, next point was illumination. We all have a source of illumination inside feeder. A bulb is there. Now regular maintenance of that bulb is also important, we know, because it is that bulb is illuminating in an atmosphere of coal dust. So that is also done whenever a mill goes under PM, or this illumination is also checked basically. Now second was mill inerting system. Mill inerting system, we have discussed a lot about mill inerting system. Earlier also there was a provision that if there is any fire when you are firing 100% coal, then also there was a manual valve provided that in case of fire we can open that manual valve and steam can be dumped into your mill. But to provide the easy access to the UCB, we provided a electrical actuator in the desk. That is important, and an orifice also, which reduced the auxiliary PRDS pressure of 12 kSc to 2 to 3 kSc. That much steam pressure is sufficient to basically stop the mill fire. Then when we talk about installing any motorized valve, we need to charge that system up to steam. So different steam pressure gauges, temperature gauges, and drains were provided. Drains are provided so that अगर कोई line का moisture है पहले हम निकाल दें, it's just like that. To charge करते वक्त operationally, if we have to charge that line, then these are the common practices which are adopted while charging any steam line. So these drains were provided also. Then there were different biomass firing logics which were selected in our operation mimics, which will show in the coming slides. Whatever we have learned till now was summarized in the form of SOP, standard operating procedures, which have been shared with all of you also. Exact sequence wise is not being shown here, because whatever we have learned, we have shown you or explained you in the slides also. Now, whenever biomass arrives our plant, whatever chemistry part is that, we check that sample, we check the moisture in the biomass, and then we basically do what we do is whether we reject that sample or accept that sample. That is being done. Once it reaches the coal handling plant, that coal handling plant does the blending thing. Now, as an operation engineer, how do I get to know that biomass has reached the bunker? This is the basic sheet which is being shared by a CHP through our common mail and WhatsApp groups, which we get to know that in specific this bunker, that biomass is being fed. If you can just read this out, that this is just biomass feeding of 21st January 2022. This is the latest, just I have added this in our slide. Now, next is that around biomass quantity of 50 tons has been fed in this bunker. This is being fed at the 7 p.m. in the evening. Initial bunker level was 10 meter. This is being fed in unit number 5, Farakka feeder, or F bunker, you can say that. Now, initial bunker level was 10 meter, and final bunker level is 5 meter. So that I know that below 10 meter is 100% coal, and above 10 meter to 5 meter till 5 meter, we this is a coal, blended coal with biomass. Now total coal and biomass is 600 tons of fuel is being fed into that bunker. Approximately 8.4% of blending has been done. Almost 8.5% of blending is being done in this respective bunker. Okay. That is a sheet which is shared with us. That's a common practice of sharing this biomass sheet with us. Then again, Milka outlet temperature is kept at 60 degrees Celsius. Milka inlet temperature is kept not more than 185 degrees Celsius. There is a protection also which is kept into service. Now, as an operation engineer, we know that earlier क्या होता था कि मिल का अगर आउटलेट टेम्परेचर ज्यादा जाने लगता था, to prevent any fire, hot air gate used to close. Hot air gate means the gate which is providing the hot air required to the mill. Now we don't want that mill inlet temperature to go beyond 185, 190 degree. So their hot air gate closing protection has been provided at 195 degree. तो अगर किसी वजह से सपोज कोई डैम्पर माल फंक्शन कर रहा है या कोई ऑपरेटर की गलती की वजह से वो 195 डिग्री से ऊपर चला गया और वो मिल अगर बायोमास में सिलेक्टेड है, देन दैट हॉट एयर गेट विल क्लोज ऑन इट्स प्रोटेक्शन. Then this all we have discussed in detail. So whatever the pre-start and post-start purging is mandatory. This is done in for coal also. Then monitoring of mill parameters is very important. As an operation engineer, this is the most we cannot say that this parameter is not important or this is not important. The most important parameter definitely is the mill inlet temperature, and then mill current is also very important. That tells about the mill choking or whether our mill is performing well or not. And then local area operators also give us the feedback whether there is high rejected mill or not, requires preventive maintenance or not. Then I'm at slide number 29. This is basically the last part of our PPT. Now, as an operation engineer, if we want to know how a mill to be taken from biomass to biomass mode, from biomass mode to non-biomass mode, what is the, whenever we talk about logic, what is the actual mimic which is going to change in this in the screen? So we have seen this is the OWS mimic of any max DNA of NTPC Dadri stage 1 and stage 2 OWS. So as we can see that these are the dampers. This is hot air damper, this is cold air damper. Now hot air damper takes कितना खुलना है उसको कितना नहीं खुलना, ये सिर्फ मिल की लोड फीडर की स्पीड पे, फीडर की कितना टन्स विच वी आर फीडिंग इन द मिल्स उस पे डिपेंड करता है. सपोज अगर 30 टन चल रहा है तो 30 टन के कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग उसके कर्व में एक एयर फीडेड है, वो उतनी टन ऑफ एयर दे देगा. मिनिमम एयर फ्लो जरूर देगा, उसके बियॉन्ड कितनी एयर फ्लो देनी है वो आपकी, जैसे जैसे आप ज्यादा कोयला अगर फीड करते हैं मिल में तो वो हॉट एयर डैम्पर खुलने लग जाता है कि ठीक है 70 टन चाहिए, 75 टन चाहिए, 80 टन चाहिए. दैट इज हॉट एयर डैम्पर का कंट्रोल हो गया. लेकिन कोल्ड एयर डैम्पर का जो कंट्रोल है वो डिपेंड करता है कि अगर मेरा बायोमास ऑन है कि ऑफ है. इफ वेदर माय बायोमास इज ऑन और ऑफ, इफ माय बायोमास इज ऑफ यानी 100% कोल इज बीइंग फेड, then cold air damper जो था, it used to watch only that mill का outlet temperature. These 2 points you can see that mill outlet temperature. Mill outlet temperature, again I am emphasizing that mill outlet temperature is that temperature of air and coal mixture. That is the temperature which a cold air damper used to see earlier and operate, or PID controller used to work on that. Suppose if I have given that mill outlet temperature should remain 70, अगर ये 70 से ऊपर जा रहा है तो cold air damper खुलेगा, अगर 70 से नीचे जा रहा है अपना वो बंद होगा. ये अगर actual temperature जो है 70 से नीचे जा रहा है तो मेरा cold air damper बंद होना शुरू हो जाएगा. Now I want that whenever the biomass on feedback is done, biomass on is pressed by the operator, then this outlet temperature logic is defeated and this inlet temperature, mill inlet temperature comes into picture. Now this inlet temperature का set point जो है मैं यहाँ से दे सकता हूँ. That inlet temperature should be kept at anything less than 180 degree Celsius. 180-185 degree से कम में रखना चाहिए और हम रख के then we can put that cold air damper and hot air damper into auto में डाल सकते हैं. Now whenever operator switches on the biomass on, this biomass on, he has to keep 2-3 things into the picture that हमारा कोई भी वैल्यू प्रोटेक्शन वैल्यू पे ना हो, क्योंकि जैसे ही हम इसको ऑन करेंगे हमारा प्रोटेक्शन सर्विस में आ जाएगा. When we talk about protection is basically mill outlet temperature से hot air gate का, mill inlet temperature से hot air gate का बंद होने वाला जो प्रोटेक्शन था वो सर्विस में आ जाएगा. Different enunciations, alarms जो पहले नहीं आ रहे थे क्योंकि पहले सिर्फ 100% कोल फायरिंग कर रहा था, अगर मैं बायोमास ऑन कर दूंगा तो वो उसके साथ एक्टिवेट हो जाएंगे. आएंगे कि नहीं आएंगे वो अपने वैल्यूज पे डिपेंड करता है. जैसे सपोज अ कॉमन अलार्म इज, सपोज मिल का आउटलेट टेम्परेचर शुड नॉट गो बियॉन्ड 70 डिग्री, तो उसका एक अलार्म प्रोवाइडेड है. तो वो अलार्म प्रोवाइडेड एक्टिवेट तभी होगा जब बायोमास ऑन होगा. अदरवाइज तो हम कोल का अगर मिल सिर्फ इफ वी आर फायरिंग ओनली कोल, देन दैट अलार्म हैज नो सिग्निफिकेंस एंड दैट डजंट अराइजेस, दैट डजंट कम्स इनटू पिक्चर. Is it okay? I hope this slide shows that whatever the logic modification is done, how as an operation engineer, what we see as an interface, as a control and instrumentation engineer, that logics has been incorporated in this controller, PID controller, that has been incorporated in this Max DNA logics itself. Next is your again I'm saying that
चेंज ओवर के टाइम फिर आपको मिल में हेलो
हाँ जी
हेलो रोहित जी,
हाँ जी
ये चेंज ओवर के टाइम फिर आपको डैम्पर सारे मैनुअल में लेने पड़ेंगे ना, क्योंकि अगर
Yes,
180
sir.
के ऊपर है हाँ तो आपको
Yes,
मैनुअल
sir.
इंटरवेंशन आएगा ना, वाटर डैम्पर
Yes, sir,
कोल्ड
मैं
डैम्पर सबको ऑटो में से मैनुअल में लेना पड़ेगा ना पूरा।
यस सर मैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में वही बता रहा था जो प्रोसीजर है, दैट प्रोसीजर सिंस आपकी बात से लग रहा है कि आप ऑपरेशन इंजीनियर हैं, सो बेसिकली आपको अच्छे से समझ में आ जाएगा, बट जस्ट टू गिव अ ब्रीफ आइडिया दैट सपोज इफ मेरी मिल अगर 100% कोल फायरिंग में चल रही है, 100% कोल फायरिंग में अगर चल रही है, इसका मतलब है मिल का इनलेट टेम्परेचर ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 260 डिग्री सेल्सियस है, मिल का आउटलेट टेम्परेचर 70-75, जो मिल हमारा कोल कैसा है उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है उस पे। अभी मेरे को पता चलता है कि बायोमास आना शुरू हो गया। एज एन ऑपरेशन इंजीनियर व्हाट आई वुड डू इज दैट आई वुड टेक HAD हॉट एयर डैम्पर एंड कोल्ड एयर डैम्पर इनटू मैनुअल। मैं उसका टेम्परिंग ऐसा करूंगा कि मेरे मिल इनलेट का जो टेम्परेचर अभी 250-255 चल रहा है, उसको मैं 170-175 तक 175 डिग्री तक लेके आऊंगा, क्योंकि जो बायोमास ऑन करने का जो मिमिक है वो ऑन तभी होगा जब आपका परमिसिव मतलब एक मिल का इनलेट टेम्परेचर एक वैल्यू से कम आ जाएगा, दैट वैल्यू इज 175 डिग्री इन एनटीपीसी दादरी, यानी 175 डिग्री से आप नीचे ले आए उसके बाद ही वो ऑन करने का परमिसिव देगा, क्योंकि जैसे उससे पहले अगर वो दे देगा तो वो अगर टेम्परेचर अगर ज्यादा चल रहा है तो हॉट एयर गेट के बंद होने के चांसेस है। सो टू प्रिवेंट दैट सिनेरियो फ्रॉम हैपनिंग, दिस परमिसिव हैज बीन इनकॉर्पोरेटेड इन बायोमास ऑन लॉजिक इटसेल्फ। सो आपने मैनुअल में लिया, आपने मैनुअली उसका HAD और CAD को कंट्रोल करके आपने मिल का इनलेट टेम्परेचर कम लाए, आप CAD खोलेंगे, HAD थोड़ा कम करेंगे, वो सब एज एन ऑपरेशन इंजीनियर वी ऑल नो कि क्या करना होता है। एंड देन मिल की लोडिंग भी थोड़ा कम कर देंगे, बिकॉज वी हैव टू कीप द मिल करंट आल्सो इनटू द पिक्चर and wait for the temperature to stabilize. When the temperature will stabilize, we'll switch on the biomass on button. As soon as biomass on button is pressed, now the cold air damper will start picking that PID controller take logic from that mill inlet temperature. Then again we can put CAD and HAD in auto. Then again just मिल की लोडिंग कितना करना है, मिल के आपका टेम्परेचर कितना रखना है, वो सब हम अपने whatever suits us according to the blended mixture we can do that. अगेन द रिस्ट्रिक्शन इज अगेन 185 डिग्री से ज्यादा नहीं जाना मिल इनलेट के टेम्परेचर पे, और मिल के आउटलेट टेम्परेचर को 60 डिग्री से कम नहीं आने देना। दैट्स समथिंग कॉमन प्रैक्टिस हम नहीं आने देते। वो 60 डिग्री से कम कैसे नहीं आने देंगे, हम वो मिल की लोडिंग से डिसाइड करेंगे। अगर मैं ज्यादा कोयला डाल दूंगा मिल के अंदर तो आउटलेट टेम्परेचर कम हो जाएगा, अगर मैं कम डालूंगा तो वो बढ़ जाएगा। उसी हिसाब से मिल की लोडिंग को हम डिसाइड कर सकते हैं। ये स्विच ऑफ करते हुए जब अगर सपोज बायोमास जा चुका है, नाउ ऑल द मिक्सचर इज 100% कोल मिक्सचर, तो उसको स्विच ऑन करने के लिए किस तरीके से करना है, अगेन वी हैव टू HAD CAD मैनुअल मिलेंगे, उसको हम बढ़ा देंगे टेम्परेचर को, बायोमास को ऑफ कर देंगे, एंड देन दीज आर द सेम प्रोसेस व्हिच वी डू फॉर स्विचिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम बायोमास टू योर कोल 100% कोल। अगेन दिस इज अगर हमारे SOP हमने उसके भी बनाए हुए हैं कि अगर आग लग जाती है तो क्या करना है। मिल में आग लगने का पहले भी प्रोविजंस हैं, हर जगह पर है। इन आर वी ऑल नो दैट वी हैव प्रिपेयर्ड द SOP ऑफ मिल फायरिंग। व्हाट डू वी हैव टू डू इन व्हेन देयर इज मिल फायरिंग, मिल फायर, व्हाट डू वी नीड टू डू? So this is a common practice of NTPC Dadri. That practice will be changed from station to station, but the common practice CISF fire personnel for immediate assistance, we call them. Then there is a procedure of increasing the feeder speed so that excess fuel is dumped to the mill, so that there is a quenching, there is a air, the oxygen supplied is less in amount, then also the fire can be stopped. Then we stop feeder after a few minutes of dumping of coal into the mill. Then we close the hot air gate and cold air gate. We don't want any air to reach mill, we don't want any oxygen to reach the mill. Then we also close the seal air wall, that also provides the air to the mill. We close that. Then if the temperature again goes on rising, then steam inerting wall that I have shown you in the picture, that motorized wall, it can be made to open, and then steam can be steam can be inserted into the mill itself. Then if that also doesn't stop, then we can go for fire hydrant dumping also, fire using with the help of water. What do we not have to do is we don't have to admit any cold primary air to, that's a common practice as an operation engineer. हमें दिमाग में आता है इसका टेम्परेचर बहुत ज़्यादा चला गया, इसको कोल्ड एयर दे देते हैं, थोड़ा ठंडा कर देते हैं. We know not to cool down the mill because if we still start cooling the mill, तो हम basically हम उसको air ही provide कर देंगे, which we don't have to do. This is the common practice which is formed. So biomass है या biomass नहीं है, आपकी उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. बस biomass अगर है और आग लग जाती है तो आपके पास एक एक्स्ट्रा प्रोविजन है कि motorized valve जो दे दिया गया, that is for your rescue. But again, मैंने जो आपको बताया कि in last 4 years of our biomass co-firing, we haven't occurred any such incidents of fire. This is the tippler which is there, truck tippler by which we can unload the pallets as a whole. जो हम बात कर रहे थे उसके बारे में, ये सैंपल रिसिप्ट हो रहा है, कैसे हम उसको बंकर्स में डाल रहे हैं, कैसे हॉपर्स में डाल के नीचे उसके बाद कन्वेयर के साथ लेके फिर हम उसको ब्लेंडिंग करते हैं, उसका है ये पिक्स है. कैसे स्टोर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि बायोमास की एक टेंडेंसी रहती है कि वो एटमॉस्फेयर से मॉइस्चर को एब्जॉर्ब करने के लिए रहता है, तो उसको हमें ढक के रखना पड़ना. ये है, ये स्टोरेज है जो एनटीपीसी दादरी में है. एंड थैंक यू सो मच. मेरे को एक वीडियो दिखानी है इफ टाइम परमिट्स.
Yes, you can go ahead. Rohit, you can go ahead with the video.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
हेलो
हाँ जी अश्विनी
सर. सर मेरा कंसर्न ये है सर, आपने मतलब बिल आउटेड टेम्परेचर वगैरह कंट्रोल करना तो बता दिया, लेकिन सर जो इम्पैक्ट आएगा फायरिंग के बाद में, मतलब आपने ये नहीं बताया कि राइज इन फ्लू गैस टेम्परेचर, कितना फ्लू गैस टेम्परेचर में राइज होगा, मिडिल टेम्परेचर जो हमारे रिस्ट्रिक्शन रहते हैं, सुपर हिटेड टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल और एचआरएस का मिडिल टेम्परेचर, उसमें कितना राइज आएगा.
यस, आपका क्वेश्चन अच्छा है. आपकी आवाज एक बार म्यूट करेंगे
सर आप
हाँ, थैंक यू सो मच. हाँ, आपका क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छा. एक बार अश्विनी जी आप म्यूट कर लेंगे बिकॉज दैट इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट इको. हाँ, ओके, या योर क्वेश्चन इज गुड. हमने जितना 10% बायोमास ब्लेंडिंग किया है एज एन ऑपरेशन इंजीनियर, देयर इज नो सच चेंज व्हिच वी हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड इन एचआरएस टेम्परेचर और सुपर हीटेड टेम्परेचर. क्योंकि हमने फर्स्ट शुरू की स्लाइड्स में ये मेंशन किया था कि बायोमास हैज अ टेंडेंसी दैट ये जल्दी जल जाता है, इट स्टार्ट्स कैचेस फायर इजीली. सो हमें ये टेंडेंसी थी, तो ऐसा तो नहीं कि वाटर वॉल का टेम्परेचर बढ़ जाएगा या सुपर हीटर की टेम्परेचर हमें मिलेंगे नहीं, बट ऐसा कुछ भी फिनोमिना हमने नहीं देखा. जो थोड़ा बहुत स्टैग्नेशन जरूर था, बट एज इन ऐसा नहीं था कि मैं उसको नोटिसेबल फॉर्म में आपको बता पाऊं कि उसमें था, वो था. आपका और क्या क्वेश्चन था रिगार्डिंग दिस?
Rohit, at the end, Rohit, we have a beautiful video. Please,
Rohit, the questions will be taken in the end.
Okay, sure, sir. Sure.
Rohit, we will take all the questions at the end. So we have a very beautiful video regarding Dadri. I would request you to play that for all our participants.
Sure.
I think that would be very enriching.
Sure, sir. I just need your help that whenever I will play the video, just confirm me whether that audio is coming or not. Just for that.
Sure. Yes, audio is coming. Excellent.
Okay, sir.
India is an agricultural country. According to estimates, agriculture with more than 50%
Rohit, there is some lag in the video. Can you repeat?
The paddy crop is usually harvested.
There was some lag in the video, so I think you can run it from the starting again. Then there will not be.
Sir, better if you send the link in the chat box, like we would go through it.
Okay, sure. I'll send that. I'll do that.
India is an agricultural country. according to estimates, agriculture employs more than 50%. It is the primary source of livelihood for majority of population in India. With the rise in crop produce, farmers have another menace to deal with, which accompanies the production of crops, and it is none other than the crop residue or the agro waste. The paddy crop is usually harvested between the first and last weeks of October. When paddy is harvested, with only 10 to 15 days left between the rice harvesting season and the wheat sowing time, farmers find stubble to be the most easy, quick, and economical way to eliminate the paddy straw. Crop residue burning gives rise to huge clouds of smoke as adverse impact on environment in India. Open crop residue burning continues on a massive scale. The only way to prevent this crisis was to incentivize agro waste and generate a market force to consume its huge quantity. The agro waste is collected, stored, dried, and afterwards processed into biopellets in separate units, which is then used for power generation in coal-fired power plant. And India's biggest power producer, NTPC Limited, realized the power potential of these biomass pellets and has since created a huge market force. NTPC has issued a tender for 20 million metric tons biomass pellets over a period of 4 years. That is 5 million metric tons on annual basis. The quantum of biomass NTPC envisages to use per annum has a potential to generate 1000 megawatt per year. Biomass pellets are characterized
So
by
that
torrefied and
actually
non-torrefied pellets.
60%
NTPC directly uses non-torrefied biomass pellets for co-firing, but before co-firing of biomass pellets in boiler, following processes are adopted at plant. This starts with truckloads of biopellets arriving at the NTPC biomass unloading yard. The details of the truck, the biopellet seller are noted down. The next step is the collection of samples from the truck top. The official personnel land on truck top after climbing a ladder placed safely near the truck top. The personnel remove the top 25
Okay,
seeds
it's just an
layer of
essential
biopellets.
So
And
when
then
we
collect
had this
samples from 4 to 5
DU
random
XDU
spots.
link going down, how did we simulate it? We just restarted what.
These samples are tagged and then taken to the chemistry lab. In the lab, the samples are thoroughly mixed. They are further reduced by coning and quartering method. The samples are worth 4 kgs in weight. The sample is then divided into 4 equal parts of 1 kg each. One part is for seller, one for referee, one for NTPC, and one for fines. All of the samples are packaged and tagged. The personnel then take sample worth 100 grams and crush for a definite period of time in a mortar vessel. The crushed sample is also put through 1 mm and 3 mm sieve respectively. The quantity put through the sieves is also reported in percentage. Parallelly, the sample is also tested for total moisture. This whole process in the chemical lab lasts for at least 1 to 2 hours. If the sample meets the NTPC technical specifications, then the sample is cleared to R&D. If it does not, then the sample of biopellet is rejected. The sample is also tested for test. To get to go ahead from the chemistry lab, the truckload of biopellet and loading of biopellets begins soon after. Unloading standards. After unloading, the push the pellet through the mechanical bar from a separate hopper. It fed the coal and the pellets into the bunker from where it is fed into the mill. It is both pellets and coal are pulverized mixed. This pulverized into the entire process called biomass. It has been made by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, FCCC, and technology. If adding something is and kicked off, then produces stop out smoke, it firstly impacts the people. It causes irritation in valleys, nose, and throat. There are also reports of bees. Another on people in North America, groups of bees every year on treatment caused by they can lead to environmental pollution and are also responsible for smog, burning has other harmful effects. The heat from burning
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Mr.
Sir, video is not audible.
audible.
If you do, please allow us.
We have seen the
Okay,
video. No voice was coming.
okay. I share the link of that video in the WhatsApp chat itself. In this
Okay.
chat.
Okay.
Okay.
I just shared that. Okay. I'm sorry if voice was not coming. Is there any other thing?
हेलो रोहित जी, माई सेल्फ धीरज पटेल। आपने जो ये ट्रायल बेस पे एक मिल में किया है कि आप कंटिन्यूस हर एक मिल में अपना चल रहा है 5% या 7% का?
सर अभी जो हमने ट्रायल बेसिस पे जब किया था तो एक मिल से स्टार्ट किया था, फिर चेक किया था। बट राइट नाउ जितना हमें जो टाइम हमें मिल रहा है, जितना बायोमास हमें मिल रहा है, वो इतना ही मिलता है कि एक आधे मिल में ही डाल सकते हैं। तो दोनों मिल डाल दिया, अभी बाकी डिपेंड करता है सर। बट हमारी प्रैक्टिस ये रहती है क्योंकि बिकॉज हमने बताया कि दैट बायोमास पैलेट हैज अ टेंडेंसी ऑफ एब्जॉर्बिंग मॉइस्चर, सो एज सून एज इट राइज इन द प्लांट premises, CHP has also priority, chemistry has also priority, टेस्ट करे, इसको करे और बेल्ट पे कन्वेयर पे करके हमारे जल्दी से जल्दी बंद करता है कि हम इसको पहुंचा पाए। ऐसा रहता है अभी इतना ही रहता है कि हमारा कॉन्टिन्यूस मिल में भी कर सकते हैं सर, करा भी है हमने, लेकिन अभी आ ही इतना रहा है कि हमें एक ही मिल से सफिशिएंट हो जाता है। मैं ये बोल
मतलब 1 मिल में 5% ब्लेंडिंग के हिसाब से?
1% 1 से आपने जो दिखाया था उसमें 8.5% की ब्लेंडिंग के हिसाब से फीड किया हुआ था सर।
हाँ नहीं, एक्चुअली में मेरा क्वेश्चन इसलिए है कि आप जो बोले ना टेम्परेचर, मिल आउटलेट टेम्परेचर आपको कंट्रोल करना है तो कोल फीडिंग कम करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि नहीं तो अचीव नहीं कर पाएंगे, इनलेट टेम्परेचर ऑलरेडी कम हो गया। तो अगर मान लो मैं सभी मिल में करता हूँ और मेरे पास जितना मिल है फुल लोड कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से, तो आइदर या तो मुझे एक्स्ट्रा मिल चलाना पड़ेगा फुल लोड लेने के लिए, या मेरा फुल लोड नहीं आ पाएगा।
नहीं, फुल लोड के लिए एक्स्ट्रा मिल चलाना पड़ेगा। एज एन ऑपरेशन एक्सपीरियंस आई कैन से दैट।
Rohit ji, what I will do is I will run this video from 4 minutes onward, and it is on the good bandwidth. I will run it, and the question and answers all will be taken at the end.
Hello. शर्मा सर, कैन यू प्ले दैट वीडियो? इट वाज लुक अभी ठीक से आ रहा था, आप रन कर रहे थे तो।
Isn't processed into pellets and directly launched, then it produces toxic cloud of smoke which adversely impacts the health of people. It causes irritation in eyes, nose, and throat. There have also been reports of carbon and waste. The impact of people in Brazil is spending crores of rupees every year on treatment for ailments caused by chemical. Having to crop rescue work with this huge amount of greenhouse gases is directly linked to environmental pollution and are also responsible for smog caused due to low temperature, haze in northern India. Crop residue work has other harmful effects too. The heat from burning paddy straw penetrates into the soil, elevating the temperature. This kills the bacterial and fungal populations critical for a good diet spread. On the other hand, biomass profiling leads to significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission. The carbon neutral technology also improves flame stability, high volatilized material of biomass. One doesn't have to worry about sliding, corrosion, fouling, and ash utilization, which happens in oils and years of combustion of fuel. Along with reducing pollution, biomass profiling gives a huge boost to the biomass sector by generating many folds employment than other sectors. It also generates additional income for farmers who now get paid for their activities. NTPC's technology of biomass pellets opens up new avenues. Generated from agro waste, biomass pellets have the ability to fit into existing energy systems without the requirement of traditional machinery or infrastructure. They are the future and will be an essential force in driving the energy for more.
Sharma sir, I will, as we are in very tight schedule, would request you to take over for the next session. Sharma sir, I think we can have question and answer at the end. We are already at tight schedule, so I would request you to take charge for the next session.
Yes, definitely. The present session was very good, and it highlighted all the parts. It highlighted all the parts of operation and the problems of mills, and many good questions have been raised in the chat boxes. I hope everybody is seeing. NTPC expert panel has also seen some good questions that if purely biomass is fired or what kind of volatile matter. Very good questions have been asked. So my submission is at the end all will be present and we will try to take maximum questions from 5:30 onwards. Now next session is from Dr. Bhavan, who has joined us from UK. He is Dr. Sarvanan Bhavan, Heat Exchange Group Limited UK, Head of Engineering UK. So I welcome him for this presenting his experiences of international perspective with reference to UK co-firing biomass. Dr. Bawa.
Yep. Good afternoon in India. It may be a lunchtime for you, around 1 o'clock, but thanks for joining. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. My presentation is basically about co-firing biomass. I worked for various international projects, and I wanted to share with my experience on the international projects where I worked on co-firing. And I wanted to highlight about what's the status in the UK about these projects. You're welcome to, I will take about 20 minutes for completion of the presentation. The presentation is a bit longer, so I may skip some slides because of the time limitations. It doesn't mean that I do not want to answer those things. Probably I will give you 5 minutes at the end of the session, and then you may be able to ask your questions. So I can clarify you then and there at the end of the session. Yep. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
I shared, but
No, sir, still not.
It's visible,
Now,
sir.
yeah,
it's
now it is.
visible now? Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. Yeah, my presentation I covered with the international, as I mentioned, that my UK experience. Um, it consists of overview of UK power generation and available co-firing technologies, biomass co-firing issues and remedy, and application of biomass in the UK, and recommendations for India. I understand that the previous session you might have discussed something about the co-firing because I overheard from Sharma's information that people have asked some questions about volatile matters and other things. So I'm not touching more about that. Are you seeing my big screen or the second one in your screen? Is it the bigger one or the
Second
smaller
one.
one? Sorry.
Yeah, both
So,
screens are coming,
We can
small
see
and big.
both the screens, sir.
Next slide plus the current slide.
Oh, that one is coming. Okay, I will just change my, because I work with this way. Is it now?
Yeah,
Can you
now
see the?
now it is okay. We are
Okay.
see.
Right. Okay. If you see that, it was a publication in 2011 by Power Magazine, and it was mentioned biomass co-firing a promising new generation option. But in reality, in 2006, this concept of co-firing has been started in the UK, and in 2007 and 8 we have some projects. And I was working with Alstom Power UK. We have generated, we have designed what are the issues that related to the co-firing, and we have implemented and we have successfully converted to fire up to 20% of the biomass within the coal-fired plant. And I was one of the engineer running from the scratch, involving with the research and then implementation and then successful project commissioning in those projects in Alstom. So, but after that we published, some articles have come in Power mentioning about our, informations, and this was the case. But this is changing. I will discuss it later. If you talk about the UK power generation along with the India power generation, it is a very interesting thing. Even though the power generation has started in the UK long back, but India has surpassed its generation capacity considerably. And basically in this one, I cover what are the installed capacities, what is the biomass mechanism, and why the closure of coal-fired plants are happening, and how we are using it in the biomass in the alternative way, and how we can use it in the future, and what are the problems that we are facing using the biomass and the emissions. You see, this is the plant capacity. If you see this, the orange one is the coal, which is at the bottom. I intentionally kept it. In 1996, it was about 25,000 plus megawatt in the power generation. But if you see that over the years, after 2012, that you can see a considerable decline, and now in 2020 it is less than 5,000. And if you see the other way, the gas-fired plants, they've started roughly about 12,000 megawatt from 1996. Now it has taken over the majority of the role from roughly about 30,000 megawatt, the gas power generation. But again, UK is not having the coal gas, but they have a lot of coal, but they have not mining the coal, and they have closed, and they are depending the gas from elsewhere. Now with the Russia, Ukraine, and other political issues, in the UK's energy capacity is at peril, because they are depending for the fuel from elsewhere, majorly from Middle East and Russia. Though they are not getting the fuel from Russia quite high, but the pipelines are basically European pipelines which are coming through Russia, and also there is some kind of effect it's there. If you see other the nuclear power stations which are almost remaining same, and there is only one construction is going on, and that would be further and very, very limited in terms of other projects. But if you see that there is a bioenergy and the waste which started very little in 1996, and it's gradually going in, but after 2008 this is broadening up, and then it is going and further. Now it has come up roughly about a considerable about 10% of its capacity. So that's the thing, it has happened. So here, the another interesting part is the mixed and dual fuel. If you see that the mixed and dual fuel, like it may be biomass, it may be oil or gas. So those kind of fuel is considered as mixed fuel. So some of the projects, they have used oil and gas fired plants, and it was more or less higher in 1996. And when it comes to that in 2012, it is diminishing like anything, and almost there is no mixed firing. So in this one, the co-firing is also happened. So the co-firing in the UK is almost diminished. If you see about the plant capacities, I have just shown the highlights of that. That's the thing, like gas is increased and more or less stabilized after 2012, whereas the coal after 2012 it is considerably declined. And currently there are only 3 power plants are running in the UK, One is West Burton, Radcliffe-on-Soar, Kilroot Power, and in this year West Burton will be closed. Next year Mid Kilroot will be closed, and next year Radcliffe plant will be closed. The government is planned to aim the UK power by closure by 2025, but they are going to achieve 1 year in advance. UK renewables, if you talk about that, I have already explained to you the situations about that, the different plants, the mixed and dual fuel, which I consider as renewable because some of them are biomass, some of them are oil and gas, but that doesn't matter with the current scenario because it's nothing. And for the pumped hydro, it is more or less the same. Whereas the bioenergy and waste, it is considerably increasing over the period, this yellow one. And you can see offshore and onshore wind, the wind energy are considerably increased to about 20,000, 12,000 megawatt range. For the 70,000 megawatt, it is really considerable amount for the offshore wind and onshore wind. So if you talk about that, now you can see out of the 65,000 megawatt, these things are coming about 22,000 megawatt that is coming from the renewable, which is roughly about 40% of energy is coming from renewable energy. UK electricity supply, how much it is taking place, if you really see, even though the capacity is higher, this is the installed capacity and the generation, the wind and all is higher, 53% installed, but the generation is limited to 50%. And whereas the biomass and all, if you see that, it is hardly about 8 or 9% and plant biomass ones. But when it comes to the co-firing, they generate about 20% of that, and other animal plant biomass and all. So they're providing in the generation more than about 25%. In addition to that, if you take about the landfill gas, again generating from the biomass and other things, so it is about roughly about 30%. So in a way, the installed capacity is lesser, which is only about 15 to 20%, whereas the generation or the dependent upon the the biomass has nearly about 35%. This means the plants are very efficient and they are able to generate the power, and they don't depending upon the natural circumstances like wind and other things. Because last year, because this was not the last year figure, this was the previous year figure, but if you see the last years, the wind energy we couldn't really able to generate in the UK because it's not enough wind that it is available. Direct firing and indirect firing, these are the two technologies when it comes to the co-firing. And then what happened is co-firing to the dedicated firing that has happened. So now in the UK, there is no co-firing plants, only dedicated firing plants are running. In biomass co-firing, basically, you take this biomass, pass through the coal milling, which is same from the coal mill, and then it passed through the coal burner and combust it. And then whatever that combustion, it's similar to the boiler and steam generation, and you're using it in your usual way. Only the thing is the biomass directly added into the coal milling, and that's why it's called direct milling. And it is only up to limited to 3 to 4%, not maximum that, because biomass characteristics do not match with the coal characteristics, so further addition cannot be taking place. Whereas in the direct co-firing, basically you add a biomass milling through the biomass and coal milling, separate milling is taking place, and then all are mixed in the mixed burner, and the burner needs to be changed from the existing plant one, and then the combustion takes place, and then it takes up with the steam. In the dedicated biomass co-firing, what happens is there is a separate burner which is available for burning the biomass, and it is two separate streams. One is biomass fuel passes through the biomass milling, and then it goes to the biomass burner and is combusted. The coal, it is a coal milling and dedicated. So roughly about 20% of the plant's load is covered by the biomass milling and dedicated milling, and rest of the 80% will be coming from coal mill. But at the same time, some of the plants are capable of running this coal milling up to 100%. In the dedicated milling, biomass milling, absolutely all the coal is taken out. Only the biomass is there, and it's 100% biomass, and it passed there, and it's generated. When you go for the plant design considerations, retrofitting the existing plant or the new plant, that's two options are available. And obviously, retrofitting existing plants is cheaper, and it has, because it's existing plant, it is limited to co-firing, and you can do the quick turnaround for the modifications. And in order to do this, you need to have biomass characterization, and you need to have some modification of heat transfer materials. You need to have some changes in the burners, and you need to provide some feeding systems depending upon whether you're going for individual or direct milling with the coal. And some controls and instrumentations are needed. Separate ash disposals arrangements needed, because some of them might have some higher ash content with unburned carbons, which is possible in this biomass, and that needs to be taken into consideration. And there are few environmental concerns available, but normally the biomass is less environmental emissions comparing to the coal. Only thing is the ash disposals might have different because of its different ash uh, uh, melting points using the biomass. And because of its existing plant, you have some limitations in the layout, because you cannot introduce a new plant or new area for storage and all sort of thing. So it might have some limited availability because of accommodating all those things. Whereas if you're going for the new plant, it is a increased cost, it's a new layout, and you arrange all the equipments in wherever the point or wherever the location you feel comfortable, and you can select the materials specifically suit the biomass, so you don't need to do much of the modifications in that. It's a new ones, it's a dedicated new burners, new biomass storage, and all the environmental standards can be maintained using the existing biomass. Since you're keeping a new one, and not much issues with the burning limitations, so the ash disposal and all would be easier. And all the only thing is, since you're dedicated for this for the biomass, the viability of long-term biomass availability is an issue. I'll come to know what's the issue we are facing in the dedicated plant in the UK in another slide. And outside the plant, all the important thing is you need to have proper biomass sourcing and availability and transportation to the site. And you're doing this, you need to procure, and whether it is economical or not, that you need to look into that. And most of the times, the financial efficiency is a limited factor. Within the plant, you consider the design, fuel characteristics, engineering, what are the things needed for retrofitting and ash disposal. These are the issues that, I'm not going to touch all these things because a lot of, debates will be going on in the afternoon by NTPC experts. So I'm leaving it for time being. But if you really want to know what are the things specifically, I'm leaving my email, and you may contact me separately. I can, provide you the details. Biomass co-firing, basically, what are the things you need to do in the project formation is, first you need to have a proper due diligence. You need to identify the fuel source, fuel characterizations, what is the availability and of the fuel, and what are the long-term price range and short-term price range, and whether it suits for your project to get it viable, and all sort of thing. So it is related to the contracts. Then how do you apply this existing fuel or the available biomass into the existing stations? What are the hazards and operabilities issues that you may going to face in the plant that you need to have to study it, and what kind of the layout you are trying to put it in for the biomass storage and transfer, because of its nature of the bulk storage and there is a limitations of maintaining moistures and other things and those kind of things. And then you go for the installation and commissioning of the equipment, and you maintain asset management, and probably you may have some issues with the troubleshooting troubles, and you need to have some supports for troubleshooting. Now I'm introducing another element. Instead of biomass alone, we can go for biomass and waste utilization together, because biomass and waste fuels are more or less maintaining the same kind of approach, but only the difference is the waste comes under the incineration, because some of the waste we wanted to have with the minimum combustion time, whereas in the biomass this is not needed. But rest of the technologies like combustion, pyrolysis, gasification, and all sort of things are the same. Now I'm coming to the UK. In the UK, the benefit is like all the biomass is collected, even our household. There are the local corporations. They provide these kind of bins, and these bins are bigger in size. Almost it contains about 150 liters of the volume kind. It's a larger one. All your household waste, they are collected on the weekly basis, and all you need to do is you have to segregate the biomass waste, put it in the green bin, and then you need to put it in front of your house. There is a vehicle will come in on every specific day which is allocated for that particular street. Say for example, my street, it comes on Tuesday. So all we need to do is we have to keep the this particular thing in front of a house, and the people will come, and these vans are there that can collect it, like this kind of way. They take it and dispose it of, return back, and then they go back. This is the way they collect it from the household, and more or less the efficiency of collection is about 90%. 10% of the waste still not being collected, and this includes the garden waste, like we have our lawn and other things. So that lawn cutting, and that will be going into that. And but this is not really used for the power generation. So for that purpose, it is actually going for recyclable woods, whatever it's available, and importing the biomass. But the aim is decarbonization, use of minimum carbon related combustion products, and finally we wanted to come up with the net zero emissions. You might have seen in the TV about the COP, what were the debates going on, and how the last minute changes have happened, and it's not coming up with a proper conclusion. And our Indian Honorable Prime Minister announced in that by 2050 that he wants to reduce 50% of the existing carbon emissions in India. So that's the kind of a role. Probably it has been taken in the UK in 2010, and by 2025, within 15 years, they are planning to reduce it by almost 80%. In order to do that, the government provides a lot of supports. That's the critical thing in this. Otherwise, it's impossible for implementations in the UK. And if you see that this the documentations published in 2015, and it's the government's responsible response to consultation and changes on grandfathering policy with respect to future biomass, co-firing, and conversion projects in the renewable obligations. So they come up with a policy, they properly announce, and they publish it. If you search the UK Department of Energy, now it is changed to another name, Industries and Development Life. So business industries, business and energy. That's the department it's coming under this. And this is all the informations are available in the internet. If you search, you can find it. The important features I can tell about this, there are direct and indirect way they can support. The direct is they demonstrate that this is possible, and by applying R&D, and there are a lot of supports are provided in the R&D projects. There is a linkage between the industries, like Alstom has tied up. When I was working in Alstom, we tied up with Leeds University, and we tied up with Sheffield University. We helped them to develop, come up with the biomass characteristics and analyze, and we supported them on our technical abilities. And then based on that, we go for the pre-commercial deployment. And then, and if anything like this biomass is collected biomass is going for the landfill, there will be a huge amount of landfill tax is charged. Say for example, the same biomass, if it is not effectively utilized, it's 80 tons per 80 pounds per ton. That's the charge they are using. That means it's like every kilo in Indian rupees, it is 8 rupees is being charged. It's a huge money. Even we can get some of the vegetables less than a kilo, 8 rupees per kilo. It's a waste we are dumping for that. It needs to be so. The local collection agencies are trying hard not to spend money on the landfill, whereas they are trying to make it into the usage form. And indirect form, like if you're going for conversion, there is a certificate scheme called renewable obligation certificate. Like whatever the power you're generating through your biomass or any other environmental friendly technology, the government will subsidize heavily, and they provide that money for that. And if suppose you're going for any new contract from the existing non-conventional, traditional, conventional to the non-conventional energies, then whatever the additional cost needed for that project, that will be provided by the government. So that is basically the contract for difference. Now the new concept has come in, feed-in tariff, because this existing two things people have done, they've installed, but they didn't really generate anything. So they put the money, they take the money out, but they didn't really show any interest of putting that energy, whatever generated from that. They are not showing much interest on generation. So the government now come up with this feed-in tariff, and this feed-in tariff means whatever the biomass you're generating and putting into the grid, that will be rewarded for the money. Otherwise, if they provide only for the conversion of the contract, it's insufficient. And the funding allocations, there are, the details, I'm not going into detail, but when you get the presentation, you can see how much money and things are happening in that provides you. I just skip it. Application of the biomass, it's not only the co-firing technologies, and they are available: gasification, biolysis, and anaerobic digestions, and mixing with other waste, and you use it in that. So that's what the basis nowadays going, because co-firing, the coal plants are reduced. So coal-firing plants, which were traditionally having biomass, have now not working. So they go for additional new technologies. And I was working a few projects of gasifications and anaerobic digestion, and they are successfully running and working in the UK. And I involved a few other projects, not only in the UK, and a few projects in the United States, as well as some projects in the Europe. These are the things which probably in India it's not yet picking up. When we talk about the dedicated biomass, this is the biomass storage. This is the DRAX, and this project we have done in 2008 and 2012, and Alstom has worked, and they demonstrated about the BOFA. This is boosted over fire air. Probably some of our technical members know about the benefit of that, and the application of flue gas desulfurization plant and all sort of thing. And this is actually originally a government plant, like NTPC in the UK. There was a organization called Central Electricity Generating Board. That was the government, purely run government organization, and that started the power plant. And then it was actually diversified or disinvested into privatization and sold to a national power, and national power then sold to AES Power, and AES Power sold to someone, and then they couldn't really run the plant, and they went into bankrupt or administration. And then whatever that plant, it was owned by all the investors of the AES Power, and then additional institutional investors come forward, and they formed a company called Drax Power, and it's a public limited company. Instead of the government, now it's funded by the people, and it's funded by government. People's money, and those institutions, investment institutions, are actually taking over the control of the financial and other management, and they make decisions. And in 2008 and 2012, we involved and we developed this, and we have shown about that. Initially, it was converted for 100% biomass of existing 3 units, and they thought it's better to use the full conversion instead of going for uh, co-firing, because of certain benefits, because government provides more money for the biomass, and they are going to close the coal plants. This tracks as taken into advantage of closure of coal plants, so that they wanted to make it as a biomass plant, and they use the existing arrangements and everything. But the reality is the fuel is not sourced in the UK. It is actually imported from Canada and USA, and for that they have a storage of 110,000 meter cube. This is the dome which was built in, and that's actually connected and used it in. And they are now going for carbon capture and storage. And if you see the thing, like in 2021, 22, and 23, these are their financial statement, and you might have seen some interesting figures, like the fixed price for power sales is 15.9 terawatt hour, and out of which they get some CFD, contract for difference, 3.8, and ROC 10.8, and other 1.3, and their average achieved price is about 51 pounds per megawatt hour, which is much higher than any of the Indian kind of cost. So the biomass is not cheap. And if you see here, these figures doesn't match with that, because the fixed price for power sales is coming down in the future, but their average prices are still on the higher side. But if you add all those things, it doesn't match with the 52.4, but it is actually taken from the DRAX website. I couldn't verify the figures. This is the DRAX and how they are getting the source. If you see that, these are the things they use it in their plant, and if you find it, that you can't see anything in the UK. That means it is actually imported from elsewhere. The question is, even though the biomass is carbon neutral, but if it is subjected to procurement from other places, it needs a lot of transportation, it needs a lot of other energy consuming things, and then it comes here and making pelletization and sort of thing that adds additional energy. Those things are not coming into that, because it is coming from, it is taken from the plant inlet to the outlet as the amount of the carbon emission purposes. So that's not right, and there are some questions or some other non-governmental organizations raising this as an issue. Biomass plants, if you see the captive power plants, simple, you use the biomass, you fill it, waste, it's similar to the waste storage, use that and combust it, and you apply the gas cleaning filtration systems and then clean it. And you can do this for the captive power plants, and some of the power plants are already there in India. I remember I worked in a project in Steel Cement, where when I was working with DLF Power, I've done some work for the biomass plant. And similarly, few other, like this is one of the plant for the Babcock and Wilcox, and they have done similar to the biomass and waste. You can apply the same technology there and use it. And this is actually located in Denmark. I had visited this plant. At the top of the plant, there's a kind of a stadium. Like you can have a park, people can go, and there absolutely you can't get any smell or anything about it. It was so cleanly maintained. And in addition, that innovations are there. There are some anaerobic digestion. This is the basic plan of all the anaerobic digestion plants are there, and they use it and they generate the gas, and then that gas is either feed it into the grid, or it is used locally for power generation. Recommendations, what I think is, like, basically, I wanted to tell that conversion of the biomass should be applied with reasonable analysis. Otherwise, in the DRAX, what happens is, even though the DRAX claims that it is using 100% and dedicated biomass burning, but it's not getting the fuel from the local, and it's not as efficient as it would be, or people perceived it to be. So that kind of mistake should not happen in India. It should be indigenous, and it should be used and properly, sized, and whether you can go for any other option depending upon the fuel usage, circumstances of the plant, capacities, and all. So I can say that either you can go for direct firing, co-firing, or dedicated biomass, and all the issue is related to the biomass availability because it's seasonal, the climate changes, and then weather patterns and all sort of things have a lot of issues with the continuous availability of the biomass. So that needs to be considered and taken care effectively. Yeah, and the scenario of UK is completely different because we collect the waste and everything is there, but in India that kind of mechanisms are not there, and more or less the biomass is used for rural purpose for their cooking needs and their food security, and used as a biofertilizer and all sort of thing. But if we are using them into for energy, then those kind of cycle would be broken. So that needs to be carefully reviewed, so that the prime aim of India is for maintaining the food security and reducing the prices for the rural, so that they can afford to have their sources of energy for their regular needs. That also to be taken into account. And in the recent outlook, what I find, the EE outlook, which was issued about a week ago, it is available in internet. You can see that they have analyzed the average plant life of India, and they say about 10 years is the plant, whereas the UK, it is about 30 to 40 years. So they are end of the plant, they are closing it. That's not a problem. But for India, the average plant life is 10, and another 20 to 30 years. This still it can be run, and it is the effective investment that it can be used for power generation. But there is a kind of coal lobbying and the carbon limitation limited things are happening, and because of that, the plants may be closed very quickly than their end of life period. So that should be either carefully reviewed and converted into biomass or other sources of energy, so that that existing infrastructure can be used and benefited for that investment what it has been made for. Otherwise, many power plant companies would be possibly going into bankrupt, because India is mainly on thermal power generation, and a lot of investments have been already made on that part. And the government should provide the contract for different funds, like whatever that existing projects which are converted, then there should be a mechanism of using the biomass, and that should be carefully reviewed based on the UK experience or any other country's experience, and they should formulate the mechanism, and they should encourage the companies for investing into these biomass projects by offering some of the funds, and then there should be a mechanism to check everything and like that. So with this, I'm concluding my presentation. Thank you. If any questions, please feel free to inform.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavan, for such a nice presentation and throwing light on the UK perspective, international perspective. Maybe in India, we also have to learn many things after seeing this presentation. And the cost effectiveness of this pellets, because in India, our cost is a little bit high. Maybe more production will take place, the cost will come down further. And I think your question and answer, because the time difference, time lag in UK, your question and answer can be taken right now, or it will be available after 5:30. Tell me that.
I'm happy to go for, because I'm about to start my job. Before that, I just, so it
Okay,
would be
okay.
better.
If Sri Prabhat has a question, Mr. Prabhat, can you ask?
Yeah, if anyone have any questions, I'm happy to answer now.
Yeah, Bhavan, I have a question.
Yep.
Which I wrote there. Since you come from UK and you are talking about, biomass firing.
Yeah.
One thing you know well, that in India, biomass firing means not the wood pellet.
Yeah, it's not root pellet. That's what I agree with.
So,
Yes.
as you said that you have been with Alstom, and I also had opportunity to work with Doosan, and we saw the Drax project, which was 100% converted from coal to biomass.
And with the wood pellet, yeah.
Yeah, that's a point. Yes, and that was converted, involving Alstom, Doosan, and many companies.
Yeah.
And in fact, we presented this to NTPC also when NTPC started thinking about biomass co-firing. In fact, we did a lot of working with NTPC, and we wanted to replicate the same with total automation and everything, which probably must be under consideration. But my question to you is, we saw Drax, a lot of money spent on Drax converting coal to biomass. And then after we saw the litigation against that, prosecution, court cases, and we found that because of heavy dust, that plant is not running. This is the information I have today.
No. I don't know where do you get the information. The plant is running perfectly, and it's almost like it's the flag runner for the captive power plant. I mean, it's the only large power plant, I would say, because most of the plants are either 200 or below megawatt range. But this is the only plant where they can completely source for about 2000 megawatt. Okay. But other plants like solar or whatever, maximum 10 or 50 megawatt like that. And I don't know where do you get it from, because I work very close to this Drax power plant, and there are some issues by the local people because of the source, which is not sourcing from the UK. They have taken it from elsewhere, but not on the emissions and other things, the related litigations. And the projects have very good in terms of its emission capacities and all. There's no issues at all.
Yeah, the information which I got from our Babcock colleagues.
There are so many
Sri
people.
Prabhat, actually all are having the informations. Our aim is to 5 to 10% promote it, 5 to 10%, and increasing it a little bit every year. So because that Drax is 100% convertible, they have converted to 100% biomass. So these emissions, I think we have taken care in Dadri also, and it is being already proven in pilot project of Dadri. The effects of emissions, because 5 to 10% and 7% a year is blending with coal is almost a coal, same. So I think your question is answered. And if anybody has any other question with Dr. Bhavan.
Deepak ji, I had an observation.
Yes, Indu madam, how are you?
Namaste,
Namaste,
Dr.
madam.
Welcome. I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah.
It was a very lucid presentation. I'll get in touch with you.
Oh,
and
sure.
Hello to Madhu madam also. Namaskar, Sharun. How are you?
Yes, madam, I am fine. How are you? It's long time.
Very excellent presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Over to you, Deepak ji. Over to you.
Here I want to mention to the all audiences that Dr. Pavan was earlier ex-colleague. He was in NPTI earlier, and he left NPTI, and now he has risen to a remarkable position in the international power sector. So we wish him best of luck, and we have a lot of learnings from this presentation, and we see that in future we can take expertise from Dr. Bhavan and such kind of experts, international experts, and our biomass team and NTPC maybe benefited with such a good presentation we are having. Thank you, Dr. Bhavan. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, somebody raised the question. I don't know. Raise the hand. Any questions or?
Yes, anybody have a question, please ask.
Yeah. Sir, as you have mentioned that in UK it is like 100% of dedicated biomass is being fired in UK. So may I know, can you throw some light on its ash application, whether for 100% dedicated biomass, what is the usage of ash application if it gets disposed after firing?
Actually, this after firing, like we have some 100% straw firing. Okay, I'm leaving about the Drax pellet one for time being. And when you are using any biomass, this biomass after the combustion, because if it's combusted at the low temperature regions, they have very high potassium and even phosphorus in it, and these are really used as a soil fertilizer. So the ashes are being collected and spread over the agricultural areas, so that they can reduce their minimum requirements of the fertilizers when they are growing for various vegetable feeds and other things. So it is being used straight away, and the biomass, as the benefit is, it has a very low ash content comparing to the coal. Like in the coal you have about 30% and 40% at the worst coals you can have, but in biomass it's hardly about 5 to 6% of the waste. So it is a very good proportion in terms of the ash collection and the usage. And even you can have some value added products if it is properly controlled by using this ash. So those things are being carried out in the UK.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavan. Now I think there's a time to break because 2:15 we have to start the next session.
Okay.
And from
Thank you.
2:15
Thanks for this opportunity, Dr. Sharma. It's nice talking to you, and we'll get in touch later.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Dr. Bhavan. Thank you. Now we will have a break of lunch and we'll resume at 2:15. All participants are requested to resume at 2:15 for next presentations.
सर मेरा स्क्रीन विजिबल है सर?
यस विजिबल है।
सर मेरा स्क्रीन विजिबल है?
यस सर।
Yes, sir, the screen is visible.
हेलो सर, मेरा स्क्रीन विजिबल है सब लोगों को?
हाँ जी विजिबल है।
सर यदि सब लोग ज्वाइन कर गए हो तो कैन बी स्टार्ट?
Some people have told that we should start by 2:30 or 2:35. It is a request, common request. So we will start at 2:30, sir. 2:30 or 2:35, so that maximum persons can join. Dr. Sir, am I clear?
Sir, may we start now?
No, you actually I requested you to start after 15 minutes, sir. Because sir, 2:30 or 2:35 we will start.
सर मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन और मेरी आवाज दोनों आ रही है प्रॉपर्ली?
सर आपकी आवाज आ रही है. What I am saying is we will start at 2:35 after 15 minutes. कितना हो रहा है टाइम? Kakkar sir, am I clear? 2:35. Till the time we have maximum participation and maximum persons also join, so we will start at 2:35, sir.
तो दीपक शर्मा साहब, कैन वी स्टार्ट नाउ?
There seems to be some problem with this audio. Can you call and tell him?
हेलो दीपक शर्मा साहब, कैन वी स्टार्ट नाउ?
Kakkar sir, we will start after 15 minutes, 10 minutes from now. At 2:30 we will start. Because maximum persons are.
सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है मेरे को.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर अभी?
If you have his contact number, just call and tell him his audio is having some problem. He's not able to hear anything.
Audio का problem है? नहीं. Sir, my voice is coming, Kakkar sir?
Okay, sir. Already it is 5 minutes past my starting time, so I'll start now.
No, Kakkar sir, my voice is
I will
coming.
talk about the biomass, pellets, economics, and risk. Whatever questions you have, you can save for the later.
I think we have a session on question answer at the end of the day. So maybe during that time, or if you have some more questions, I have given you my email address at the end of the presentation, and you can send me your questions, and I'll be very happy to answer them. Sir, hello. Yes, sir. अच्छा ठीक है सर, ओके, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है सर, ओके, राइट. Sir, it seems there are not enough participants, so we'll take another 10 minutes, then we'll start. रिजॉइन करके देखो, मैं रिजॉइन करके देख लेता हूँ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
सर अनम्यूट कीजिए, कक्कर साहब अनम्यूट कीजिए. कक्कर सर आपकी वॉइस नहीं आ रही है.
हाँ योगेंद्र जी, अभी देखिए, मैं दोबारा ज्वाइन किया हूँ, रिज्वाइन किया हूँ.
हाँ वॉइस तो आ रही है आपकी.
अभी आ रही है मेरी आवाज? ठीक है, ओके।
Good afternoon, all. Now, after having presentation from Dr. Bhavan, international experience, now we are starting the session again from 2:30, and we have with us Sri S.S. Kakkar, Additional Manager Ji from NTPC Dadri. He will take the session from now onwards on biomass pellets, economics and risks. So this is a very important session considering the Indian perspective. He will tell you about the biomass pellets, economics and risks session. So now I hand over to Shri Kakkarji to start, please.
हाँ सर, ठीक है सर, ओके, राइट. Sir, very good afternoon to all the participants. Afternoon का first session मेरा ही है sir. The topic is biomass pellets, economics and risks. Sir, use of biomass pellets as a co-fuel in power generation. So we'll talk about the case study of Dadri Power Project. My topic covers the following. We'll have a beginning to set the tone of the session, then economics and risk management, challenges and mitigation measures, best practices adopted at NTPC Dadri, what are the opportunities, creation of rural employment and others. There were certain policy revisions by the Government of India and provisions related to tariff and scheduling. So let's start with the beginning. NTPC is a socially and environmentally responsible organization and it forms its own environmental policy. Presently, NTPC Environment Policy 2021 is in force. NTPC allocated separate funds for environment management to take care of environmental issues in and around NTPC stations, showing the concern of NTPC towards green and sustainable power generation. NTPC, being the largest natural resource consumer, has diversified its business in hydro, solar, wind, solar thermal, etc. And today, NTPC is the largest green power generator in India. NTPC has already commissioned a capacity of 1,365.4 megawatt of renewable energy projects under its own capacity. 2,029.6 megawatt of RE projects are under implementation, out of which 199.5 megawatt constitutes floating solar. This is a photograph of the latest floating solar that we have commissioned at Simhadri. To take care of conservation of natural resources, NTPC equally focuses for exploring of alternate fuels like biomass pellets, torrefied pellets, etc. Let us now come to the problem. The problem is parali burning. What is basically parali? Stubble burning is a method of removing crop residues from the field to sow the next crop from the last week of September to November. Stubble burning is a process of setting on fire the straw stubble which is left after harvesting of grains like paddy, wheat, etc. Considering the rising problem of parali burning, which deteriorates the air quality mainly in Delhi NCR, NTPC explored the use of biomass as an alternate fuel at Dadri. Very first time in India, trial operation of co-firing was started in September 2017, initially with the target of 100 metric tons of biomass firing. Since the boilers of NTPC Dadri were not designed for such fuels, but after getting initial hiccups, finally we succeeded. Using of biomass pellets was not a smooth ride, but we had to invest crores of rupees in system modifications in our existing boilers. During the trial operation, we learned that blending of the biomass pellet was done in various ratios, and we came to know that we could successfully use a blend of 5 to 10% on the maximum. After successful trial of co-firing of biomass pellet, it has been implemented at Dadri since November 2019. And at Dadri alone, we have fired approximately 20,000 metric tons of biomass pellets up to December 2021. NTPC devised the Blue Sky initiative to tackle the menace of burning of high silica biomass. Under this scheme, high silica biomass was co-fired as a supplementary fuel with coal. Protocol established the robustness of co-firing of up to 10% biomass in existing coal-based power plants. About 750 million tons of biomass is produced annually in India, out of which 280 metric ton is surplus. Nearly half the agro waste is used as animal fodder and energy resource in rural India. However, most of the surplus biomass out of the 280 metric tons is burnt in the open fields, which is majorly contributing to the surge in particulate matter in the northern India. NTPC also raised awareness about stubble burning. Biomass co-firing has shown reduced emissions. The efficiency remains the same for stubble burn, for pellet burning, biomass pellet burning, and for coal burning. This is photographs of the biomass pellets being fed to our boilers. The first photograph shows the biomass pellets feeding to the coal conveyor before the blending. Second photograph shows after the blending, the biomass pellets along with coal are being fed to the mill bunkers. So now let us go through the economics and the risk management part. Techno-economic evaluation of electricity generation through pellets. So the current market price of biomass pellets is approximately 5 to 6 per kg, plus transportation cost of approximately 2 to 2 rupees 50 paisa. I'm talking about contracts of biomass supply to NTPC Dadri only. Earlier, these pellets were used mainly for cooking application in the domestic sectors. To ensure the commercial use of biomass pellets based power project, the biomass pellet unit should be installed near the project. In case so, the transportation cost becomes minimum. Otherwise, the transportation cost will be very high. The following sections discuss the cost of biomass pellets, levelized cost of electricity generation through biomass pellets, indicators of economic performance, impact of internalization of secondary benefits, such as beneficial effects of carbon dioxide emission mitigation on the financial or economic feasibility of a BP plant. So coming to the cost of biomass pellets, CERC in terms of Regulation 44 has specified the biomass fuel price applicable during 2012-13 and has also specified the fuel price indexation mechanism in case the developer wish to opt for it for the remaining years of the plant life. So here we see the data given by CERC, biomass and bagasse price by state in India. This is CERC source. The above figure gives us the biomass and bagasse price applicable for financial year 15-16. The total electricity consumption for biomass pellets depends on the type of biomass feedstock being used and the moisture content of the biomass feedstock. If the moisture content is low, the auxiliary power consumption is optimum, but if the moisture content is higher, the auxiliary power consumption goes up slightly. Basic prices of biomass pellets are almost common across India, but the transportation distance is a decisive factor in the economics of BP plants. states need to assess their respective potential for the production of agricultural and forestry residues, determine the targets and ambitions for biomass-based generation, and then devise the strategies for the use of pelletized versus non-pelletized biomass in electricity generation. Considering the transportation factor, NTPC has split the pricing factor into two parts, the basic biomass price and the transportation. And we have floated tenders accordingly, giving a specific condition that the biomass supplier should be from nearby states of Punjab, Haryana and UP, so that the transportation cost can be kept to the minimum, that is less than rupees 2,000 per metric ton. Accordingly, NTPC has finalized 3 agencies and awarded contract for supplying of 280 metric tons of biomass pellets for 4 years. Let's now come to the economics of use of biomass pellets. The levelized cost of electricity is estimated as the ratio of the total annualized cost of the biomass power plant to the annual amount of electricity produced by a biomass power plant using biomass pellets as a feedstock. The annualized cost comprises the annualized capital, annualized operation, and annual repair and maintenance cost. What investment we have done in the system modification? Dadri station is designed to fire 100% coal or oil. Therefore, to use biomass pellets as co-fuel, the system needed to be modified. To make this system operation smooth, modifications like installation of truck tippler for tippling of the pellets, construction of shed for temporary storage of the pellets, installation of moving weighbridge for biomass measurement, change in logic at the bowl mills to avoid mill fire, etc. have been carried out. Dadri station invested approximately 2 crores on account of various modifications to use biomass pellets for power generation. What is the impact on the ECR of Dadri station? When we use about 5 to 10% of biomass pellets as fuel, ECR will get increased by about 9 to 12 paisa per unit power generation, with 90 to 95% coal and 5 to 10% of biomass. It may vary as GCV of biomass changes. Presently, the GCV that we are getting is almost comparable with coal. With lower GCV, the ECR will increase and vice versa, since transportation remains the same. Coming to risk management, the major risk in using of biomass pellets is the availability of biomass pellets throughout the year. The availability of biomass during crop harvesting is more than requirements, but that's only for 2 to 3 months. During the balance period, there is hardly any supply. That affects the business, as we have dedicated 2 mills of each boiler of each unit. So we have 6 numbers of units. So for each unit, we have allocated 2 mills wherein the biomass pellet fuel is bunkered and it is fired from there. Biomass pellet has one more restriction, that as soon as it reaches the site, it has to be used. It cannot be stored. Since it is hygroscopic, it absorbs moisture. If the pellets are stored, they absorb moisture, and if the moisture goes above 15%, they are not usable anymore in the power plant. So we saw the challenges. Now let us see the challenges and mitigation measures. So we talked about the agro residue biomass pellet co-firing for power generation. The challenges are to maintain supply chain. What mitigation measures we took was, we have taken multiple sources of supply has been ensured through interaction and training. As a result, we have been getting a regular supply. Whenever we want, we get a regular supply. Quality of biomass pellet gets deteriorated because of the moisture. So for this, we have ensured that we get the transportation through covered trucks. Quality of the biomass pellet is maintained. Safe unloading of the biomass pellet. We have developed truck tippler and we have achieved the safe and efficient unloading. Integration facilities for handling and co-firing with the existing system. For this, we went in for automation of biomass feeding and calibrated with the existing system. This has resulted in the required blending ratio. Fire possibilities during pulverizing in the coal mills was a big challenge. For this, we have been able to achieve modulation control of HAD and CAD has been provided at mill inlet rather than mill outlet. So this was a modification that we made and fire possibilities have been reduced. Implementation of co-firing of biomass pellet in power generation across NTPC stations. System modification is required for feeding and firing. Ensuring uninterrupted supply through reliable vendor of biomass pellets. Development of vendors will be required by means of interacting and organizing of training sessions. Ensuring availability of co-firing systems across NTPC. So automation of unloading, feeding and fire system and integration with the existing system will be required. Controlling of fugitive dust emission during unloading and temporary storage. Providing of covered shed for unloading and temporary storage will be required. Now let's come to the best practices that we have adopted. As part of best practices, we have ensured a moisture-free environment for the biomass pellet. We ensured that the blending ratio is less than 10%. Adherence to the biomass pellet specification. So as soon as the biomass pellets arrive at the station, sample is taken and the specs are checked for the same. We modified the existing system for effective co-firing of biomass pellet. After modification, we have integrated with the existing system. System has been automated for unloading and feeding. We maintain the temperature at mill inlet side to avoid fire during pulverization, and a regular supply of biomass pellets is being ensured. What we learned from the project implementation, that a moisture-free environment is to be ensured to avoid quality deterioration of the pellets. Modulation control was provided for mill inlet point rather than the mill outlet point to ensure that there is no mill fire. Biomass pellet blending restricted to less than 10%. This was done to avoid slagging, corrosion and fouling possibilities. Ensure the proper grinding of biomass pellet to reduce unburnt carbon in the ash. Biomass pellet have high ash resistivity. So in case we fire more, this will result in a poor ESP performance. Let us now come to the various benefits. When we talk about the natural resource conservation, it is for every ton of biomass fired, we are saving that much tons of coal as the GCV is almost the same. Greenhouse gas emission is reduced. Ash evacuation and transportation, since the ash percentage in the biomass is less, so we are saving on the ash evacuation and transportation to the tune of almost 0.7 million per annum. SO2 emission control devices also, since the sulfur is not there in the biomass, so here also there will be a saving. Energy recovery from the waste, 1,200 kilowatt hour per ton of biomass pellet is recovered. Farmers benefit. Whatever they were burning as stubble in the field itself, now the farmers will be getting paid to the tune of almost 1,500 to 2,000 rupees per acre of the stubble. So to the farmers, it is enhancing the income of farmers. Let us see further opportunities, creation of rural employment. The large-scale use of biomass pellets for power generation will play an important role in stimulating the local economy and in hastening the industrial development. Job opportunities in the biomass pellet development sector come from collection, transportation, processing of biomass, and from manufacturing of biomass pellets. In addition, for the transportation of agricultural residues from the farm to the biomass pellet unit, it is assumed that a truck of 6 tons carrying capacity will be used 3 times a day to transport the raw material within a 50-kilometer collection radius. So to meet the requirements, 2 trucks are needed with a driver and a loader. So this provides employment to 4 people. Our preliminary estimate indicate that biomass pellet production process could generate 224,000 full-time employments in biomass pelletization and in the transportation of agricultural and forestry residues if the entire biomass surplus of 280 metric ton were diverted to the biomass pellet route. This also helps the power station to get scheduled. Biomass co-firing can account for integrating renewable energy in coal-based power plants. It can also become carbon neutral with appropriate harvesting, processing, and transportation management. Unlike solar and wind, where a separate a separate setup is required, biomass firing does not require backup of conventional capacity utilization to meet increasing peak demand. It can help schedule as per load demand and eliminate indirect costs due to variability of solar and wind-based renewables. So biomass firing can be done in the conventional setup itself after doing certain modifications that we were needed to do. This is one of the biggest advantages. Biomass co-firing can also provide an additional source of income to farmers. So looking at these benefits, the Government of India came up with revisions in the policy. They revised the policy to use biomass pellets in coal burning thermal power plants, encouraging use of agricultural waste, which otherwise would have been burned by the farmers, causing air pollution. This decision, change in policy, has made it mandatory for 3 categories of thermal power plants to use a 5% blend of biomass pellets along with the coal. This policy will come into force from October 2022, and this will have a requirement to increase the proportion of biomass firing to 7% within 2 years for 2 categories of the power plants. And this policy will be in force for the next 25 years or till the useful life of the power plant gets over. Now let us see provisions related to the tariff and scheduling. Since anyone who goes for firing of biomass will incur a large amount of capital investment for modifications and other things, so he needs to get back whatever he has spent. So provisions related to tariff determination and scheduling are for all those projects which are set up under section 62, that is which are set up under regulations made by the CERC or the authority of Electricity Act 2003. The increase in cost will be passed through in the ECR. For projects which are set up under section 63 of Electricity Act, which means the electricity system set up to generate power and distribute in a specified area without connection to the grid, that is a captive power plant, will get the increase in cost due to co-firing of biomass pellets under change in law. One more thing that the power plants are thinking is reduction in the merit order. Well, it is clearly given that the additional impact on the ECR shall not be considered in deciding the merit order dispatch of the power plant. So even after you start firing the biomass pellets, and maybe the ECR will go up by a few paisa, but this will not deteriorate the merit order. In case you are higher in the merit order, you remain higher in the merit order as compared to other power plants. So you will continue getting the schedules as you were getting earlier. Obligated entities such as the DISCOMs, who have obligations to meet renewable purchase obligations, can complete those by using this power. This is some news that recently came in the Economic Times. So far, 59,000 metric tons of biomass has been fired, while tender for 12 million metric tons are at different stages of process. The biomass co-fired in the NCR itself stands at 21,000 metric tons, and tenders floated in the region are about 5.50 million metric tons. Contracts have already been awarded for more than 11 lakh metric tons of biomass pellets. A national biomass mission, Samarth, has been launched by the ministry. I think we already had a session on this. The results of this are encouraging, and there is still a long way to go before the country can achieve its target of 5 to 10% co-firing in all the plants of the country. This will only be achieved with the active participation of all central, state GENCOs and IPPs. The agro residue biomass, which was earlier considered as a waste product, has now begun to produce zero carbon electricity for the citizens of the country. In turn, farmers are getting additional income by selling the stubble biomass for conversion into torrefied, non-torrefied biomass pellets. In order to reduce stubble burning and to reduce carbon footprint of thermal power plants while increasing the income, government has taken proactive steps with the establishment of the National Mission on Use of Biomass. Under the National Mission, advertisements, awareness campaign and training activities are being pursued. Hoardings have already come up in the northern states of Haryana, Punjab and UP. The Ministry of Policy's biomass utilization through co-firing, issued in October 21, mandates all thermal power plants in the country to use 5 to 10% biomass along with coal for power production. This policy has started showing promising results. So now, coming to the conclusion of my session, modern bioenergy is being recognized as an increasingly important low carbon resource by policymakers around the world to meet climate policy targets. In India, there is a clear recognition of the significant role of bioenergy. Bioenergy for power generation can be used in two forms, pelletized and non-pelletized. Non-pelletized was used for a long time in coal thermal power plants or bio power plants. Now biomass pellets are being used extensively, which are largely driven by climate policy targets. After allocating biomass feedstock for key existing uses of agriculture and forest residues, including, it is estimated that the net residue available for biomass production will increase from 227 metric ton to 281 metric ton in 2030-31. Thus, pelletized biomass can potentially produce 6% of India's total electricity in 2030-31, in addition to direct biomass co-firing for electricity production. The cost of biomass pellet electricity production will ultimately determine whether its technical potential will be utilized or not. We find that, generally speaking, the financial viability of biomass pellet-based electricity generation depends on the surplus availability of biomass feedstock, the price of the biomass, the transportation distance from the farm to the project, to the cooling technology, which together determine the tariff provided by CERC. carbon price can play an important role in increasing the penetration of biomass pellets, as if the tariff is at the lower end as determined by CERC. For states with lower tariff, the break-even price of carbon for BPBP projects is estimated at approximately rupees 1600 per ton of CO2. India is primarily agrarian economy, makes it the perfect candidate for bioenergy-led model of energy generation and sustainable development, utilizing the country's large volumes of leftover agriculture and forestry residues and generating income and employment opportunities at grassroots and community level. For this, biomass pellets are important for socio-economic development. Thank you. Now, sir, in case there are certain
Sir, thank you very much.
Take.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, sir. Actually, there are many questions to many participants. The questions will be taken at the end, and the questions are such as what is the quality of ash generated with biomass firing, and what is the payback period if I invest so much amount. These kind of questions are there. At 5:30, along with Mission Directorate people, we all will try to resolve. You also be present at 5:30 at the end of the close session. All questions will be taken regarding this today's seminar at the end. Okay, sir. Now with this, I would like to welcome our next session presenter, Shri Pawan Kumar Gupta ji, who is AGM NTPC Engineering Division, and Shri Ashwini Kumar Verma ji, who is a Senior Manager NTPC Engineering Division. They will throw some light on journey of biomass co-firing, a blue sky initiative by NTPC. This is going to be a very great session, as it is a blue sky initiative by NTPC. So we'll all must take maximum benefit of the presentation. And question and answer, again I am saying, will be taken at the end of the program.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. I am Pankaj Gupta, and with me Mr. Ashwini Verma. We are from engineering department, and here I want to tell one two things first, that we are listening from the lot from the about the biomass, but biomass has a broad variety. When we term as a biomass, it covers wood pellets, wood chips, sawdust, and then bagasse, RDF, agro residuals. So many things it covers. So my point is, when you talk the international experience, it means they are talking about the when they are saying biomass, we have to understand which type of biomass they are talking about. And then secondly, we have to understand that our equipment. If we understand the biomass properties which we are firing, and we have to understand our equipment, how we can fire. If we understand both, then definitely we will able to fire as much as possible with the limitations. So with this, we will cover in our presentation the technical aspect of the biomass. So I request Ashwini Verma kindly start our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pankaj sir. So namaskaram everybody. So this is about the journey of biomass co-firing. So actually this journey started long back in year 2016, जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने आपको ध्यान होगा कि नवंबर अक्टूबर मंथ में दिल्ली में काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्मॉग हुआ था, और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 2016 नवंबर में मीटिंग कॉल की। इसमें सारे स्टेक होल्डर बुलाए गए हैं, IOCL, NTPC और स्टेट पावर प्रोड्यूसर्स, एवरीबडी, जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर जो कि इस पैडी स्ट्रॉ या जो अदर भी जो एग्रो रेजिड्यू हैं जो इसको यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं, लगभग सभी को वहाँ पे कॉल किया गया और सबको ही बोला गया कि कुछ समाधान दें इसका, इस पराली का की बर्निंग को अवॉइड करने के लिए क्या इसका कोई इकोनॉमिक बेनिफिट एक्सप्लोर किया जा सकता है। अगर इकोनॉमिक बेनिफिट अगर इसका आ जाता है, कुछ ऐसा मिल जाता है, तो ये पराली हम उधर डाइवर्ट कर लेंगे और इसे हमें जलाना नहीं पड़ेगा। तो इसमें लगभग हर तरह के स्टेक होल्डर आए हुए थे, जिसमें कि IOCL, HPCL इनका प्रपोजल था कि ये सीएनजी बनाएंगे और काफ़ी कुछ इंसिटू प्रपोजल भी आए हुए थे। इंसिटू प्रपोजल में हमारा ये था कि इसे हम वापस से पराली को मिट्टी में मिला देंगे, ये भी प्रपोजल थे। डेडिकेटेड स्मॉल बायोमास प्लांट्स के भी प्रपोजल थे उसमें हम लोगों ने भी स्टडी किया, बायोमास को फायरिंग का भी प्रपोजल दिया। तो वेरियस वैरायटीज ऑफ प्रपोजल वहाँ पे आए और लगभग हर किसी प्रपोजल पे काम शुरू हुआ और लगभग छोटा छोटा पायलट ये सारे ही अल्टरनेटिव का एग्जिस्ट करता है। तो इसमें बायोमास को फायरिंग में काफ़ी ज़्यादा डेवलपमेंट बाद में हुआ, क्योंकि ये सारे अल्टरनेटिव में सबसे ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल अल्टरनेटिव के रूप में इमर्ज हुआ। तो फिर जाकर के बायोमास को फायरिंग आज नेशनल मिशन ये बना हुआ है। तो मैं इस प्रोजेक्ट में सिंस स्टार्ट इन्वॉल्व था और अकॉर्डिंगली मैं उन सारी बैकग्राउंड और जर्नीज के बारे में आपको बताऊंगा, जिससे कि आपको ये पता चलेगा कि हमें जो बायोमास को फायरिंग मीन्स आज इसके साथ बहुत सारे मिथ्स भी इन्वॉल्व हैं और बीच बीच में वो आते रहते हैं। तो अगर किसी काम को करना है तो सबसे पहले इंपॉर्टेंट ये होता है कि स्प्लिट कैसी है। स्प्लिट इट पॉजिटिव, देन ऑब्वियसली दैट वर्क विल बी सक्सेसफुल। सो to produce a positive spirit about biomass co-firing, so this session is about that. तो सबसे पहले जो बायोमास को फायरिंग का टास्क हम लोग को दिया गया कि ये इसे एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्शन के बारे में वेरियस अल्टरनेटिव की स्टडी की जाए। तो हम लोगों ने लगभग सारे अल्टरनेटिव देखें। ये अल्कोहल प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं, इससे हम छोटे हमारे स्मॉल 10-12 मेगावाट की जो प्लांट्स हैं हमारे कई एग्जिस्ट करते हैं इंडिया में, क्या उनमें हम इसे यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं क्या। और भी कई सारे अल्टरनेटिव्स थे जिसमें गैसिफिकेशन ऑल टेक्नोलॉजीज। तो सारे अल्टरनेटिव में हमें लगा कि सबसे जो चीपेस्ट अल्टरनेटिव है वो बायोमास को फायरिंग का है। तो फिर क्वेश्चन पैदा हुआ क्या इतना बायोमास अवेलेबल है क्या, तो और अगर बायोमास अवेलेबल है तो उसकी सप्लाई चेन कैसे बनेगी, ये एक बड़ा चैलेंज था। अगर सप्लाई चेन बन जाती है तो उसके बाद हमारे पावर की कॉस्ट बढ़ेगी, तो पावर की कॉस्ट बढ़ेगी तो उससे हम कैसे ये बिजनेस केस कैसे प्रोड्यूस करेंगे। तो शुरू में ऐसा कुछ भी था नहीं, ये बिल्कुल सिंपली एक आइडिया था जस्ट, और एक कंप्लीट बिजनेस केस प्रोड्यूस करना था। मीन्स राइट फ्रॉम फील्ड टू द एंड कंज्यूमर। तो इसके बीच में कोई सप्लाई चेन और भी कुछ थी नहीं, मीन्स राइट फ्रॉम फील्ड टू एंड कंज्यूमर, और इसके बीच ये सारा काम करना बाकी था। तो इसमें इधर 2-3 सालों में जो काम किया गया इसमें यही सारा कुछ था कि हमने सबसे पहले एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट किया दादरी में, जो कि जैसा कि आप लोगों ने सुना। तो छोटा पायलट प्रोजेक्ट ये था जिसमें हमने पैलेट फायर करके देखा कि ये इसको हम सक्सेसफुली फायर कर पा रहे हैं क्या। तो यस, सक्सेसफुली फायर हुआ। हमारे इसमें R&D नेता इसमें इन्वॉल्व था, जिसमें कि उन्होंने ये बताया कि ये हमारा बायोमास कैस्टिक कैसे कोल से डिफरेंट है, और वो भी नेक्स्ट सेशन में आप कुछ वो सारा कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट क्या हुआ था वो सब कुछ जानेंगे। तो बहुत सारे अप्रेंशन बीच में आते रहते हैं कि ये सारा कुछ देखा गया है कि नहीं देखा गया है। तो एवरीथिंग हैज बीन टेकन केयर टू स्टार्ट दिस बायोमास को फायरिंग, जिसमें कि एश यूटिलाइजेशन एस्पेक्ट, हमारा स्लैगिंग, फॉलिंग, करोजन, ये सारे एस्पेक्ट, ऑप्टिमल रेशियो ऑफ बायोमास को फायरिंग कितनी रहेगी, इसका हमारे कॉस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स जैसा कि लास्ट सेशन में आपने देखा कितना हमारा इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा, और बेनिफिशियरी को इससे क्या फायदा है, एंड कंज्यूमर को क्या फायदा है, और आफ्टर ऑल जेनकोस को क्या फायदा होगा। तो अगर जब तक कि किसी सप्लाई चेन में सबका फायदा नहीं होगा वो चीज सस्टेन नहीं कर सकती। तो इसमें जब सारा कुछ वर्कआउट करने के बाद में ये प्रपोजल मूव हुआ, देन ओनली इट वाज अप्रूव, देन कि ये इसमें विन विन पोजीशन बनती है एंड एक बिजनेस केस एग्जिस्ट करता है और ये बिजनेस केस वर्केबल है, देन ओनली ये दिस हैज स्टार्टेड। तो आज हम इस नेशनल मिशन प्लेटफॉर्म पर हैं ये सारा कुछ करने के बाद में। तो इसमें स्टेप बाय स्टेप शुरू करते हैं। तो उसमें जो बायोमास को फायरिंग है बताने की जरूरत नहीं कि बायोमास को फायरिंग इज अ नियर टर्म लो कॉस्ट ऑप्शन फॉर एफिशिएंटली एंड क्लीनली कन्वर्टिंग बायोमास टू इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बाय एडिंग बायोमास एज ए पोटेंशियल सब्स्टिट्यूट फ्यूल इन हाई एफिशिएंसी कोल बॉयलर्स। सो व्हाई डू फार्मर्स बर्न एग्रो रेजिड्यू, ये भी लगभग हर कोई अवेयर है कि जो हमारा मैकेनाइज हार्वेस्टिंग जब से आया, तो मैकेनाइज हार्वेस्टिंग में होता क्या है कि 2/3 पोर्शन नीचे वाला छोड़ करके अपर पोर्शन से कट करता है क्रॉप को। तो जो बचा हुआ पोर्शन होता है उस पोर्शन को कट करने के लिए अगेन फार्मर को इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा, यानी उतना ही इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा जितना कि वो फसल की इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, फिर ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा। तो अनटिल अनलेस वो जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है उसे किसी मार्केट से वो रिकवर नहीं कर सकता, वो उसको फील्ड को क्लियर करने नहीं जाएगा। तो सबसे आसान तरीका है कि आग लगा देना, तो इसलिए वो आग लगाता था। तो जब हमने ये एनालाइज किया कि ये इसकी जो कॉस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स तब आएगी जब इसकी मार्केट वैल्यू होगी, तो फिर इसकी मार्केट वैल्यू देखिएगा कि पैलेट अगर बनाता है तो 1000-2000 रुपए में ये हमारा रॉ मटेरियल बिकेगा मार्केट में। तो अगर 1000-2000 रुपए का रॉ मटेरियल मार्केट में बिक जाता है तो ऑटोमेटिकली इसका कॉस्ट जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है ये करीब 700 रुपीज के आसपास आता है, 700-600 रुपीज पर टन। तो अगर 700-600 रुपीज पर टन ये इन्वेस्टमेंट कॉस्ट आता है ऐसे फील्ड को क्लियर करने का, तो और अगर कोई इसको सेल कर लेता है 2000 रुपीज पे पैलेट मैन्युफैक्चरर को, या फिर खुद ही उससे पैलेट मैन्युफैक्चर करता है, तो बड़े आराम से कॉस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स इसमें बैठ जाएगी और ये सस्टेनेबल बिजनेस केस बन जाता है। तो फिर ठीक है, ये आया और हमें से आगे बढ़ गया कि हाँ दिस कैन बी डन। और फाइनली से हमें क्या फायदा होगा? हमें से फायदा ये होगा कि हम अपने कार्बन एमिशन को कम कर पाएंगे, और बेनिफिशियरी क्या फायदा होगा, उसे रिन्यूएबल परचेज ऑब्लिगेशन उसका फुलफिल हो जाएगा। तो ये सारे इस तरह के बिजनेस केस इस चेन में बने। तो क्वेश्चन उठता है, काफी सारे लोग क्वेश्चन करते हैं क्या ये बायोमास को, ये तो सीजनल अवेलेबिलिटी होती है, तो क्या ऐसे राउंड द ईयर हम फायर कर सकते हैं? तो इसका जवाब है कि यस, इट इज अ चैलेंजिंग टास्क बट वी कैन डू जस्ट इन सिमिलर फैशन that we are eating our food, just we produce crop, we produce wheat, we produce rice in a particular season, and but we eat for the round the year. In similar fashion, we'll have to learn how this biomass can be stocked and stored in a covered shed for the round the year, and how it can be converted into the pellets. तो इस तरह से सप्लाई चेन बनाना एक अभी टफ टास्क है जो कि ऑलरेडी इन प्रोसेस है, और जैसे जैसे इसके बारे में लर्निंग होते चली जाएगी तो ये सप्लाई चेन स्टेब्लिश होता चला जाएगा। तो इवन फर्स्ट सप्लाई चेन हमने पंजाब के पटियाला में देखा था, और वहां पे राउंड द ईयर बायोमास 12 मेगावाट प्लांट में राउंड द ईयर फायरिंग हो रही थी। तो जस्ट वहां से हमने इसको विजुलाइज किया था कि यस इट कैन बी डन, और आफ्टर दैट एवरीथिंग वाज फॉर्मुलेटेड। सो राउंड द ईयर अवेलेबिलिटी बायोमास की हो सकती है, बायोमास को फायरिंग के लिए, बट ओनली थिंग इज सप्लाई चेन शुड बी देयर। सो वो सप्लाई चेन अभी धीरे धीरे ग्रेजुअली डेवलप हो रहा है विद द डिमांड। तो द क्वेश्चन इज कि बायोमास एक्चुअली है क्या? केवल स्टेबल बर्निंग से ही प्रभावित होकर के, स्टेबल बर्निंग नहीं, इसे बोला कि ठीक है स्टेबल बर्निंग को रोकने के लिए बायोमास को फायरिंग की जा रही है। सो only it is not only stable burning, it is also the renewable obligation. So हमारा जो renewable energy का टारगेट है वो भी इससे फुलफिल होगा। और कैसे फुलफिल होगा, जस्ट एक बार हम इसको समझते हैं कि अगर हम पूछे कि व्हाट इज बायोमास, सो इसमें अगर हम और थोड़ा से फंडामेंटल में जाएं तो इट इज नथिंग बट फॉर्म ऑफ सोलर एनर्जी। सो जितने भी अर्थ पे एनर्जी के जो फॉर्म हैं वो सारे सोलर से डिराइव होते हैं। जस्ट आप इसे जानते होंगे, जस्ट मैं एक बार इसे थोड़ा हाईलाइट कर देना इंपॉर्टेंट समझता हूँ कि हाइड्रो एनर्जी है वो भी इट इज अ फॉर्म ऑफ सोलर एनर्जी। आप जानते हैं सन रेज, जब हमारी सन रेज से हमारा सी का वाटर इवापोरेट होता है, और ये वाटर इवापोरेट होकर के माउंटेन्स पे जाकर के सारा डिपॉजिट हो जाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ स्नो। और ये स्नो जब हेलो, ये आवाज हमारी क्लियर है?
मेरे बंद हो गया, आवाज आनी बंद हो गई।
यस, आवाज आ रही है आपकी।
यस, राइट, थैंक यू।
वर्मा जी आवाज आ रही है बिल्कुल क्लियर।
राइट सर, राइट। सो ये जब हमारा स्नो फॉल होता है, स्नो फॉल के बाद ये जो हमारी बर्फ होती है पिघल करके वापस से आती है, तो उससे हम हाइड्रोजनेशन कर पाते हैं क्योंकि ये पोटेंशियल हेड दे देता है। हमें लगता है कि किसी का माइक ऑन है, से म्यूट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो इससे हमारा एक पोटेंशियल एनर्जी फॉर्म में स्टोर हो जाती है और हम इससे हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक जनरेशन कर जाते हैं। तो ड्राइविंग फोर्स इज सन, अगेन सोलर एनर्जी इज डायरेक्टली, सोलर एनर्जी में हम डायरेक्टली प्रोड्यूस करते हैं इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को। थर्ड होता है विंड एनर्जी भी टेम्परेचर डिफरेंस की वजह से विंड का फ्लो होता है, एंड दैट टेम्परेचर डिफरेंस इज क्रिएटेड बाय सन। तो सन इज आल्सो ए फॉर्म ऑफ सोलर एनर्जी। एंड कोल इज आल्सो ए फॉर्म ऑफ सोलर एनर्जी, क्योंकि ये जो कोल है ये कुछ नहीं है, ये काफी थाउजेंड्स ऑफ ईयर्स पहले ये हमारे जो वेजिटेशंस हैं जो कि हमारे अर्थ के अंदर
Why is not coming?
वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है वर्मा जी, आपका अश्विनी वर्मा जी वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है, प्लीज चेक। वर्मा जी वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है आपका।
Am I audible now?
हाँ अब आ रहा है, अब आ रहा है।
I think there was some network issue. Okay, right. My presentation हमारा visible है? My presentation is visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir, visible. Visible
Okay,
and voice
right.
is also coming. Please go ahead.
Okay, right. So this is about coal कि coal हमारा कैसे form हुआ. This is also a form of solar energy and we can also see oil and gas कि ये oil and gas जो भी हमारे fish hands and solar ocean में जो हमारे flora and faunas हैं ये सारे कैसे बने. It is also the drawing the energy from sun in form of they are eating the this flora and fauna and drawing carbon from that only. The very source of that carbon is nothing but the sun. So sun is basically the carbon fixation agent. So this sun is just responsible for photosynthesis process in which this carbon is getting converted into cellulose and some kind of material. So this cellulose and things is getting converted into the coal in the form of oil, and you can say this the biomass itself. So biomass हमारा अपने आप it is nothing but a sun energy in storage form. So and all this sun energy is coming from where? This is basically the E equal to mc square. So the basic fundamental about behind every energy source is nothing but E is equal to mc square, and the biomass is the form of solar energy and nothing else, and we can say it is the solar plus a battery storage is equal to biomass. So this statement holds true here, and there are some other kind of energy source. We can yes, which are not directly solar energy. We can see here that this is geothermal energy, nuclear power, tide energy. So this is not directly the solar energy, but the same phenomena which is happening in the case of solar, same phenomena is happening here. So in nuclear power is equal to mc square. In case of tidal power, it is the due to gravitational force, and in case of geothermal, we all know that in case of geothermal, it is very basic is the core in the earth which derives this geothermal. So this is basically this energy basically is derived from the cooling of this core of earth. So this is the geothermal energy. So this is not directly linked to sun, but indirectly it is, of course, it is related to sun. So here the basic purpose of sharing this slide that the biomass is nothing but the solar energy in storage form. So presently we can see what is the cost of solar energy with storage. So presently we can all see that solar energy cost is around 2.5 rupees to 3 rupees per unit, and the cost of battery storage presently is around 7 to 8 rupees per unit. So if you will add both, and you will apply some this round trip efficiency, all this those thing, and levelized cost of storage, everything, so we will come out that it will cost around 10 to 12 rupees per unit solar energy with storage. But if we talk about this biomass, so it will cost nearly about 5 to 7 rupees. So it is basically at present it is cheaper than the solar and wind. If we combine this storage with solar and wind, so in that comparison it is cheaper. So उस टाइम एक क्वेश्चन ये उठता था कि हमें किस में जाना चाहिए, डेडिकेटेड हमारे बायोमास प्लांट में जाना चाहिए कि हमें बायोमास को फायरिंग में जाना चाहिए. तो हमने उसमें जो स्टडी की थी हम वो आपसे शेयर कर रहे हैं. तो बेसिकली कैपिटल कॉस्ट जो हमारा स्मॉल प्लांट का था, ये हमने स्क्रीन पर डिस्प्ले किया हुआ है, आप देख रहे होंगे 5.59 to 6.52, एंड दिस हमारा बायोमास को फायरिंग इट इज लेस. एवरेज ओंडम कॉस्ट हमारा ऑलमोस्ट डबल है छोटे प्लांट्स के केस में. हीट रेट अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि 4200 है स्मॉल बायोमास प्लांट में, एंड 2500 टू 2000 है हमारा जो कोल फायर पावर प्लांट है उस केस में. ऑक्सिलरी पावर कंजम्पशन ऑब्वियसली स्मॉल प्लांट में हमारा ज़्यादा है, हमारे प्लांट में कम है. स्पेसिफिक बायोमास कंजम्पशन छोटे प्लांट्स में हमारा 1.35 kg पर किलोवाट आवर है, और हमारे कोल पावर प्लांट में 0.71 टू 0.57 kg पर किलोवाट आवर होगा. बायोमास फ्यूल प्राइस, अब यहाँ से डिसाइडिंग फैक्टर होगा कि बायोमास फ्यूल प्राइस जो छोटे प्लांट्स हैं हमारे वहाँ पे कम होगा. ये हमारा जो बायोमास फ्यूल प्राइस है वेरियस स्टेट रेगुलेशन एजेंसीज ने से किया है, ये वही प्राइस है. ये 3786 टू 3960 ये बायोमास बिल्स इस प्राइस पे अवेलेबल है. और हमारे जो बायोमास पैलेट्स हैं ये 7000 टू 8000 रुपीस पर टन ये अवेलेबल है. और बायोमास की जीसीबी जो नॉर्मेटिव जीसीबी उन्होंने दिया हुआ है 100, और हमारे जो पैलेट्स आते हैं 3500 नियर अबाउट. तो इस केस में जो फिक्स चार्ज है 2.5 टू 3.5 रुपीस, और हमारे केस में 1 रुपीस टू 3 रुपीस ये फिक्स चार्ज आता है. वेरिएबल चार्जेस हम देख रहे हैं कि 5.6 टू 5.94 रुपीस और 4.5 टू 5 रुपीस हमारे केस में आता है. तो जो स्टैंड एलोन पावर प्लांट में जो टैरिफ है ये हमारा 8 रुपीस टू 8.5 रुपीस ये आता है छोटे प्लांट्स में. और जो बायोमास को फायरिंग केस में है ये 5 टू 7.5 रुपीस आता है, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन कि हम प्लांट का लोकेशन कहाँ पे है, प्लांट कितना पुराना हो सकता है. प्लांट हमारा पर 25 ईयर्स पूरा कर लिया हो तो ये कॉस्ट और भी कम हो जाता है. तो इस तरह से हमारा बायोमास का जो कॉस्ट इकोनॉमिक्स है हमेशा डेडिकेटेड बायोमास प्लांट से बेटर बैठता है. एंड ऑपरेशनल इश्यूज हमारे जो छोटे प्लांट्स होते हैं उसमें फ्रिक्वेंट शटडाउन होते थे स्लैगिंग फॉलिंग करोजन की वजह से. बट अभी रिसेंटली कुछ ऐसे बॉयलर्स भी आने लगे हैं जो स्लैगिंग कंडीशन के लिए डिजाइन हो रहे हैं, जिसमें कि स्लैगिंग फॉलिंग एज सच इशू ऐसा लोग क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि इशू नहीं है, बट वी विल हैव टू लुक फर्दर ऑन दैट इशू. बट फॉर श्योर इन द केस ऑफ बायोमास को फायरिंग देयर इज नो इशू ऑफ स्लैगिंग एंड फॉलिंग up to a certain proportion of biomass co-firing, and up to 10% it has been seen that it is absolutely safe, and no issue of slag and falling has been seen up to 10% with any kind of biomass. Even if you can see the same with the paddy straw. और जब हमने इसको नेत्रा में फर्स्ट टाइम इसको टेस्ट किया था, तो हमारे नेक्स्ट सेशन नेत्रा का होगा, आप उसमें देखेंगे कि इसमें ड्रॉप टिप डेस्टर टेस्ट किया गया था, और पैडी स्टॉक के साथ में कोल को मिक्स करके टेस्ट देखा गया था कि स्लैगिंग होने की टेंडेंसी बनती है कि नहीं बनती है. तो उसमें ऐसा कुछ भी टेंडेंसी नहीं आया था 10% तक, एंड 10% हमने टेस्ट करके इसको इंश्योर किया था. फिर बायोमास फ्यूल रिस्क, अगर हमारा स्मॉल प्लांट है तो उसमें इशू आता है कि कंप्लीट डिपेंडेंस ऑन एक सिंगल फ्यूल पर आपका कंप्लीट डिपेंडेंस होता है, और वो जब मीट नहीं हो पाता है, कई बार होता है कि फार्मर्स ब्लैकमेल करते हैं कि नहीं ये अब हम सप्लाई नहीं करेंगे, प्राइस जैकअप करते हैं. तो बहुत सारे इस तरह के इश्यूज पास्ट में फील किए गए हैं. और वो छोटे जो पावर प्रोड्यूसर्स है वो उन्होंने कोल को मंगाना शुरू किया है, कोल से वो बायोमास प्लांट चलाएंगे, तो ऐसे भी इश्यूज देखे गए. तो सिंगल फ्यूल पर डिपेंडेंस के चलते ये इशू इसमें आ जाता है. बट जब हम इसको अपने पावर प्लांट में बायोमास लेने की बात करते हैं तो ऐसा इशू सबसाइड हो जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे ये सेकेंडरी फ्यूल है. तो अगर ऐसा कुछ भी सिचुएशन क्रिएट होता है जिसमें प्राइस जैकअप करने वाली ऐसी स्थिति कुछ बनती है, तो ये हमारे लिए ऐसा कोई भी सिरदर्द नहीं बनने वाला है। और तीसरा है एनर्जी यील्ड यूजिंग सेम अमाउंट ऑफ बायोमास। तो अगर हम जस्ट हीट रेट कंपेयर करें तो हीट रेट इज ऑलमोस्ट डबल इन केस ऑफ स्मॉल बायोमास प्लांट, एंड इन आवर केस हीट रेट इज ऑलमोस्ट 2000 to 500 to 2000. So we can say that we will produce just twice energy in case of biomass firing using same amount of biomass. And project duration आप देखेंगे 2.5 to 3 years है स्मॉल बायोमास प्लांट लगाने में. And in case of biomass co-firing, you can start from within 15 days to 3 months, depending upon the extent of modification required. But 1 month, 3 months is 1 to 3 months is sufficient. And requirement of separate infrastructure, requirement of separate PPA, strategic clearance, land, additional manpower, etc. Everything is not required in case of biomass co-firing, but in case of dedicated biomass, it is required. So risk in a biomass co-firing is obviously less for the and yield is obviously more. तो अब नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आता है कि बायोमास को तो हम इतना ट्रेवल कराते हैं, उसको हम ट्रांसपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बायोमास कलेक्शन कर रहे हैं, तो कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं हो रहा है कि हमारा कार्बन एमिशन ज्यादा होने शुरू हो जा रहा है? तो उसका भी है नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में. तो इस पर भी हमने स्टडी की थी, क्योंकि ये भी एक बेसिक क्वेश्चन था. ये हमेशा आ रहा था कि ये ऐसा तो नहीं कि बायोमास में ये सारा कुछ कार्बन एमिशन कुछ ज़्यादा हो गया. तो हमने स्टेप बाय स्टेप इसमें कैलकुलेशन किया कि डीजल कंजम्पशन इन कलेक्शन एंड स्टोरेज ये कितना होता है. तो ये मिला 3 लीटर्स पर टन. तो इसका जो कार्बन इक्विवेलेंस है कितना आता है, अराउंड 2.86 kg पर लीटर. और इससे हमारा जो कार्बन एमिशन होता है टोटल 8 kg CO2 एमिशन. इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजम्पशन फॉर पेल्टाइजेशन कितना होता है, अराउंड 100 किलोवाट आवर पर टन. और इससे जो CO2 एमिशन रेट है 1 kg पर किलोवाट आवर, ऑलमोस्ट ये हायर साइड मान के चल रहे हैं. तो इससे अराउंड 100 kg CO2 एमिशन होगा इसके पेल्टाइजेशन में जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंज्यूम होगी उससे. थर्ड है टोटल CO2 एमिशन पर टन इन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. तो टोटल है 108 kg पर टन. CO2 emission reduction per ton of coal replaced by biomass pellet. तो बायोमास पेलेट को हमने कहा दिस इज कार्बन न्यूट्रल फ्यूल, यानी जो हमारा कार्बन एमिशन होगा ये नेक्स्ट क्रॉप साइकिल में एब्जॉर्ब हो जाएगा. तो इक्विवेलेंट अमाउंट ऑफ कार्बन, तो ये हमारा कार्बन न्यूट्रल फ्यूल माना जाता है. एंड UNFCCC भी इसको मानता है कि दिस इज कार्बन न्यूट्रल फ्यूल. और न केवल बायोमास को बट दे आल्सो कंसिडर द वुड रिसीव्ड फ्रॉम सस्टेनेबल फॉरेस्टिंग. सस्टेनेबल फॉरेस्टिंग का मतलब होता है कि हमने पेड़ जंगल लगाए और जंगल को काटा, यानी हमने कंटिन्यूस हमने जंगल को मेंटेन किया हुआ है. एक पैच हमने डिसाइड कर लिया कि 1 एकड़ में हमें जंगल लगाना है, तो हमने जंगल लगाया और जंगल को काटते रहे, उससे फ्यूल को एक्सट्रैक्ट करते रहे. तो इससे किसी तरह से पर्यावरण को नुकसान इन टर्म ऑफ ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशन नहीं होता है, क्योंकि हम कंटिन्यूसली सेम कार्बन को रिसाइकिल कर रहे हैं. तो इट विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज रिन्यूएबल, क्योंकि वो रिसाइकिल करने में सन एनर्जी ही स्टोर हो रही है इन फॉर्म ऑफ बायोमास, और उस बायोमास को हम यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं. तो इससे जो हमारा CO2 एमिशन रिडक्शन होगा पर टन वो 1428 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली होगा. तो जो टोटल गेन होगा तो 1320, यानी 92% रिन्यूएबल ये है. बट ये जस्ट कैलकुलेशन हमें ये दिखाया है कि इसलिए कि इससे किसी तरह का ऐसा मिथ ना बचे कि हम लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कर रहे हैं तो इससे कहीं हमारा कार्बन एमिशन बढ़ तो नहीं रहा है. क्योंकि हमने दिखाया है कि डीजल कंजम्पशन इन ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ पैलेट अप टू 1000 किलोमीटर ये अराउंड 86 kg ही है. अगर इसको भी हम मिला लेते हैं तो कोई बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है. एंड इवन जब हम कोल के ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की बात करते हैं तो उसमें हम ये ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फैक्टर कंसीडर नहीं करते. तो अगर इक्विवेलेंस ड्रॉ करना चाहेंगे तो कोल में भी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फैक्टर को कंसीडर करना पड़ेगा और माइनिंग में भी करना पड़ेगा. तो हम इसे इग्नोर कर सकते हैं क्योंकि ये बहुत ही स्मॉल वैल्यू है. तो जो नेट गेन है वो बहुत ज्यादा है इसमें, क्योंकि कार्बन एमिशन इसमें कंप्लीटली रिड्यूस हो रहा है. और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन अगर हम 1000 किलोमीटर भी करते हैं तो ऐसा कोई बहुत ज्यादा एमिशन इससे हम नहीं कर रहे हैं. एंड इवन जापान वगैरह कंट्रीज में तो वाया सी रूट ये पैलेट इंपोर्ट वो कर रहे हैं, और ये इवन 5000 6000 किलोमीटर भी ये ट्रांसपोर्ट हो रहा है, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन इज विल नेवर बी अ हिंड्रेंस इन द बायोमास को फायरिंग, क्योंकि इससे कार्बन एमिशन में ऐसा सच कोई इशू नहीं आने जा रहा है। बट ऑप्टिमाइजेशन इज ऑलवेज इम्पोर्टेंट, कि हम संभव हो जितना हो सकता है हम लोकल यूटिलाइजेशन प्रमोट करें, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली हमारा ध्येय है कि कार्बन एमिशन को रिड्यूस करना। तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हम जितना मिनिमाइज कर पाए, डिस्टेंस को जितना ऑप्टिमाइज कर पाए, that is good, but transportation is not going to be a hindrance in the field of biomass co-firing. So here we can see in this slide, and India में कितना बायोमास है at present, just back slide पे चलते हैं। तो अभी पिछले स्लाइड में भी इसको शेयर हुआ है, अराउंड 754 मिलियन टन पर ईयर, ये इतना बायोमास प्रोड्यूस होता है। तो ये कैसे निकाला गया? तो ये ऑलमोस्ट थंब रूल कैलकुलेशन है ये, कि जितना हमारा डिफरेंट टाइप के हमारे जो फूड प्रोड्यूस होते हैं उनका डाटा ऑलरेडी गवर्नमेंट के पास होता है। तो पर्टिकुलर फूड प्रोड्यूस में अगर 1 टन प्रोड्यूस होता है तो बायोमास कितना प्रोड्यूस होता है। तो ऑलमोस्ट जो थंब रूल है, हम मान के चल सकते हैं कि 1 टन अगर हमारा कोई क्रॉप प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है तो अराउंड 2 टन्स उसमें हमारा बायोमास, हमारा ये एग्रो रेसिड्यू प्रोड्यूस होगा पर एकड़ मान के चलते हैं। तो इस हिसाब से थंब रूल से अगर जाते हैं, तो हालांकि डिफरेंट तरह के क्रॉप का डिफरेंट है, एंड इन केस ऑफ पैडी स्ट्रॉ इट इज ऑलमोस्ट 2 टन्स पर एकड़। तो इस तरह से अगर हम मान के चलते हैं तो इंडिया में ये 754 मिलियन टन्स पर एनम इतना एग्रो रेसिड्यू प्रोड्यूस होता है। बट ये इसमें अराउंड 70% वो अभी भी ट्रेडिशनली यूटिलाइज हो रहा है, क्योंकि प्रेजेंट मैकेनाइज्ड हार्वेस्टिंग सभी जगह इस्तेमाल नहीं होती है, और जहाँ भी अभी मैकेनाइज्ड हार्वेस्टिंग इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रही है वहाँ बायोमास का ट्रेडिशनल यूटिलाइजेशन होता है। और ज़्यादा इशू वहीं पर है जहाँ मैकेनाइज्ड हार्वेस्टिंग आ गई है, तो वहाँ पर कुछ अलग अल्टरनेटिव खोजा जा रहा है। और ज़्यादातर ये इशू पंजाब हरियाणा में है, वेस्टर्न यूपी में है, और भी कई जगहों पर अब आना शुरू हो जाएगी। तो टाइम के साथ ये थोड़ा इशू बढ़ना शुरू होगा। 2010 में जो डेटा था वो अराउंड 145 था, ग्रेजुअली ये 2017 की स्टडी है जिसमें कि डेटा रिवाइज हुआ है, अभी रिवाइज डेटा 280 के आसपास है। तो ये इतना बायोमास है। तो अगर इतनी बायोमास है तो इससे पावर पोटेंशियल कितना है? इट इज अराउंड 325 बिलियन यूनिट्स, एंड प्रेजेंट टोटल इलेक्ट्रिक जनरेशन इंडिया कितना है? 1382। तो हम देख सकते हैं कि 1382 बिलियन यूनिट्स ये इंडिया का एनुअल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेशन है, यानी इतना डिमांड है। और इसका 325 अराउंड 20-25% ये अकेले बायोमास दे सकता है। बट ओनली इशू इज कि 25% बायोमास को फायरिंग कर पाएंगे तब ये सिचुएशन आएगी। तो 25% को फायरिंग के लिए जाना ये हमारा टारगेट हो सकता है, बट एज ऑफ नाउ वी विल हैव टू थिंक कि 10% तक पहले पहुंच जाए, उसके बाद फर्दर स्टडी तो ये ऑन है कि हमारा हाई रेशियो ऑफ कोफायरिंग हमें जाना है। तो उसके लिए अल्कली एंड क्लोरीन कंटेंट जिसपे कि काम शुरू है कि हम इसे कैसे रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि कोफायरिंग तो इवन आप जानते होंगे कि यूके ड्रैक्स में 100% तक कोल प्लांट को बायोमास में कन्वर्ट कर दिया गया, बट दैट इज विथ यूज ऑफ वुड पैलेट, क्योंकि वुड पैलेट में हमारा अल्कली एंड क्लोरीन कंटेंट कम होता है। तो हमें एक स्लाइड हमने यहाँ पे डिस्प्ले किया हुआ है, आप ये देख रहे होंगे कि डिपोजिशन रेट है विथ डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ बायोमास। तो डिपोजिशन रेट इन केस ऑफ वुड पैलेट इज वेरी लो, it is even lesser than 0.1, but in case of straw it is going near about 100, so 1000 times का डिफरेंस है। इतना डिफरेंस होता है वुड पैलेट और बायोमास में। तो बायोमास सारे एक जैसे नहीं होते, एग्रीकल्चर रेसिड्यू जितने होते हैं उसमें हाई अल्कली एंड क्लोरीन कंटेंट होता है। और पैडी स्ट्रॉ वर्स्ट काइंड ऑफ बायोमास है, पैडी स्ट्रॉ एंड व्हीट स्ट्रॉ, इसमें कि क्लोरीन कंटेंट अल्कली कंटेंट बहुत ज्यादा होता है, और इसीलिए 10% इसको लिमिट किया गया है। अगर हम वुड पैलेट की बात करेंगे then we can go even higher proportion of biomass co-firing, even 50-60%, even 100%, किस kind of wood pellet है। एंड ड्रैक्स ने तो अचीव भी किया है, ड्रैक्स यूके में आपने पिछले सेशन में देखा होगा 100% coal to biomass conversion using wood pellet, but in case of agriculture residue there is challenge in achieving higher co-firing ratio, but yes, for sure up to 10% there is no issue at all from any aspect, there is no issue. So biomass co-firing के different modes होते हैं। तो 100% of biomass pellet milling in coal mills जो कि ड्रैक्स में है, to achieve higher co-firing ratio with wood pellet, सेकेंड ऑप्शन है कोमिलिंग ऑफ बायोमास पैलेट, जो कि अभी हम लोग कर रहे हैं और जिसे अभी करने की योजना है कि 10% जाना है, तो दैट इज यूजिंग कोमिलिंग। सो इट इज द चीपेस्ट वे ऑफ डूइंग बायोमास को फायरिंग, क्योंकि इसमें बहुत स्मॉल मॉडिफिकेशन होता है। जैसा पिछले सेशन में बताया भी गया कि अराउंड 2 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ इन दादरी फॉर मेकिंग दिस ट्रक ट्रिपलर and all those kinds of arrangement. So for that you will have to incur very small amount. And third thing is dedicated biomass milling. So somehow if you will able to achieve 20% 20 or 25% biomass co-firing, so in that case we would be required to install the dedicated biomass milling, क्योंकि फिर हम 10% के बियॉन्ड एग्जिस्टिंग मिल में जाना ये हमारे लिए ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल नहीं होगा। इसमें हमारा हिट रेट, इम्पैक्ट, ये सारा कुछ चीज़ें आएंगी और फाइब्रस बायोमास है तो मिलिंग साइड से लिमिटेशन आ जाएगी। तो फिर हमें डेडिकेटेड बायोमास मिलिंग की ओर जाना पड़ेगा बियॉन्ड 10 to 15%। तो ये इशू आएगा, तो वो हमारा बात का इशू रहेगा। बट अब प्रेजेंटली वी आर गोइंग टू फोकस ऑन बेसिकली ऑन को-मिलिंग। सो को-मिलिंग का आपने पिछले सेशन में दादरी का आपने देखा, इसमें क्या क्या इश्यूज हैं। सो बेसिकली जो हमारा लिमिटेड प्रोपोर्शन है, लिमिटेशन आती है, वो आती है लो इग्निशन टेम्परेचर ऑफ बायोमास। ये हमारा बायोमास का इग्निशन टेम्परेचर 240 के रेंज में है, वेयरएज इन केस ऑफ कोल इट इज अराउंड 380 to 420 इस रेंज में होता है। तो इग्नाइट बायोमास जल्दी जाता है एंड वोलाटाइल मटेरियल जल्दी रिलीज कर जाता है, इसलिए हमें इसे लो टेम्परेचर पे रखना पड़ता है। और वोलाटाइल तो अराउंड 190 के आसपास रिलीज होने लगता है। और प्रेशराइज्ड अगर हमारा मिलिंग सिस्टम है, अगर वोलाटाइल अगर मिल इनलेट टेम्परेचर को हम कम नहीं रखेंगे तो हमारा वोलाटाइल रिलीज होकर प्रेशराइज्ड सिस्टम से बाहर आ जाएगा, तो हमारी एनर्जी लॉस होगी। तो उसको प्रिवेंट करने के लिए हम किसी तरह से मिल इनलेट टेम्परेचर को कम रखते हैं। तो कई बार कुछ लोगों ने बोला कि हम तो मिल इनलेट टेम्परेचर बढ़ा दिया, 200 300 कर दिया, 200 कर दिया, 220 कर दिया, तो इससे हमें कोई फायर की कोई समस्या नहीं। तो फायर 1000 200 इवन 220 तक भी नहीं होने वाला है, क्योंकि 240 इसके बियॉन्ड ही होगा फायर 1000, तो तभी नहीं होने वाला। बट इशू इज दैट कि अगर वोलाटाइल पहले रिलीज हो जाता है बायोमास तो प्रेशराइज्ड सिस्टम में वो एस्केप करेगा, और एस्केप करेगा तो इससे हम एनर्जी को लूज करेंगे। तो इट इज बेटर कि हम मिल इनलेट टेम्परेचर को 180 के रेंज में ही रखें। एंड दिस इज फाइब्रेस नेचर ऑफ बायोमास है, तो इसीलिए इसको पलटाइज करना पड़ा। कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि हम ब्रैकेट बना करके क्यों नहीं फायर करते, तो ब्रैकेट में इशू ये होता है कि ब्रैकेट को अगर हम 10% फायर करेंगे तो वो ब्रैकेट तो मिल में ग्राइंड तो हो नहीं पाएगा, और मिल में अगर ग्राइंड वो ब्रैकेट नहीं हो पाता है, क्योंकि ब्रैकेट में हमारा एक तरह से हम बोल सकते हैं भूसा होता है, भूसे को प्रेस करके ब्रैकेट बनाते हैं। तो अगर हम ब्रैकेट हमारे चिपली अवेलेबल है, तो ये सोच करके कि ब्रैकेट को अगर हम फायर करें तो क्या होगा, तो ब्रैकेट ठीक है 1-2% करते हैं तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, वो चला जाएगा। बट हम 10% जाते हैं तो डेफिनेटली हमारा ये सारा जो फाइब्रस मटेरियल है वो जाके क्लासीफायर में डिपॉजिट हो जाएगा, और फिर वो फायर हजार्ड हमारा पोज करेगा। तो इसलिए इसमें पैलेट को लाया गया, और पैलेट में फायदा ये होता है कि पैलेट को बनाने के लिए ऑलरेडी जो बायोमास है प्री पोलराइज करके लाते हैं। ऑलरेडी वो 2 mm 3 mm 5 mm तक इसका बायोमास का जो फाइबर होता है वो ऑलरेडी हेमर में प्री पोलराइज कर लिया जाता है। तो जो आपने देखा था कि 100 किलोवाट आवर पर टन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजम्पशन हुआ था, उसमें अराउंड 50 किलोवाट आवर ये बायोमास के पोलराइजेशन में ही काम आता है। तो इतना एनर्जी को देकर उसको आप पहले से पोलराइज कर लेते हैं और फिर बाद में कंप्रेस करते हैं, तो जब वो हमारे मिल में आता है तो वापस से वो ओरिजिनल पार्टिकल साइज में डिसइंटीग्रेट हो जाता है, और कोल के साथ थोड़ा सा और उसकी क्रशिंग हो जाती है, फिर वो क्लासीफायर से पास करने में ओके हो जाता है। क्लासीफायर में कहीं आपको डिपॉजिट्स नहीं मिलेंगे और कोई किसी भी तरह का कोई फायर हजार्ड नहीं होगा। यस नितिन जैन जी ने हैंड रेस किया। यस नितिन जैन जी, हाँ बताएं, आप कुछ बोल रहे हैं? ओके हम लोग क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन के लास्ट में ले लेंगे फिर।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर लास्ट में लेंगे सर।
ओके थैंक यू। सो एंड लो एश फ्यूजन टेम्परेचर स्लैगिंग टेंडेंसी ड्यू टू हाई अल्कलाइन कंटेंट एट हाई रेशियो। सो ये हमारा चैलेंज था। तो ये सारे चैलेंज को देखते हुए इसे 5 to 10% लिमिट कर दिया गया, और एश यूटिलाइजेशन भी एक चैलेंज है इसके अंदर। तो वो भी 10% में वो भी ऐसा कोई इशू नहीं होता, इवन अप टू 20% तक भी एश यूटिलाइजेशन कोई चैलेंज नहीं है। और उसका भी नॉर्म अभी कुछ दिनों बाद वो भी इंडिया में रिवाइज हो जाएगा, क्योंकि अभी बहुत सारे लोग इसमें अप्रेंशन रेस करते हैं कि एश यूटिलाइजेशन में तो 100% कोल के का ही एश की डिमांड होती है, तो इसमें हम इसको कैसे एड्रेस कर रहे हैं, तो वो भी इशू ऑलरेडी अंडर कंसिडरेशन है और ये शुरू में भी सोचा गया था, और आफ्टर टेस्टिंग एंड ऑल डेलिब्रेशन इट वाज स्टार्टेड, सो देयर इज नो इशू एट ऑल। तो जितने भी इस तरह के अप्रेंशंस हैं ये सारे एड्रेस पास्ट में किए गए थे, तो ऐसा इस तरह का कोई भी इशू आने वाला नहीं है, चाहे वो एश यूटिलाइजेशन से रिलेटेड हो, चाहे करोजन, फॉलिंग, स्लैगिंग इससे रिलेटेड हो, चाहे कोई फायर हजार्ड हो, इस तरह का कोई भी इशू नहीं आने वाला है अनटिल अनलेस कि आप इस तरह की जो भी हमारे प्रोसेस एंड प्रोसीजर्स हैं उसको आप फॉलो करते हैं। पार्टिकल साइज का ध्यान देना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि लोअर हायर पार्टिकल साइज में जाने से इवन 5 mm तक भी ऐसा कोई इशू नहीं देखा गया है जो हमारे बायोमास पेलेट में जो पार्टिकल साइज होते हैं। बट अगर ब्रिकेट को फायर करते हैं तो एज सच वहां पर 1-2% तक हो सकता है कोई इशू ना है, बट अगर उसके बियॉन्ड जाएंगे तो वहां पर क्लासीफायर में डिपॉजिट्स एंड फायर हजार्ड हो सकता है। तो ब्रिकेट्स के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा कॉशस होने की जरूरत है, ब्रिकेट्स उतना एडवाइजेबल नहीं है। एंड सो फार अभी तक पैलेट्स पे सारा काम किया गया है, और ब्रिकेट्स पे अगर करना भी है तो इसको ऐसे पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है, सारा कुछ सारा सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन लेते हुए कुछ पायलट अगर कोई करना चाहता है तो कर सकता है, बट उसमें उसके पहले लैब एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखा गया है तो ब्रिकेट्स उतना ज़्यादा हमारे पावर प्लांट्स में एडवाइजेबल नहीं है, और किसी ने भी इसको ऑलमोस्ट अभी तक किया नहीं है। और थोड़े अमाउंट में हमने ये दादरी में डाल के हमने भी इसको देखा है, तो ब्रिकेट्स थोड़े अमाउंट पे तो ग्राइंड हो जाता है, ऐसा कोई पता भी नहीं चलता 1-2% तक, बट लार्जर प्रोपोर्शन में 10% में इशू आएगा। तो ये दादरी का 10 मेगावाट है कोल ब्लेंड, ये ऑलमोस्ट डिस्कस हो चुका है। इसमें सिंपली कुछ नहीं है, हमारा डिफरेंट स्टेशन में डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ अरेंजमेंट होता है, तो हमारे कुछ स्टेशन जैसे ऊंचा हर है तो हमने वहाँ पर एक डेडिकेटेड ब्लेंडिंग फैसिलिटी बनाया है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर इमरजेंसी हॉपर से डालने का प्रोविजन नहीं था, तो बायोमास को कोल कन्वेयर बेल्ट पर डालने के लिए अलग से एक सिस्टम ही बना दिया गया है कि बायोमास पैलेट ट्रक से आया और उसे हमने वहाँ पर अनलोड किया और हमारा कन्वेइंग फैसिलिटी से उस पर जाकर के कोल बेल्ट पर उसे अनलोड कर दिया। और दादरी में हमारे पास ऑलरेडी एक इमरजेंसी हॉपर, अंडरग्राउंड इमरजेंसी हॉपर था, ये आप इसको देख रहे हैं अंडरग्राउंड इमरजेंसी हॉपर। तो जब अंडरग्राउंड इमरजेंसी हॉपर था तो इस इमरजेंसी हॉपर में हमने बायोमास को फिट किया और ट्रैक हॉपर से हमारा कोल आया और दोनों जाकर के ट्रांसफर पॉइंट 3 पर, यानी दिस ट्रांसफर पॉइंट इज बिफोर क्रशर, बायोमास को क्रशर में जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, बायोमास ऐसे ही जाएगा, कोल क्रशर से होकर के आएगा और ट्रांसफर पॉइंट 3 पर दोनों जाके मिक्स हो जाएंगे और फाइनली ये बंकरिंग इसकी हो जाएगी और फिर ये बंकर से फाइनली आगे फिट होगा। तो इमरजेंसी हॉपर से इसको फिट करते हो तो आप अपना अरेंजमेंट देख सकते हैं किस काइंड का अरेंजमेंट आपके यहाँ है। अगर इमरजेंसी आप हॉपर अवेलेबल है तो इससे फिट कर सकते हैं, तो फिर प्रॉब्लम आएगी कि आप इसकी ट्यूनिंग कंट्रोलिंग कैसे करेंगे। तो उस समय तो कुछ उस टाइम हमने स्टॉप गैप अरेंजमेंट किए थे कि हमें कंट्रोलिंग करने के लिए इमरजेंसी हॉपर में वाइब्रो फीडर का वेट और गेट की ओपनिंग कंट्रोल करके हमने बायोमास के फीड रेट को कंट्रोल किया था, बट वो एक तरह से अंदाज वाला तरीका है। तो फाइनली डिसाइड हुआ था कि हम इसे वीएफडी भी इंस्टॉल कर सकते हैं, तो वीएफडी इंस्टॉल करके ये किया जा सकता है और फ्यूचर में हम इसे थोड़ा मॉडिफिकेशन इसमें और भी किए जाने की जरूरत है कि जो फीडिंग अरेंजमेंट है और हमारे जो नए टेक्निकल स्पेसिफिकेशन बन रहे हैं जो नए पावर प्लांट के, उसमें हम इन चीज़ों को टेक केयर कर रहे हैं कि हमारा जो फीडिंग हो ये मीटर्ड फीडिंग हो, तो मीटर्ड फीडिंग का अरेंजमेंट बनाना पड़ेगा। इवन जो हमारे न्यू पावर प्लांट्स हैं उसमें तो हमने स्टोरेज के लिए भी अरेंजमेंट बनाया है कि अगर फ्यूचर में हमारे पास ज़्यादा बायोमास अवेलेबल होता है तो स्टोरेज बायोमास स्टोरेज के लिए भी एक साइलो अरेंजमेंट बना सकते हैं। तो साइलो अरेंजमेंट एग्जिस्ट करता है, जैसे हमारे अमूल मिल्क की फैक्ट्री है गुजरात में, तो वहाँ पर जो गाय भैंसें होती हैं वो पैलेट्स खाती हैं, ये बायोमास पैलेट्स, तो वो सारा कुछ साइलो में ही स्टोर होता है। तो साइलो से डायरेक्टली उनकी फीडिंग होती है और वहाँ से वो अपने फूड न्यूट्रिएंट्स रिसीव करते हैं। तो इन सिमिलर फैशन हमने उन वेंडर्स को कॉल किया था कि इस तरह से हम इस पर हमें अपने प्लांट्स में भी इस तरह से बनाना चाहिए बायोमास पैलेट हैंडलिंग सिस्टम, और उसमें कुछ हमारा कॉस्ट आएगा, कुछ crores of rupees. Exact amount तो after getting offer हमें पता चलेगा कितना अमाउंट आएगा, बट हम एस्टिमेट कर रहे हैं कि अराउंड 20 crores के आसपास आना चाहिए इसमें, जो आने में कॉस्ट 20-25 crores, बट एग्जैक्ट अमाउंट कितना आएगा ओनली आफ्टर गेटिंग ऑफर वी कैन से. तो ये कॉस्ट जो हमारी होगी, हमको रेगुलेशन में इसको एड्रेस किया जाना होगा. कोई एट प्रेजेंट रेगुलेशन में एड्रेस नहीं है. हालांकि न्यूअर प्लांट्स के लिए तो बोल दिया गया है कि जो भी हम प्लांट पे लगाते हैं, तो जो भी फैसिलिटी बायोमास को फायरिंग के लिए कुछ भी हम इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं, तो दैट विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ टैरिफ फॉर द न्यूअर प्लांट्स. बट ओल्डर प्लांट्स के लिए साइलेंट है. तो ये भी टेक केयर किया जाना बाकी है कि अगर कुछ हम स्टोरेज बनाने के लिए, स्टोरेज एंड हैंडलिंग फैसिलिटी बनाने के लिए खर्च करते हैं, तो वो हम कैसे इसको रिकवर करेंगे. But for the merit order and for the variable cost portion, it has been already taken care कि increase तो cost pass through होगा, और increase in cost and जो cost increment है वो merit order rating के decide करने में consider नहीं किया जाएगा. So I think this has already been discussed कि co-milling operation procedure क्या था, बट इम्पैक्ट ऑन बॉलर परफॉर्मेंस क्या था. जस्ट ये दादरी में जब स्टडी किया गया था, तो क्या बॉलर परफॉर्मेंस में क्या इम्पैक्ट आया था, तो वो जस्ट हमें यहाँ ब्रीफली हाईलाइट कर देते हैं कि इंक्रीज इन एग्जिट फ्लू गैस टेम्परेचर वाज 7 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड. ये क्यों हुआ था? क्योंकि हमने मिल इनलेट टेम्परेचर को कम किया, कोल्ड एयर को ज़्यादा लिया, हॉट एयर को कम किया, तो एक तरह से एयर हीटर बाईपास हो गया. तो अगर एयर हीटर बाईपास हो जाएगा, तो अगर एयर हीटर के थ्रू हमारा कोल्ड एयर कम जाएगा, तो ऑब्वियस बात है कि फ्लू गैस जो आउटर एग्जिट में निकल रही है, वो अपनी पूरी हीट ट्रांसफर नहीं करेगी, तो फ्लू गैस का टेम्परेचर बढ़ जाएगा. तो यानी इतनी एनर्जी हम लूज कर रहे हैं. तो अराउंड 7 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड हमारी फ्लू गैस एग्जिट टेम्परेचर बढ़ गई. फिर इंक्रीज इन मिल पावर 450 to 750 किलोवाट मिल पावर में भी इंक्रीज हो गया, क्योंकि हमारा बायोमास है और इसको फायर करने के लिए हमने टेम्परेचर कम किया. टेम्परेचर कम करते तो थोड़ा फ्रिक्शन बढ़ जाएगा, क्योंकि मॉइस्चर हमारा थोड़ा पहले से ज़्यादा रहेगा, फ्रिक्शन बढ़ेगा. बायोमास इटसेल्फ फाइबर से थोड़ा उसके वजह से भी करंट बढ़ जाता है, तो करंट थोड़ा बढ़ गया. तो इन दोनों के का जो कंबाइंड इम्पैक्ट आया, इससे हमारा बॉयलर एफिशिएंसी में 0.33% का रिडक्शन हो गया. एंड वी कैन दिस विल ट्रांसलेट इनटू अराउंड 10 to 12 किलो कैलोरी पर किलोवाट आवर. तो इतना इसमें हमारा बॉयलर एफिशिएंसी पर इम्पैक्ट आएगा, और डिफरेंट पावर प्लांट के डिफरेंट होगा, और केस टू केस बेसिस पर देखना पड़ेगा. और इंक्रीज इन अनबर्न कार्बन इन बॉटम एश 10% थोड़ा बढ़ गया, यानी जितना पहले था थोड़ा सा उसमें बढ़ा. 10% नहीं हो गया. ये 10% वैल्यू का मतलब है कि जितना पहले था, अगर पहले हमारा 0.1% था, तो उसमें 0.1 मल्टीप्लाइड 10%, ये इतना हो गया. डिक्रीज इन अनबर्न कार्बन इन फ्लाई ऐश में ऑब्वियसली थोड़ा अनबर्न कार्बन कम हो गया, क्योंकि हमारा ये थोड़ा इसका पार्टिकल साइज थोड़ा बड़ा रहेगा, तो ये बॉटम में ऐश में आता है. बट वोलाटाइल मटेरियल ज़्यादा अच्छा है, तो फ्लाई ऐश में नहीं मिलता. फ्लाई उधर में सारा कन्वर्शन हो जाता है, तो फ्लाई ऐश में हमारा अनबर्न कार्बन कम हो गया. तो हम जानते हैं कि 80% जो होता है फ्लाई ऐश होता है, तो यानी नेट अनबर्न कार्बन हमारा कम ही हो जाता है इस केस में. और जो हमारा नॉर्मल मिल टेम्परेचर कोल्ड मोड होता है 315 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड होता है, और मिल टेम्परेचर इन बायोमास को फायरिंग मोड 170 to 180 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड ये होता है, जैसा कि हमने इसको पहले डिस्कस किया है. तो ये हमारा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करना टू अवॉइड द फायर हैजार्ड, क्योंकि हम अगर हायर टेम्परेचर पे जाते हैं तो फायर हैजार्ड हो सकता है. अभी तक हम लोगों ने एनटीपीसी में इस चीज़ का हमने खासा ध्यान रखा है, तो अभी तक किसी भी तरह का फायर हैजार्ड कहीं से भी रिपोर्ट नहीं हुआ है. But if we will do not stick to this temperature, then fire hazard may happen. अगर हम 180 के बियॉन्ड भी जाते हैं, तो हमारा वोलाटाइल फायर हैजार्ड तो नहीं होगा. 200 के आसपास जाते हैं तो फायर हैजार्ड तो नहीं होगा, बट वोलाटाइल हमारा रिलीज हो जाएगा, तो उससे हमारे लॉस है. तो इस टेम्परेचर के रेंज में रिस्ट्रिक्ट करना जरूरी है. और पिछले सेशन में आपने देखा होगा कि हमारा कोल फीडर है, उसके अंदर भी लाइटिंग अरेंजमेंट वगैरह सारा कुछ किया गया था, कि जस्ट टू सी कि बायोमास हमारा आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है. क्योंकि जैसे ही हमारा बायोमास खत्म होता है, कोल बेल्ट पे आ जाता है, तो कम्प्लीटली फिर हम टेम्परेचर को बढ़ा करके वापस से नॉर्मल मोड में आ जाते हैं. तो इस तरह के 2 मोड सिलेक्शन भी बटन बनाए गए हैं, कि बायोमास को फायरिंग मोड और हमारा नॉर्मल मोड, ताकि मिल वाला जो हमारा OWS विंडो है DDCMIS में, हम वही सिलेक्शन कर लेते हैं कि हमारे किस मोड में जाना है, क्योंकि कंट्रोल फिलॉसफी चेंज हो जाती है. अब वापस से इस स्लाइड पे आते हैं कि बायोमास को फायर राउंड द क्लॉक रिन्यूएबल्स अल्टरनेटिव। तो इसमें हमारा फायदा क्या है? तो बीच में बहुत सारे इसके नेगेटिव सेंटिमेंट्स आना शुरू हुए, बायोमास को फायरिंग को लेकर बहुत सारे आरटीआई फाइल होने शुरू हुए कि अरे आप तो बायोमास को फायर कर रहे हैं तो सारा कुछ पशुओं का चारा खत्म हो जाएगा। फिर कोई कहता था कि तो आप प्लांट में जलाएं चाहे आप खेत में जलाएं, इससे कैसे अंतर होता है? तो पशुओं का चारा खत्म, तो मैंने पहले बताया कि अराउंड 70% ऑलरेडी यूटिलाइज हो रहा है ट्रेडिशनल वे में, और जो सरप्लस है वही प्लांट में ऑटोमेटिकली ऐसा बिजनेस इकोनॉमिक्स बनेगा कि वो आएगा। और जो भी चीजें अभी एज ए एनिमल फॉडर यूज हो रहा है उनका मार्केट रेट ऑलरेडी हाई है, वो अराउंड 5000 रुपीज पर टन बिक रहे हैं, तो वो कभी भी इधर पैलेट प्रोडक्शन के लिए आने वाले नहीं है। तो ये इस तरह का अप्रेंशन कि पशुओं का चारा खत्म हो जाएगा, ऐसा कोई इशू आने वाली, ऐसा कोई भी सिचुएशन इमर्ज नहीं होने वाला। जो सरप्लस है, जो कि जिसका कोई मार्केट वैल्यू नहीं है, बस वही सारे बायोमास मार्केट वैल्यू गेन करेंगे थ्रू बायोमास को फायरिंग। सेकेंड थिंग कि हम खेतों में जलाते हैं, प्लांट में जलाते हैं, तो ये कैसे अलग है? तो प्लांट में जब हम जलाते हैं तो होता क्या है कि बायोमास जब प्लांट में जलता है तो कंट्रोल कंबशन होता है, यानी कंप्लीट कंबशन होता है। किसी भी तरह का कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड या फिर अनबर्न्ड कार्बन इस तरह से एटमॉस्फेयर में नहीं जाता है। जो भी होता है प्लांट अंदर कंप्लीट कंबशन हो जाता है, और जो भी ऐश निकलती है इलेक्ट्रो प्रेसिपिटेटर में एब्जॉर्ब हो जाती है। चिमनी से क्लीन फ्लू गैस निकलता है, एवरीबॉडी नोज दैट। बट जब हम जलाते हैं खेतों में, तो यही जो पोल्यूटेंट्स होते हैं वो पोल्यूटेंट्स होते हैं दिस हाफ अनबर्न्ड कार्बन, कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड एंड ऐश, यही पोल्यूटेंट्स होते हैं। CO2 इज नॉट अ पोल्यूटेंट, एवरीबॉडी रिलीज द CO2 तो एज अ नॉर्मल बायोलॉजिकल प्रोसेस। तो CO2 is not a pollutant, rather CO2 is greenhouse gas. And in case of biomass co-firing, we can see that this CO2 is in cycle and it is getting reabsorbed by next crop cycle. So it is basically the renewable. So it is not causing any impact on the, it is not causing any greenhouse effect. So that CO2 is not a cause of concern. So there was a basic cause of concern was unburned carbon, carbon monoxide, and this ash and shoot. So which was the basic cause of pollution. तो ये हमारा प्रॉब्लम, जब पावर प्लांट फायर होता है तो ये सारा कुछ हमारा एब्जॉर्ब हो जाता है। कंप्लीट कंबशन होने से कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड का फॉर्मेशन नहीं होता, अनबर्न्ड कार्बन का फॉर्मेशन नहीं होता, और जो भी ऐश निकलती है वो ESP में एब्जॉर्ब हो जाती है। और अप टू 10%, इवन जैसा पिछले सेशन बताया कि रेसिस्टिविटी ऐश की थोड़ी हाई है, तो इवन अप टू 10% वो भी हमारा ऐसा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, क्योंकि क्वांटिटी हमारी कम हो जाती है ऐश की। तो इवन SPM देखा गया कि SPM भी उल्टा कम, अप टू 10% SPM भी कम हो जाता है। तो ऐसा वो भी 10% तक वो भी ऐसा कोई इशू नहीं आ रहा है। तो यानी मिला जुला करके ये पोल्यूशन को डाउन करता है। तो दिस इज द बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन बर्निंग बायोमास इन द फील्ड एंड बर्निंग बायोमास इन पावर प्लांट। फिर थर्ड, कई सारे क्रिटिक्स इसमें बोलते हैं कि बायोमास को जब इसको आप पावर प्लांट में यूटिलाइज करेंगे तो इससे हमारा एग्रीकल्चर जो कल्चर है उस पर एक बैड इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। तो उनका कहना है बहुत दिनों तक, 1-2 साल तक ये प्रपोजल उतना ज़्यादा चार्म नहीं पा पाया, क्योंकि इसका इनिशिएशन तो हुआ था 2016 में, और 17-18 तक हम लोगों ने टेंडर काफ़ी कुछ कर लिया था। बट फॉर द अराउंड 1 to 2 years बीच में इंस्टीट्यूट इनने काफी जोर पकड़ा था। आपको याद होगा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अराउंड 1300 करोड़ इंस्टीट्यूट पे के लिए भी दिया था, और उस टाइम ये प्रपोजल आया था कि ये सारा ही बायोमास को हम खेतों में वापस से मिला देंगे, इससे हमारी फर्टिलिटी बढ़ जाएगी और इंस्टीट्यूट इसका इनकॉर्पोरेशन इससे बेटर होगा। बट वो रिजल्ट आया नहीं, और वो हम दिखाएंगे किसानों का उस पर क्या फीडबैक था। और वो फीडबैक लेकर के वापस से जब हमने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को दिखाया तो उसके बाद से चीजें अलग डायरेक्शन में गई, और फिर बायोमास को फायरिंग ने चार्म पकड़ा। और आपने देखा होगा कि हमारा जो नेशनल मिशन ऑफ बायोमास को फायरिंग है उसमें भी ये चीज क्लियरली मेंशन है कि व्हाई वी आर रिसोर्टेड टू बायोमास को फायरिंग, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी ये एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया। और हमने इस पे जो एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपर्ट थे उनसे भी हमने बात की, उनको भी हमने कॉन्फिडेंस रखा कि अगर हम बायोमास को फायरिंग करते हैं तो क्या इससे एग्रीकल्चर पे कोई ऐसा इम्पैक्ट पड़ना है, क्या ऐसा संभव है कि कंप्लीट जो पराली है ये मिट्टी में दबाई जा सकती है? तो लगभग उनका भी कहना था कि कंप्लीट पराली कभी मिट्टी में दबाई नहीं जा सकती। इवन हमारे जो ट्रेडिशनल फार्मिंग होती थी उसमें भी पर एकड़ 50 kg से ज्यादा जो काउडंग की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं होती थी, यानी और पर एकड़ जो पराली प्रोड्यूस होती है वो अराउंड 2 टन होती है। और जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो 50 kg, उससे बियॉन्ड नहीं है, उससे बियॉन्ड होंगे तो फसल खराब हो जाती है। तो 50 kg इतनी ही की जरूरत है। तो फिर बाकी का वो क्या करते थे, तो बाकी का भी वो एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्शन यूज में ही लेते थे। इवन ट्रेडिशनल वे में भी हम एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्शन ही क्या करते थे, कैसे करते थे, उसके कंडे बनाते थे, काउडंग से जो कंडे बनाते थे और उसको ऐसे ट्रेडिशनल वे ऑफ फर्टिलाइजेशन जो कंडे थे उससे ही करते थे। तो हम अभी भी वही कर रहे हैं, बट फार सोफिस्टिकेटेड वे में कर रहे हैं इस काम को। तो इस तरह का जो अप्रेंशन की इससे कोई हमारा नेचर पे कोई बैड इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा, तो ये भी अप्रेंशन नहीं है। क्योंकि पहले भी हम एनर्जी एक्सट्रैक्शन ही करते थे सरप्लस बायोमास का, क्योंकि सरप्लस जो बायोमास है कभी भी 100% खेतों में नहीं दे पाएगी। कुछ अमाउंट ऑफ कार्बन हमेशा होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमें जो भी हमें बैक्टीरिया इन सारे चीज़ों की ब्रीडिंग के लिए कार्बन का कुछ अमाउंट होना चाहिए, बट 100% कभी नहीं। तो इन सिटू का जो आया था ये ज़्यादा ये अप्लीकेबल था ऑस्ट्रेलियन कंट्री, ऑस्ट्रेलिया वगैरह कंट्रीज में ये वहीं से आया था, क्योंकि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में लैंड अवेलेबिलिटी काफ़ी ज़्यादा है और बायोमास को मिट्टी में मिला करके 6 महीने छोड़ देते हैं पानी में डाल करके, और 6 महीने में वो डिकम्पोज होता है, ह्यूमस का फॉर्मेशन होता है। बट इंडिया में ये चीज़ प्रैक्टिकली संभव नहीं हो पाया। तो इस पे पायलट प्रोजेक्ट भी चला था और किसानों का फीडबैक भी है, हम लास्ट में आपको दिखाएंगे। देन आफ्टर दिस बायोमास co-firing अगेन came back into the picture and today we are in national mission of biomass co-firing। तो इस तरह का कोई सेंटिमेंट इसमें अब नहीं होना चाहिए कि इससे हमारा कोई एनवायरनमेंट में हम बैड इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करने जा रहे हैं। रादर वी आर गोइंग टू प्रोड्यूस रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी विद दिस बायोमास co-firing।
यार ये कहाँ से निकलते जा रहा है यार ये
सर उसके पीछे तरफ जो था ना वो।
थैंक यू पंकज कुमार गुप्ता जी and Ashwini Kumar Verma ji for such a nice session and removing our doubts about the biomass pellets, and many more technical parameters have been given by you. So thank you very much for throwing such a light. Now what we'll do is we'll continue the session, and Mr. Sujay Karmakar, who is Assistant General Manager, NETRA, NTPC Energy Technology Research Alliance. A very big lab research center has been set up by NTPC in Noida, Greater Noida. So that area, NETRA is doing a lot of research in all the power plant related matters. So this matter has also been researched, biomass co-firing matter. And he has a very good topic, detailed characterization of agri-waste for safe co-firing in pulverized coal-fired boiler. Safe co-firing means for the safety of the boiler is the most important part. And as many participants are having many type of queries, that what about the temperatures, superheater temperatures, what about the ash quality, what about the payback period, how much percentage can be increased, what about the flue gas profile, temperature profile changing about this. My understanding about this till now is as we are only mixing 5%, so it is not making much effect on any of the parameters. But however, the milling part, if you are going to increase more than 20% or 15-20%, then somehow milling design is a challenge, because it is meant for coal crushing, and for biomass you don't need such hard type of material for that. And further, the loading unloading in bags, what I have seen, that 50, 40, 60 kg bags are there. So that bags opening and then in the loading in the ground hopper will be a challenge and may be overcome soon. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Shri Sujay Karmakar, Assistant General Manager, NETRA, NTPC Energy Technology Research Alliance, and he will present a very good topic about this characterization of agri-waste for safe co-firing of PC fired boilers. Shri Karmakar.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
And my presentation is being seen over there?
Yes, sir, it is seen.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, very good evening rather. Thanks to NPTI, thanks to National Biomass Mission Directorate, and for giving me this opportunity to share our experience about the first trial of biomass co-firing in NTPC. I am Sujay Karmakar, Additional General Manager in NTPC, Netra. Netra is the R&D wing of NTPC. So in 2017-18, when it was discussed that we need to take care of the environment problem that is being taking place due to burning of agri-waste in the field, we thought that biomass co-firing can be a very big aspect in this to provide a permanent solution. So to start with, the presentation brief is what about the agri-waste to power history and process description. Fuel properties important for combustion in PC-fired boiler, how the fuel properties and how coal, or for that matter any other coal, either it be biomass or RDF, how it affects the boiler combustion process. Then characterization of raw biomass pellets and its effects on boiler operation, we'll understand that. Going further, which the national mission is set up for basically higher co-firing, how higher co-firing can be done. So in that aspect, something we will discuss about torrefied biomass pellets and its characterization, and then final observations. History of biomass co-firing. Biomass is being fired in a large scale in boilers in Europe and America. But basically, it's largely woody biomass, sawdust pellets is being used. And wherever this 100% woody or saw biomass dust or sawdust is being used, basically boiler has been modified, and more so it's preferably done on AFBG or PFBG. Very few references were available at that time about firing off or co-firing of agri-waste in form of straw in PC-fired boiler. So our aim was basically to provide a solution where this agri-waste can be used in pulverized coal-fired boilers. So boiler trial carried out in NTPC, it became important first to understand the properties of the biomass, to correlate these properties with boiler operation. For this, extensive lab and pilot scale studies were carried out. And then after that, safe operating procedures were formulated. And then we have carried out successful trial operation in Dadri. So this is basically a process diagram starting from cutting off the agri-waste, then basically piling it off, baling, stacking, pelletization, transportation, then biomass feeding, after that conveying, biomass co-milling, and then power generation. So one question has been raised, why pellet is being preferred with respect to briquettes, because briquettes cost less in manufacturing than pellets. So one and two things, two properties of the pellets, which basically make it amenable to fire in the plant are basically the moisture control. When you are pelletizing it, you have a moisture control system, so that moisture is being controlled, first thing. And second thing, the particle sizing. So particle sizing, which is required for first milling and second for complete combustion in the boiler. So these two are the aspects, main technical aspects based on which pellets has been preferred over briquette. So as Ashwani has conveyed in his last presentation talk, that we may take up a small pilot based on briquette manufacturing so that the cost may come down. That is one aspect of R&D which we can take up further. But presently, because of control of particle sizing and the control of moisture, pellet is being used for firing. So these are a few pictures again taken from Ashwani's slides. You can see the paddy straw powder. You can see the cursor. Paddy straw pellets. If it is torrefied at 300 degrees centigrade, then it becomes like this. Wood pellets are like this. Coarse pellets, paddy straw. So these are the things which you use for characterizations. So how the fuel properties affect the PC-fired boiler combustion process? First is the effect of weather or moisture on the basic fuel. So it will affect the transportation, storage, and handling. Biomass hardness, it will affect the particle sizing and the mill operation. Proximate analysis, again, where we measure basically the volatile matter, fixed carbon, ash, and moisture. It affects mill operation, boiler combustion, ash. It gives the amount of ash it's containing. Ultimate analysis, C/H ratio, combustion efficiency in the boiler, SOx and NOx, ash fusion temperatures, IDT, etc. Then alkali content, basically it affects the ash formation, deposition, and agglomeration. And chlorine content, which affects or causes high temperature corrosion. That is basically in your second pass, it can cause high temperature corrosion. So these are the things, basically the parameters, and it affects on the boiler operation. So we try to find out what is the characterization or what is the type of these properties of biomass. So first, starting with handling, what we have done is, you can see the dry biomass pellet. What we have done is, we have kept this open to rain. When it was raining, we put it outside and become the sludgy type of things. So basically, it gives an idea that it's unsuitable for handling and milling once it become wet. And so it will require weatherproof handling, either in transportation, field storage, then road transportation, then storage at the power plant, and then utilization. So it has to be stored under covered shed or tarpaulin. And also, when you are conveying these pellets over the conveyor, your dust suppression system, because it operates and it puts water on the conveyor belt to prevent the dust. So that has to be also taken care of. So what is the science behind hygroscopic nature of biomass? Biomass contains hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin. Basically, it contains hydroxyl group and it absorbs the water. So if we can break this hydroxyl group, this water, it can become hydrophobic. From hygroscopic, it can become hydrophobic. So that's what we do in torrefaction. So that will be taken care of in the later part of the slide. So once the handling part has been seen, what we have seen is that the next portion is when it is conveyed, it's first conveyed.
आणि अगर असंच दिलं
0.9 तर मग डायरेक्ट
नॉर्मल म्हणजे 30.
Okay, thank you. So a known sample of this biomass is milled in a lab disk mill. So we have lab disk mill like this. You can see on the cursor photograph. So we have noted down that within a given time, how much it is being pulverized and what is the current taken. And we noted down afterward the particle size. So you can see if we use a wet biomass, so it becomes sticky. So anyway, wet biomass won't be able to reach the mill portion, but if it reaches there, so this will be the condition. So if we take a biomass of large quantity in this particular capacity of the mill, so we can see you have a larger particles. And rest, if we reduce the size, then the size can be controlled and fine particles can be obtained. But ultimately, the particles gets broken down into the constituent sizes. That means the pellet has been prepared by a given particle size. So if we mill this, the pellet will break down in that particular particle sizes. So what are the insights on the milling analysis? Wet biomass, as expected, sticks on the milling surface. Above a given quantity of biomass in mill, the milling performance drops with larger particles. Current observed in the biomass mill is slightly higher than coal. So this we have observed in our lab milling, that if we use biomass and if we use coal, so while biomass pulverization, the mill current is slightly higher than the coal. So basically then we followed this up and tried to find out what are the reasons. Further, it has been observed that if fine biomass particles are used, the mill current can be decreased. Experiment indicate about 10% biomass in coal, current shoots up, also mill particle size are larger. So this way, we got a limit point from mill pulverization point of view, that if 10% up to 10%, it can give performance. If we move about 10%, if the co-firing ratio or the milling ratio is with more than 10% biomass, then there can be a performance issue with the mill. So inside coal being brittle in nature breaks down into smaller particles in milling operation, because between the grinding surfaces, the coal comes, it is brittle. Due to the force, it breaks down. So in the initial part of the coal, when coal travels from the top to out of the mill, the gap first decreases and then increases. That means first loading is there. After that, there is some part of deloading. But in biomass particle, it being soft in nature, it basically elongates. It doesn't disintegrate. And when it elongates, it basically remains within that grinding surfaces. And therefore, the contact remains there. And so the loading increases between the grinding surfaces. And that is the reason why the current increases while we are basically grinding any soft material, which becomes flaky or fibrous in nature. Second, based on the various pneumatic studies on biomass particle for conveying, it was decided to keep the particle size of the constituent pellet between 1 to 3 mm size. After that, we have carried out the proximate analysis. So as you know, proximate analysis gives us the moisture, ash, volatile matter, fixed carbon, and GCV. All other parameters remaining same, you can see the volatile matter in general in biomass is from 60 to 70%. In this case, particularly for this sample which has been shown here, the volatile matter was 67%. Now the question is how and where it will affect the boiler operation, whether it will be during milling operation or it will be during combustion. So we have to take care of this aspect. We have searched very many literature while we are doing studies for this trial operation, and we found something that they do some mill modification, but exactly what is that, it was not mentioned. So then we thought that how this high volatile matter will affect our processing or the boiler combustion process. Then we went for ultimate analysis. Again, ultimate analysis provides carbon almost similar, hydrogen, a slightly higher hydrogen in biomass, nitrogen slightly less, sulfur slightly less in biomass. So basically the hydrogen to carbon ratio in biomass is more, and basically this is the aspect which is taken care in case of boiler design. So we have to see that how it affects. So literature suggests higher H/C ratio, which is there in the biomass, a higher flame speed, lower radiative heat transfer. So will there be any change in the heat release pattern if we fire biomass along with coal in the boiler? So these are the 2-3 questions which were there in our mind. So we went through in analyzing that. So how we analyze that? Basically, for all thermal analysis, we have certain equipments being used in chemical industries, in metallurgy or powder industries, also in power industries. So simultaneous thermal analyzer is basically a heated furnace. So if you see here, so this is the particle, you can say you place the particles over here, the sample over here, and you heat this. This is a heated furnace. So this can be heated up to 1500 degrees centigrade. And the whole thing is mounted on a very fine balance. So basically, as you heat up the particle over here, it will lose first the moisture, then the volatile matter, and then the carbon, and the loss will be captured by this balance with time. So a known sample is heated at 10 degrees centigrade in a furnace with a balance. Weight loss at different combustion phase is recorded. So it provides us the comparative combustion behavior. So what we find out, that is in the next slide. So here on the left hand side, you can see some curve, and basically the x-axis is temperature, where the temperature increasing from 100 degrees centigrade to 700 degrees centigrade, and it is the percentage weight on the y-axis. So it starts with 100% weight. So first curve you will follow, this is the coal curve. So as we are heating the coal in that particular simultaneous thermal analyzer, you can see that these are basically first heated in the furnace. So from the coal, the moisture has been taken out, and after that it is put into the thermal analyzer. So the first weight loss you can see is starting at about 320 degrees centigrade approximately. So basically this is the portion here up to this point where the volatile in coal comes out. So the volatile in coals comes out at 320 degrees centigrade, and after that, this is the combustion part of it. And then the complete combustion is there. So this coal contains approximately 40% of ash, because after burnout, complete burnout, the weight remains 40% of the original. So basically, this is the coal curve. Now, if you see the biomass curve, so this is the biomass curve. So, sorry. So you can see in the biomass, this is first the moisture which is removed at 100 degrees centigrade. And then as you reach up to 190 degrees centigrade, this starts getting down. The curve coming down, that means the heat loss, the weight loss has started. That means the volatile is started coming out. So in the volatile, the biomass, the volatile matters is coming out at approximately 190 degrees centigrade. And then the combustion rate, so up to this is volatile matter, and from here combustion. So you can see the combustion rate is very fast with respect to this green curve. So here it can be plotted against time also. So, but you can see, so this is the difference of complete combustion. That is, the biomass burns faster, it volatiles, evolves much before with respect to coal. So insight what you got from here is the volatile matter from biomass evolves at approximately 190 degrees centigrade, and we have seen this as a range. Some biomass evolves at 195, some at 185, in general 190 degree give and take. Similarly, volatile matter for coal evolves between 320 to 350 degrees centigrade. Average figure is 340. So mill inlet air temperature needs to be fixed to prevent any volatile release in the mill. Biomass burned faster than coal, so heat release of biomass is faster with respect to coal. So basically, lower mill operation may provide a better heat transfer or almost equal heat transfer similar to that coal. So these are the insights which has been evolved from this, and this we discussed with our plant operations, OS and engineering, and based on that, all our recommendations were made, based on which all the modifications in handling system and in the milling system were carried out. Similarly, what we have done is, then we prepared the blends. So here the color has changes, but the graph is almost similar. The red one is coal. After that, we have 5% biomass, and then we have 10% biomass. So we can compare the 10% biomass with the coal, where we can see that biomass, it evolves, biomass volatile is evolving at approximately 190-200 degrees centigrade, and combustion is bit faster with the coal, but this is manageable. So overall volatile release at 5% and 10% biomass blend to the lower than coal is near to coal. The combustion rate at 5 to 10% biomass blend, though faster than coal, is very near to coal. About 10%, volatile release temperature drastically decreases, combustion rate drastically increased. So from these aspects, we have provided a limit of 10%. That 10% will be a safe operating limit for biomass co-firing. Then we have carried out ash fusion temperature, because using this agri waste, we all know that they have higher alkali, higher chlorine. So we started first with whatever we have with us, that is the ash fusion temperatures measurements. So you can see, and this we have done for reducing atmosphere, because to arrive at you can say difficult position, because always in reducing atmosphere you have lower IDTs, ash fusion temperatures. So biomass is 1153 degree, where coal is 1454. So ash fusion temperature biomass is very low as compared to coal. So how it will behave in the boiler? So that is one of the main questions which we have to answer. And we have measured the alkali and chlorine in coal. So we found out from literature what are the standards available, and based on those standards we evaluated this. So you can see sodium biomass has higher value than sodium. This is percentage dry basis in fuel. Potassium more than coal in biomass. Similarly, chlorine also more, and fluorine also more than more. So the effect of sodium, potassium on ash fouling the horizontal pass tubes and agglomeration will be instant phenomena. Effect of chlorine and fluorine on hot temperature corrosion. This chlorine and fluorine will cause hot temperature corrosion, and it's a long time phenomena. So we thought that we will fire these things, trial operation, and on a long time basis, we will monitor the tubes as how this is affecting the tube corrosion part. But sodium and potassium affecting the biomass, we thought that this will be instantaneous and it can be checked as we go on trial firing. So what we have done is Netra has developed along with CPRI a drop tube reactor. So this drop tube reactor is basically a furnace, heated furnace. This is the heated part of the furnace where we can feed a measured quantity of coal along with primary air, and we put a secondary air, primary air and coal conveyed into the center of the part. This is the heated tube. Secondary air at 800 degrees centigrade is given here. Basically, what it gives us, it's an electrically heated vertical reactor. Temperature is 1500 degrees centigrade. The heating rate which is achieved over here due to this higher secondary air and the 1500 degrees temperature furnace, it is almost equivalent to boiler heating rate. So basically, the rate of heating of the boiler is being replicated over here. So this is used for combustion rate, analyzing the combustion rate, analyzing the ash deposition. So what we have done is we have also have a system of a cooled tube type of thing here. So this can go inside this, and at the bottom of the reactor, it can collect all the ash which is being burnt and dropping over here. And this is a sample collection system. So basically we use this system and we put a coupon over this. And this is a water cooled system. So this goes inside, the coupon rotates, and whatever ash falls from it, it deposited here. So you can see this is the water cooled shaft, and this is the rotating coupon. It goes inside this. This is the bottom of the furnace. And when we collected this ash over here and take it out and seen this, so you can see here this is deposited ash, and this is for 5% and 10% biomass co-firing. And what we have seen is basically if I brush this, then this ash drops out. ये गिर जाता है. So basically that means that with 5 to 10%, the ash deposit with that particular samples which we have tested over there, at that time, the ash deposits is loose in nature, and basically that can be taken care from soot analysis. But when we increase it to 15 to 20%, we observed certain spots here, hard spots here, indicating that there is some tendency of basically agglomeration or depositions. So based on this experience, what we recommended is that, okay, up to 10% we can fire without any cause of concern with respect to ash deposition. So the guidelines formed above from these exercises are biomass pellets conveying in covered truck. It should be in covered truck. As no infrastructure existed for covered biomass in Dadri, it was taken through reclaim hopper at that time. Manual adjustment of reclaim hopper gate to achieve the blending ratio of 3 to 10%, because these are not basically made for a very low co-firing ratio, blending. So for 3 to 10%, we have to struggle hard at that time. Mill inlet temperature restricted to 180 degree first, and then we slightly increased to 190 degrees centigrade. First trial fire with low biomass fed through lower mill, B and C. Remote operation of mill steam inerting. So these all things has been discussed. So basically, the experiments has given us the characteristic of biomass, and we related this characteristic with boiler operation. And then we came out with a recommendation that if 10%, up to 10% can be fired, provided certain modifications are done in the system, in handling system, in operation system, in milling system, and then it can be successfully fired. Ultimately, following all these recommendations and modification, we fired this biomass in 3 or 4 stages, starting from 3% to 10%, and it was successfully carried out. So next part, which I will, I think I will, I have 15 more minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Up to 4:45 your time.
4:40. Okay. I will try to maintain the time. So now the next question is, based on this and based on efforts from our engineering team and with CA, etc. Then all this policy came about. Then firing took place. NTPC then ordered for firing at several plants. The now National Biomass Mission has been formed, and one of the major guidelines or directives of the mission is how to increase co-firing ratio. Then there are certain procedures for co-firing, increasing co-firing ratio with raw biomass. So up till now we were discussing raw biomass. If we have to increase the raw biomass ratio about 10 to 15%, उसके ऊपर अगर हमको जाना है, then the first thing which will be required is modification the mill. Ball mill, etc., won't be able to give that performance. We need to have hammer mill. That is one of the aspects, and it will require heavy investment. Second, with this biomass, if we fire, the tendency of agglomeration will increase, and wherever the modification has been done in the boiler, what they have done is basically in the horizontal pass, they have increased the pitching of the tubes so that if the agglomeration take place, the bridging should not take place. So they have increased the gaps in between. So those are the modifications which will require. That will be very costly. Second option is that if you torrefy the raw biomass, so many of these aspects can be taken care of. So we have done a detailed analysis of that. So this is basically a very first analysis, and the validation is going on. So some of the aspects which are not on the curves, some of the numbers are not given, but you can see the trend. So what is torrefaction? Heating biomass in deficient O2 atmosphere at about 200 to 350 degree, and it has to be kept there for half an hour to 1 hour. So this component of hemicellulose, lignin, and cellulose are decomposed. High amount of volatile compound and tar evolves. End products are solid, which is basically torrefied biomass, liquid, which is basically tar, and non-condensable gases, which goes out from the system. So the solid product which remains and which we termed as torrefied biomass, it becomes brittle in nature, and also it becomes hydrophilic. So these 2 points take care of your handling things and your milling part. So basically these 2 things are responsible, which can make it possible to fire higher biomass in our boiler with using the existing system. Have higher calorific value than parent biomass. It has low volatile because the lower temperature volatile evolves out, and remaining VMs evolves at higher temperature. So basically that makes our milling operation that much more safe. So thus torrefaction eliminates the major constraints in the biomass. So what we have done, we have taken a sample of rice straw which has been torrefied 300 degrees centigrade for 1 hour, and we prepared samples, blended samples with coal. Coal we have got from Dadri. So samples were in which 10% biomass was there, next sample 20%, then 30% biomass, 40% biomass, 60, 80, 100% biomass. So these blends were prepared and a detailed analysis. So these analyses were all lab analysis. So you can see the approximate analysis of this. So first is coal, second is 10% biomass blend, third is 20% biomass, and then increasing. So RST7 is completely full biomass. So you can see on all the 4 parameters, when we blend this coal and biomass, it's almost linear in nature. That is additive properties. So basically, if we have a coal and if we can have a biomass, 100% biomass, and we know its values in terms of proximate analysis, we can correlate any blend, property of any blend from these curves, because these are linear or additive in nature. But observations are less volatile matter in torrefied straw, a high volatile matter in rice straw, except for RST1, property varies almost linearly with blending. So there may be some issue here, we are checking it out, but we can say that with this torrefied biomass, the approximate analysis values or properties are additive in nature. Similarly, also for ultimate analysis. So in ultimate analysis, you can see hydrogen and nitrogen is more in RST with respect to coal, which we have also observed in our biomass, raw biomass. Sulfur is less, again on the same line. The RST almost show linear change in properties with blending. That means for ultimate analysis also, these figures are additive in nature. That means if I have ultimate analysis of coal and I have ultimate analysis of a particular biomass, then if I mix it any ratio, that ratio of the two properties will give me the ultimate analysis of that particular blend. Either it is 20%, 30%, 60%. So it makes our analysis easier for us also and for plant also, which will be utilizing this on a daily basis. So this is one of the most important slide. Mill grinding capabilities current during lab milling of samples. So what we have seen is we have used these blends, different blends in our lab mills, and what we have observed is up to 60% the mill current remains same. So when the blend ratio increases above 60%, the mill current increases drastically. So that means the torrefaction has given an added property into this biomass, which makes it amenable to be milled safely in our mill without taking much current. Also, the HGI also improves. But for raw biomass, it is very difficult to calculate in the mill the HGI because of its property. Similarly, we have done the blend analysis in our simultaneous thermal analyzer. And what we have seen is, this is very important. For torrefied rice straw, that this is the whole rice straw, VM releases at 220 degrees centigrade. So that means I can bring up my mill temperature approximately 210, 215 degrees centigrade. Thereby, I can improve my efficiency and also the mill operating conditions. So torrefied not only improves the grindability, but it also enables us to run the mills at higher temperature compared to raw biomass. Combustion effect of higher biomass blend. For higher biomass blend, about 25 to 30% of the boiler design need to be validated, as very fast combustion rate of biomass with respect to coal, high volatile matter, flake or cylinder burns faster than spherical coal. So as I said you, that biomass, if we grind in the mill, it becomes, as it is fibrous, it becomes flaky in nature. So flakes burns faster than the spherical coal, and also because high volatile matter, the biomass combusts much faster than coal. And so it has low residence time of biomass fuel in combustion. So that becomes basically how you are, which mills you are taking into service. Because if you take higher mill, there can be a chances of your high requirement of high quenching at your superheaters, reheaters. Due to higher hydrogen to carbon ratio biomass, higher flame speed, lower radiative heat transfer, change in the heat release pattern is basically expected if we go about 30 to 40%. So here also you see, if you see hydrogen carbon ratio and oxygen carbon ratio of the samples of the blend which we tested, it can be seen that approximately 20-30% it's similar to coal, but after that it increases drastically. So these are the aspects where we have to see, but from this we can say that for using torrefied coal, maybe 20 to 30% blending we can use. Similarly, clinkering and slagging behavior of coal. So using elemental ash analysis, basically what are the elements in form of oxides are there in the ash. So you have this acidic, basic ashes, oxides, then ash fusion temperatures, alkali content, sodium, potassium. So based on this, typical for a coal, there are certain indices, and these indices provides the indication of slagging or fouling behavior. So these different things are analyzed, and after that, when you see the curves of ash fusion temperature, again you can see up to RST3, that is 10, 20, and 30%. 30% of blend is almost similar to that of coal. So these are for torrefied. It indicates that if we use torrefied biomass, then the co-firing ratio can be increased. So this is ash fusion temperature, basically ash deposition or agglomeration with respect to ash fusion temperature. ST, HT, FT, or IDT based on that. And if you see alkali content, so this is the second curve. You can see alkali content. Again, you can see by the curves where the curve suddenly changes its pattern. You can see this potassium oxide. So you can see from RST2 it deviates. So this is a possible slagging zone. Before that, that is up to 20%. So from potassium and sodium, you can say that up to 20% is the maximum limit even for torrefied. Similarly, alkali content. So these are ash elemental analysis. That is basically ash analysis किया गया. उसका जो oxides है उसके हिसाब से ये graph को plot किया गया है. Third, it's basically the alkali content in fuel. So here again 20% you can see approximately 20% के ऊपर आपका curve काफी ऊपर भागने लगता है. That means this can be a limitation point with respect to even torrefied also. So if you see at the chlorine, so chlorine again 25%. यहाँ पहला कर्व जो है फ्लोरीन का है, नीचे वाला कर्व जो है ये क्लोरीन का है. इवन यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे तो ये ऊपर जा रहा है इस तरह. तो एक सेफ पॉइंट पे हम यहाँ कह सकते हैं कि 25% पे हम फायरिंग अप टू 25% हम फायरिंग कर सकते हैं. तो बेसिकली डिफरेंट इंडाइसेस से मेरे को डिफरेंट ब्लेंडिंग रेशो मिल रहा है जो कि सेफ बॉयलर के लिए हो सकता है. उसमें से जो सेफेस्ट है अगर वो मैं लेता हूं so basically it is alkali in fuel, which says that up to 20%, even if it torrefied, we can go safely up to 20%. After that, that can be a trial hit and trial run and see experimenting, trial and observing, and then moving forward. So that can be done. But as on day with this initial analysis, we can say the torrefaction solves the problem of storage because it becomes hydrophobic. Second, handling, conveying and milling, and third, basically it also take care of the ash deposition problems up to 20%. So final observation with raw biomass pellets. Literature and case studies indicated very little about biomass agri-waste co-firing in PC-fired boiler. Detailed characteristic of raw biomass carried out in lab and pilot plant. So what we observed was biomass, raw biomass, hygroscopic in nature, pellet converted to sludge on exposure to rain. So it gives indication of how it has to be handled or storage. High volatile matter, 60 to 70%, evolving at 190 degree to 200 degree centigrade, raises mill safety concern, but also gives us an indication that how mill operation has to be modified for safer operation. Very high combustion rate, heat release pattern in boiler to be different from coal. But what we have seen is from our experimentations in lab that up to 10 to 20%, the combustion patterns remains almost similar to coal. Very low IDT, 1185 degree, ash lagging can be an issue. Very high alkali and chlorine, again ash lagging and hot temperature corrosion can be an issue. But detailed characterization which was carried out in our top tube reactor with respect to ash deposition has indicated that up to 10% this can be fired safely. So based on that, suitable recommendations with respect to handling storage, mill temperature, mill selection was carried out, and a safety operation procedure was prepared. And based on that, successful trial from 3 to 10% was carried out in the mill. For torrefied, rice straw torrefied at 300 degrees centigrade for 1 hour was carried out. These are the blends, and the results of this has been elaborated. And basically, it came out that if we use torrefied rice straw, then maybe 20% we can increase with the existing system. We can increase the co-firing ratio to 20%. But this is the validation is under progress. So lastly, but not the least, I should acknowledge my head of Netra, Shri Shashwatam, my group head at that time, Shri Rajesh Satyakam, my colleagues, Ajay Sutrakar, Guncha Munjal, and my team, chemistry team from Netra, Pranay, Pooja, Kiran, Narendra, and also Ashwini Kumar, Senior Manager, P Mechanical from Engineering, for their support, effort, guidance, vision to accomplish the project. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was indeed a very good presentation, and we all are benefited after seeing the curves which you have shown. After a lot of research work, we have plotted the curves with 5%, 10% biomass, and all confusions are removed from the power plant fraternity across India. Many stations which do not have a very good research facility which NTPC is having. So everybody will be benefited with this. And this was indeed a very good presentation, Karmakar sir. We are highly thankful to you.
Thank you,
And
sir.
now with this, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Shri B.S. Meena, DGM NTPC Dadri. He will guide us about biomass pellet handling from storage area to coal mill, bunkers, and combustion of pellets. This is also a very good topic, which is a challenging topic for us. So I hope Meena ji is online, and now Meena ji will take over. BC Meena ji.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to all. This is B.S. Meena this side, sir.
Good evening, sir. Start कीजिए. Yes.
I'm sharing my screen, sir. Sir, it's visible now?
Yes, sir. Your screen is coming. Yes. It's visible. Please enlarge it. F11. Yes, yes. Okay.
Sir, thank you to NPTI and Mission Biomass, sir, for giving me the opportunity of sharing the experience of handling biomass from field to Dadri. And since it has been commenced at Dadri, so Dadri, I'm sharing the experience we are facing at the Dadri station, sir. Sir, before moving forward, it is one slide about the Dadri station, sir. So Dadri station is the unique station of NTPC where we have a combined portfolio of power generation. 1820 we are generating from coal, 830 megawatt we are generating from gas, and 5 megawatt we are generating from PV solar, sir. So it's one of the unique project in India, sir. So now I'm coming to the topic, sir. Basically from where it has been, I'm taking you to back 3 to 4 years back, sir. From where this topic actually enlightened and came in the notice, sir. So it was in a way back in 2016, sir. So it was the satellite image. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, it is the satellite image which was taken in 2019, sir. And we can clearly see that what's the smoke position over the Delhi NCR. And it is clearly it is due to that agro residue burning which is taking place in the nearby states in Punjab and Haryana, sir. So this is the sequence of events about the smoke, sir. Smoke was first experienced in Delhi NCR in November 2016, and before that no one has noticed it. It doesn't mean before that parali was not burning, but the intensity was very less, and the reason was because after 2015 that mechanical harvesting concept has been increased in these states, and most of the, because 1/3 of that parali is that harvesting part remains in the field which is being burned. So after 2016 this problem has been increased in very big way. Since 2016 smoke scenario repeats every year, and it is almost mainly during the early winter, sir. And it comes more and more in intensity every year. In 2019, smoke prevailed in the second week of November. And during this period, air quality index even crossed more than 200 scales, whereas more than 400 is supposed to be very severe, sir. And various studies revealed that one of the main reasons of smoke in NCR is due to agro residue and stubble burning in the nearby states. The rice stubble and other residues left out in the fields are because of the mechanical harvesting, wherein 1/3, it's almost 12-inch height of that agro residue waste is left in the field after mechanical harvesting. And farmers used to burn these remainings in the field itself for preparing their next crop, which is the easiest and cheapest way to get rid of it without caring of the pollution, sir. So when it has been acknowledged, sir, in a print media and a digital media, this has been came in the light in 2019. These images are of 2019, sir, of Delhi. It is clearly says that it has clearly a darkness due to that parali burning. So efforts for combating with this rising air pollution in Delhi NCR. So regular smoke incidents creates environment havoc in Delhi NCR. And mainly, the biggest festival season, they make it distasteful by burning of the crackers. This is the symbol of the victory of that festival, sir. So considering the rising problem of the pollution in Delhi NCR, government formed a specific body to mitigate the pollution problems. That was Environmental Pollution Control Authority, that is a EPCA, to get rid of the rising pollution problem. EPCA introduced a graded response action plan, which has a provision for responsive restrictions with respect to the AQI. If AQI increases, more and more restrictions are being imposed. Later on, the government took more stringent steps to mitigate the rising pollution scenario and abolished EPCA in 2020, November 2020, and constituted a dedicated commission for air quality management, which will look after that Delhi NCR pollution problem. This smoke scenario triggered it to explore alternate options to utilize the agro residue waste as a useful source of energy in industries and mainly in the power plants, as they are the biggest consumer of the fossil fuel. So biomass pellets made from the agriculture waste may be the unique and low-cost option for utilization as a co-fuel in a power generation. So from where that idea clicked actually, after that problem was rising and it was from every nook and corner, this issue was taking care. So NTPC took an initiative to get rid of the so-called parali ghost and to decided to use it as a co-fuel for power generation at its Dadri power plant located in the NCR. And the Dadri plant is surrounded with the rich crop belt, so where that even parali is being burning in the surrounding of the power plants. Since NTPC doing it very first time in India, so we do not have much information about what are the chemical properties of the parali to be used as a co-fuel. But NTPC, being a mind of power engineers, started their exercise and explored the possibilities to convert it into energy and a useful fuel. After conducting basic studies and research, trial operation for co-firing was first started at the Dadri station in September 2017 in a 210 megawatt thermal unit with 100 metric ton of the biomass pellet. This experiment was started. Since our boilers were not designed for such fuel, but after getting initially hiccups, finally we succeeded to use biomass pellet in a power generation. And after the trial operation, since November 19, we are regularly using it. And at Dadri presently, we have a 280 metric ton per day biomass pellet supply contract is in a force, and that is valid up to 2025. And during the trial operation, the measures learned are from the blending ratios to be taken care, because it was the biggest concern. So blending ratio of the biomass with the coal, what are the moisture contents in that biomass, transportation and storage issues, to evaluate its impact on the existing system. So these are the technical specifications for preferable limits. Base metal, agro residue and crop residue. Diameter of the pellets should not be more than 25 millimeter. Length should not be more than 50 millimeter. Bulk density should not be less than 600 kg. Fineness less than or equal to 5%. Gross calorific value 3500 plus minus 100 kilocalorie per kg for non-torrefied fuel. Moisture content less than 9%. Ash content less than 20%. Grind grow grindability index if 50 or more. And this is a particle size for distribution. And it was decided on the on received basis, when the pellet received at the site, thereafter testing is being done, and these parameters should meet after arrival at the site. So these are the preferable limits of biomass pellets. But what are the acceptable limit? If we are not getting that material in the preferable limits, if the biomass pellet doesn't meet the guaranteed parameter as given in the above slides for GCV, moisture content, S content, fineness, but are still within the acceptable limit. So here the acceptable limits are given. If the calorific value is even less than 3400, it will be accepted. And it will be from 2800 to 3400 if the biomass, the calorific value is there. So it will be accepted. If the moisture content even up to 14% or equivalent, less than 14% or equivalent, it will be accepted. If the S content is more than 20%, even it will be accepted. If the fineness is more than 5%, it will be accepted. But if the GCV value is less than 2800, it will not be acceptable. So what is the biomass? These things have already been discussed, but I'm just taking the brief from there. So in the first slide, in the first pick, the remaining of the agro residue after mechanical harvesting, and in the second pick, it is being collected. The weight is being collected from the fields in lieu of the preparation for their next crop. So what are the raw material for that biomass? For non-torrefied biomass pellets, the raw material is used shall be primarily be agro residue or crop residue, which may vary region to region as per the crop patterns, which remains unutilized after harvesting the crop and is otherwise being burnt in the fields by the farmers. For example, for northwestern region, the agro residue or farm residue likely to be available in surplus for making the pellets, which may be paddy stubble, straw stubble, cotton stalks, groundnut cells, maize stalks, sunflower stalks, gram stalks, coastal stalks, etc. Agro residue pellets can be manufactured either by individual one of the above, or it can be a mix of the multiple. Any byproduct of woodwork factories such as wood chips, sawdust, furniture, etc. shall not be used in manufacturing of the biomass pellet for power generation purpose. It will not be. So natural additives or oblique binders such as lignin, starch, animal dungs can be used in a manufacturing process if required for binding. The detail of biomass component and natural additive binders shall indicate the actual material components and their properties used in manufacturing of biomass pellet to the supplier or to the power plant operator. These are the components of this biomass pellets. So biomass pelletization processor, it is showing this raw material comes, then it goes to screening. Screening, if any dust and any sand on that, it will be screened, and then if it is bad, it will be dried. Then cyclone separation, then material conveying to the pelletizing unit, then pellet conveying, it goes to pellet conveying. And after making the pellets, the temperature is around 80 to 100 degree. So it needs to be cooling. It may be by natural air or by some cold air. Then it will be screening. After screening, it will go to final packaging purpose. So biomass, agro or crop residue collected from the field shall be cleaned of soil or mud and shredded to get the adequate size. In case of the higher moisture content, the shredded material shall be dried to the extent of the acceptable moisture level. The dried biomass shall be passed through a screening process to remove the bigger size of the biomass material. If the size is bigger, it will be conveyed back to the pre-shredder process. So it will be re-shredded to bring it at the desired size. Screening system may have a magnet also to remove any metallic particle. So the screened dried biomass shall be collected in the hopper placed above the hammer mill through a bulker elevator. Hammer mill grinds shall reduce the biomass to the adequate particle size, which is less than 2 millimeter. The biomass from the hammer mill oblique grinder shall be pneumatically transferred to the cyclone filter to remove the dust particle. The dust-free biomass shall be conveyed to the screw feeder to transfer the feed into the pellet mill consisting of a perforated die of specific diameter of the pellet. The pellet shall be cut to the required size by the cutter attached to the pellet mill. The densified hot biomass pellet having a temperature in the range of 80 to 100 degrees centigrade shall be transferred to cooler by a drag chain conveyor and shall cooled by the blower or sucking the natural air from the atmosphere. The cooled pellet shall then be transferred to the vibrating screen for removing the fineness. Crumbled pellets to be sent back to the hopper above the pellet mill, and proper size screen pellets shall be collected into storage bag. Silo through the bulker elevator or the subsequent transport to be sent to the power plants. There is a 1-minute video regarding that biomass pellet handling. So this is the final process, how to make that biomass in that biomass manufacturing plant, sir. So process of biomass manufacturing: before feeding biomass to the pellet mill, biomass shall be reduced to the small particle size of the order not more than 3 millimeter. If the pellet size is too large or the too small, it affects the quality of the pellets and in turn increasing of the energy consumption. The next and the most important step, the pelletization, where biomass is compressed against the heated metal using as a die. The die consists of the hole of the fixed diameter through which the biomass pass through to take its size with the high pressure. And due to the high pressure, frictional force increase, leading the considerable rise in the temperature. High temperature causes the lignin and resin present in the biomass to soften, which acts as a binding agent between the biomass fibers, which keeps hold in a position. So this way the biomass particle fuse to form in a pellet form. The average energy required to biomass pelletizing of biomass, roughly it varies between 26 kilowatt per metric ton to 49. It depends on the type of raw metal we are using. Binder and lubricants may be added to the some case of the produce higher quality pellets. Binders increase the pellet density and durability. During the friction generation in the die, excess heat is developed. Thus the pellets are very soft and hot, about 70 to 80 degree. It needs to be cooled further, as we already discussed before storage and sending to the user. So raw metals residue, if we use in a raw size, so there are some constraints. So it was the biggest challenge for NTPC to use the crop residue in the form of solid fuel to be co-fired with the coal, since crop residue is having a poor grindability as well as the transportation problem due to the low density. So it was decided to use these in the pellet form only. It is the process in in the form of the pellet, which also facilitates the lower transport cost, and it has the high density. Moisture content, biomass co-firing with the agriculture residue-based pellet is a challenging task due to very high volatility content, which ranges between 60 to 70%, higher alkali and the chlorine content, and it's a low ignition temperature, 230 to 250, the fibrous and hyperbolic nature. These properties of the biomass create several problems regarding open storage, handling, safe milling, performance, and the corrosion of the steam generator. So pellet blending with the coal, a vibrating emergency feeder available in the coal yard, is used for the purpose of the manually controlled manner. The pellets coming from the emergency reclaimer hopper blended in the desired proportion with the coal coming from the track hopper and mixes with the coal at the TP3 at Dadri. So these are the comparison between the coal and paddy straw. Carbon contents in the coal is 34 to 35%, whereas the paddy is 10 to 15%. Volatile content 20 to 20% in the coal, where it is 60 to 66 in the paddy straw. Ash content 38% in the coal, and the paddy straw is less than 20. Moisture 6% in the coal, and the paddy straw is approximately 8%. GCB 3500, and the coal end is almost same for paddy straw. Alkali content is 6 to 8% in the paddy straw. Chlorine content density is a 700 kg of paddy straw, whereas 833 kg for the coal. Ignition temperature 454 in the coal and 240, which is very less. And ash fusion temperature for a coal is 1150, whereas in paddy straw and biomass pellets is 850 to 900. Ash resistivity is moderate in a coal, there is a very high in the paddy straw with effect on your ESP. So the Dadri station, now we came to the Dadri station. It's one trial in the 4 phases. In the first phase, to establish the biomass pellet, blending procedure to examine the mill performance by pulverizing lean up to 2.5% of the biomass pellet. With the coal and 1 mill, it was done successfully. It was done with the 1 mill. And phase 2, 5% biomass pellet mixed with the coal, and it was used in the 1 mill, and the blending process was successfully achieved. And third phase we achieved in the 7%. And to examine the effect of the biomass co-firing on the boiler performance, such as the efficiency, ash characteristic, and air pollution control, including SOx, NOx, and PM emission, and all the 4 mills in a 1 unit at a full load, which was successfully achieved. And fourth, we did with the 10% with the all 4 mills, and it's middle mills, not top and bottom one. So what are the test result with the 7% blend of 210 units? So using of 7%, it increased the flue gas temperature by 7%, by 7 degrees centigrade due to the low mill air inlet temperature. Increase in the mill power consumption, it is approximately 200 kilowatt or 5 kilocalorie due to low mill inlet temperature. Drying of fuel do not take place, thus relative moisture increase and the current due to the high friction. Increase in the unburnt carbon in the bottom S, it is around 10%. Decrease in the unburnt carbon in the flue gas in the fly S, it is approximately 10%. And decrease in the boiler efficiency is approximately 0.5%. And considering the long-term effect of the biomass co-firing, the estimated increased heat rate is 40 to 50 kilocalorie per kilowatt. So now we came on the stage where we have implemented. So initially we have Dadri station have placed the order to 3 Saver India Private Limited for supplying of the 100 metric ton straw pellet at the landing cost of 7,100 per metric ton. In a first lot, 12 metric ton biomass delivered on 26 September. On 27th, we started it. So during feeding, all the dust separation pumps kept stopped condition to avoid the moisture ingress by biomass. conveyor belt scale calibration done to measuring the moving weight of the biomass pellet, done to ensure the required blending ratio. Sufficient quality of the coal kept in the track hopper to ensure the continuous coal feeding. And before start of the blending, all the bunker level has been maintained at the 15-meter level. So after 15-meter, we have filled it up to top with the this mix. So 12 metric ton biomass pellet got blended with the 460 metric ton of the coal, which came around 2.5%. And this was fed to the bunker. Biomass pellet were fed from the emergency hopper to got mix at the TP3, and 2.5% lean mixture of biomass pellet fed to the bunker mill of 4E of unit 1. So first time it was in a bunker mill 4E of the stage 1. Flow control of the pellet was being done through the rack and pinion management and below the emergency reclaiming hopper located between TP5 and TP6. So biomass basically receipt and unloading arrangements at Dadri station. So initially it was coming to the site in the bag form. So it takes a lot of time for unloading and feeding again because it's a intensive labor job. So the grating which is showing it is just that emergency reclaimer hopper. That provision was already available at the other station for feeding coal in the emergency situation. So since it was coming in the baggage and it was unloading through manually takes a lot of time. So we developed a truck tippling system. So when the truck comes with that 18 to 20 metric ton of capacity, and it takes hardly 2 to 3 minutes to unload it. Thereafter, we feed it to that emergency hopper through a dozer, so that unloading and handling time we have reduced up to major extent, which have helped in a two-way. One, it has reduced the cost, and second, it has been reduced the possibility of ingress of the moisture, because earlier it was done in an open area. But now we made a shade over that area, so if a truck unloaded it and it takes some time to feed, we store in a temporary shade. So in the first picture is a truck tippling facility developed, and in the second pic is the feeding methodology. And this we have already discussed in the previous slides. So here we are taking these are the black mentioned, which is the emergency reclaimer hopper, and this biomass pellet is just unloaded above it, which fed through the conveyor. It come from TP7 and it mixed with the TP3, and finally it is go to the bunker area. So mechanical vibrator feeder has been installed just below that emergency hopper, which regulates the flow of that biomass with respect to the weight or percentage of the coal. It is again the same image of the vibro feeder. And this is the layout of how it is coming to the coal bunker. From track hopper to reclaimer hopper, biomass comes. From track hopper, coal comes. They got mixed at the TP3, and finally it goes to the mill bunker. It is that one bunker is one conveyor is taking that biomass. It is mixing, and that second pick is indicating that it has been mixed with the coal and feeding to the ball mill bunker. So there are 6 mill in 210 megawatt of Dadri. So we have arrangement for feeding in a B, C, D, E on 4 mills only, neither top nor bottom mill. So this is the mill temperature control logics which we have modified to avoid that catch any fire by the biomass during the milling. So we have maintained the temperature, which we will discuss in the next slide. So what modification we did in the mill area, the steam inerting valve made remote operative. Earlier it was manually operative, but now we made it remote operative and the control with the control room. So if the temperature rises with a certain level, it will be automatically operated from the control room itself. Modulation control for hot air damper and cold air damper has been provided.
Meena sir, I think we can go somewhat faster on these slides. These have already been covered in the morning session, so we will be getting some more.
No. Don't worry, sir. I will take only 5 to 7 minutes to complete, sir.
Yeah, Amala, I think you can elaborate on other sections also. You
Sure.
take your time, sir, but for the slides which you feel we can jump, it would be really good.
Surely, I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
So, sir, mill inlet temperature limited to 175 to 180 degree. Earlier, it was 300 degree. So, we control the temperature at inlet level itself, rather outlet point. So, we set up the alarm of 190 degree to avoid that any alarm. And outlet temperature, we fixed 65 to 70 degree. Earlier, it was 80 degree. Temperature sensors we installed, illumination system we installed so that it can be monitored. The replication of the potential within the group companies. So whatever experience we have gained in the Dadri station, for co-firing, we shared with the other NTPC station through technical paper and demonstrations to replicate in other station. And that biomass feeding co-firing project under implementation of 21 NTPC power stations. And the procurement of more than 7 million ton per annum of biomass pellet is already been initiated of total NTPC station. Accordingly, supply contact for biomass pellet for NTPC projects are on advanced stage. One thing I wanted to discuss here, because that we have NTPC stations have identified the vendor which are locally available. So there is a problem that harvesting season is a different for everywhere. So as per the availability, that local vendors have been identified. Simultaneously, infrastructure has been developed in the power plants to meet the requirement. So what NTPC has done by biomass pellet, because more than 57,000 biomass pellet have already been used till December 2021 in 11 power plants. And we have already have a very advanced stage for taking care of that biomass pellet. And in Dadri, we have a 4.1 million contact in process, which will be applicable till February 2025, and it is 280 metric ton per day. So as we know that more than 250 million metric ton surplus biomass is available for use as an alternate fuel across the India, which means it is able to generate more than 20,000 of megawatt electricity, and that is equivalent to 5% of the installed capacity of India. It is a potential source of the energy which helps in the conservation of the natural resources, that is the coal, and the carbon neutral as well. So considering the fact, Ministry of Power formed the policy of use biomass pellet in power generation on the basis of the experience gained and at Dadri station. So steps initiated by the Government of India, this MOP and CA framed an enabling policy for replicate on other power stations across India. And government has issued advisory to all thermal power plants to use biomass pellet in power generation. MOP also notified the standard and technical specifications of biomass pellet. Methodology developed also for estimation of power generation tariffs, how they will deal with the cost increasing of it. But it has to be clear that if you are using a biomass pellet in a co-firing, it doesn't mean that you are making a profitable business. Here, one thing is to be admitted that if you are doing something for the environment, then you have to be, the cost has to be borne, because it's not that profitable business standalone. So what are the learning we have learned in the Dadri station? So one is the very important aspect that moisture-free environment has to be ensured to avoid the quality deterioration, because there is a restriction that more than 14% moisture content that biomass pellet will not be used in the power generation, so it will be waste. Modulation control has been provided at mill inlet temperature and outlet temperature as well. Biomass pellet blending shall be restricted up to 10%, because after 10%, more than 10%, it has a corrosive nature and it will have an impact on ESP performance. So it has to be restricted up to less than 10% only. Ensuring the proper grinding of the biomass pellet to reduce the unburnt carbon in the ash. And biomass pellet ash have high resistivity, resulting the impact of the ESP performance. So these are the learning we have learned in the Dadri station. And apart that, Sir, our designs and Netra have designed one in-house briquette manufacturing machine, which is installed at the Dadri station, which is working, and we are making at briquettes or pellets from the dry leaf or horticulture waste, which is collected within the plant area. And we are almost generating 1 ton per day, which we are using in a power generation. One more initiative, because the is the first time in the world one demo plant was installed in a Dadri station. It's a working project which is waste to energy, which is converts it has a facility of converting the NSW waste, mostly plastic and carbonic waste, into useful torrefied fuel. This waste to energy plant installed and commissioned at the Dadri station January 2020. Since then it is working. It has the capability of handling 3 metric ton of the carbonic waste in a 4-hour of lot. So it can be said that it can be generated some 15 to 20 metric ton of the torrefied fuel in a, and approximately 10 metric ton torrefied we have already generated with the calorific value of 5500 from the local plastic we have collected, and we used in that same torrefied fuel in a power generation. And locally from the villages we have also collected that plastic under no plastic drag, and which we have converted in this plant in a torrefied fuel, which we are using in a power generation. So that's all from my side, sir. Thank you all, sir.
Thank you, Meena ji, for your session. Actually, it was an insight of the Dadri story. It was a little bit repeated also, because many faculties have told the same thing. But still, revision is good for all of us. And now, one by one, we will start taking questions, and question and answer round will start. Mission Directorate people, Shri Prabjot ji, and will be there, Prakhar ji, Prakhar, Dharmesh ji, and all the faculties will be there. If in case anybody has any question, he can speak one by one, and we can take questions.
Sir, Sharma ji, I think people should raise their hands, and you please ask everybody.
Okay, please raise your hands. Who wants to raise ask the questions? Yes, Dharmesh Om Prakash Thul. Please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. I'm Durgesh Thul. I'm from Dhariwal Infrastructure Limited, Chandrapur, 300 megawatt into 2. Also, we have also used these pallets in our plant in one mill operation after visiting the Dadri NTPC Dadri. Sir, my question is that we also use these pallets in our plant. So at that time, what we have observed, we have to keep the inlet temperature at 190 degrees Celsius and outlet temperature at 60 degrees Celsius, which results the exit flue gas temperature increase by 6 to 7 degrees Celsius, and because of that our exit flue gas loss and ESP performance was also affected. So it could be possible, or it has is there in NTPC. We increase the temperature above 190 degree and see the result. What will happen if we go beyond 190 degrees Celsius? Because if we use these pallets in all mills and we keep the temperature at 190 degrees Celsius, it will definitely result in the increase in exit flue gas loss and also affect the ESP performance, which definitely cause the affect the emission in chimney.
Durgesh ji, actually, because biomass has high volatile content, So in initial testing of Netra, we have found out that after 190 degree, volatile material starts evolving. So we cannot go beyond 190 degree. It is our limitation when biomass co-firing is being done. So temperature is being limited to 180 degree or 185 degree maximum. So efficiency loss is always there when we are using biomass because we are using more cold air. So when we are using more cold air, then APH flue gas outlet temperature will also increase. So efficiency loss will be there when we are using biomass. And that's why 0.5% efficiency loss is there in boiler.
Okay, sir. Thank you. But my question is that if we can, means any there alternate solution or something we can do to optimize the boiler performance in with this type of coal blending?
Mr. Durgesh, I will answer your question. As a guidelines, we have to give a figure, basically which everybody should follow. So it also depends on the type of biomass you are firing. So basically, I would suggest that the biomass you are firing, you get a ST analysis of that, and particularly you will be able to get the temperature at which the volatile releases. If for your biomass, if you see the temperature of volatile matter releases is higher, maybe you can increase the temperature. But it all depends on the specific biomass fuel which you are firing in the boiler. So you do the analysis. If the analysis suggests you, then you may increase the temperature. Otherwise, this is the standard guidelines which we have seen and has been incorporated in the guidelines. Thank you.
And just to add,
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sujay Karmakar sir, there is any alternative. Just to minimize the heat loss in a heat rate, what we can try is to fire maximum amount of biomass in a least possible mills, so that you can prevent the reduction in temperature in number of mills. Suppose you have you have to fire 5% of biomass. So try this 5% biomass to fire in the already using 2 mills. So means 10% blending in 2 mills.
I hope the question is answered now.
By using that, you can reduce the loss.
I hope the question is answered now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Now, Sri Ashish Sethi.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. I want to ask that is there any change in excess oxygen percentage as doing it with the coal? So is there any change in excess oxygen percentage with the biomass included in it?
Basically, you want to know airflow. Airflow has been changed. Excess oxygen has been changed or not?
Yeah.
There is almost no impact on excess. Surya sir, your voice, I think you are mute. You are on mute.
There will be no change, na?
Yeah, no change.
No change.
Okay. One thing more I want to ask that instead of feeder view glass, is there any other alternative for sensing this biomass pellet?
Pardon?
You have mentioned that through the feeder view glass we can sense that when biomass pellet is coming in the feeder belt. So is there any other alternative so that we can have an access to this biomass pellet is coming in the mill or not?
There are feeder sample points which are available above the feeder, located above the feeder. That is also a viewpoint from where Dadri operation guys or local operator, field operators regularly check whether biomass blended coal is coming or not. Just above, located above feeder and below bunker, there is a sampling point also provided for chemistry.
Thank you, Rohit, for answering. And we cannot take more questions from same guy because many people are in line.
Sir,
please, Yuvraj Mohan.
Sir, in small,
yes.
I want to
Please
add
go ahead,
something
sir.
on this. Because of the storage in the bunker, let's say if you have fed for 8 hours of firing biomass for a particular, let's say 10% co-firing ratio, and that means if you have fed it for 8 hours, So you will be able to see biomass coming even after 9th, 10th or 11th hour also, but that will be in very small quantity, and because of the way your bunker is being emptied. So don't get bothered about that. If you have filled 8 hours, maximum of the biomass will be fed into the boiler within that 8 hours, and after that some biomass you will see because of the color difference with the coal. It is basically white or light in color. So some of the biomass will still be coming even in 9th, 10th or 11th hour also.
Okay.
Thank you, Sujay Karmakar sir. Now Yuvraj Mohan, please be specific about the question and raise only one question.
Yeah, actually, we are. I'm from Adani Power, working in Adani Power. We are using imported coal for our generation. There is any difficulties during using this biomass with imported coal? Do you have any analysis report for this, sir? And
We got your question. You are asking that with imported coal, this blending can be done or not? 5 to 10% blending.
Yes.
Please answer, sir.
So you have to see the properties of the imported coal, and most of it will be either having high volatile matter or high moisture. Is it?
Yes. Not clear, sir. Your question is not clear.
What is the property of our imported coal with respect to volatile matter and moisture?
First you have to tell the CV 5500 Indonesian coal, how much moisture is there, or Australian coal is there, which country's coal is there, and what are the characteristic proximate and ultimate analysis. Then you can raise your question, sir.
Sir, 1 second. Okay, sir. Okay. Just I will take and I will come back, sir.
Hello. Yeah, I'm KK Salmele from Panki Powerhouse, Panki Kanpur.
Yes, sir.
My question is to Sri Aswini Verma. The question you can see on the chat line. What percentage in net emission CO2 reduction per unit generation using 5% biomass?
So by thumb rule, you can just calculate on your own. By using 1 ton of a biomass pellet, you will be replacing almost 1 ton of coal if GCV is equal, right? So if a GCV is equal, then you will be reducing almost 1400 tons of CO2 per ton of biomass co-fired. So by using this value, you can straight away calculate the amount of CO2 reduction.
Effectively 5% less coal is burned and 5% less emission is there. I think this is what you are saying, sir?
Yes, right. Almost.
So summarize karne pe we are coming ki we are replacing coal because CV is almost 3500 and so we are replacing coal, so emissions are proportionately. If we are increasing to 10%, then 10% lower emissions, and 3% then 3% and 7% to 7%. Like this, sir, the question is clear now.
Okay. Second question is, hello. The second question is,
sir.
The power plant which are under construction, will you suggest some changes we should incorporate at this moment or at this time during construction of the power plant?
Yes,
so that
we have.
Can get this.
Yeah, understood your question. Means the power plants which are under construction or which are under for preparation of technical specification.
Actually, UP has a many 660 power plant under construction which are not in operation, which are under commissioning stage, various stages of commissioning. Tanda, Panki, Hardwagan, and Purja. So question is very specific. Whether any construction phase may we suggest any changes?
Yes, we can do some like in NTPC. What we are specifying that there should be arrangement of some meter feeding equipment. So at present, what we are doing means some jugaad kind of system. But in the future, we will be requiring some more sophisticated system in which we will be just measuring means how much quantity we are going to feed.
So basically that will be a blending sort of terminal point sort of thing is there,
Yes.
which will send the biomass to the bunker for mixing and blending. So that can be arranged in the existing also, and that can be taken care at the design stage also, both ways.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if the plant is under commissioning or under advanced stages, there are no need of changes, sir. Santosh Bhagat, please raise your question. Santosh Bhagat.
Sir, I am from Lanco Power Korba. My question is that during one of the presentation, faculty told that boiler efficiency reduces by 0.33% and heat rate increases by 10 to 12 kilocalorie. So that CO2 reduction, how it is achieved? There is one question, because combustion efficiency also decreases. And second, any effect on NOx formation has been analyzed or not? Because if excess air increases, then effect on NOx was studied or not? That is my question.
Actually, there are
I
two
think
questions.
Karmakar sir or Ashwini Verma sir can specifically answer this question, sir.
Yes. So there are two questions. Let me answer the first one. So you said that the heat rate will increase, which I have shown in my slide. So if you and I have also shown at that time that if you take into account all those things, even then around 90% of this CO2 reduction you are achieving. So, so despite you are clubbing all this pellet manufacturing, transportation, and decrease in heat rate, everything, even then you are going to replace coal, and when you will replace coal, proportionately you will reduce the amount of CO2. So there is no doubt about this.
Okay.
Now we have to be specific, Bhagatji.
Yes. And second, sir, second the effect on
We are
NOx.
running short of time. Actually, many people have raised hand recently. Around 16 have recently raised. So we have to be specific about the time.
Yes.
Mr. A.K. Mehta, please.
Right.
Myself, sir, I want to know, is there any scheme to make availability of the pellets in the large scale to all the plants in coming days?
No, your question is not clear, sir. Please speak loudly.
Sir, is there any scheme to make availability of the pellets in large scale to all the plants in coming?
But they have specifically told local vendors are to be served and local parties are to be developed. This is the basic essence of this biomass pellet, how to increase its utilization. Local vendors can assure you the reliable supply. So you have to develop as per the specifications. Am I right, sir?
Right. And second is, how much is the shelf life for the pellets?
Yes, this will be answered by Netra or Shri Verma ji. Yes.
We have not done this particular exercise, but this exercise has been now taken under subgroup 1, long-term effect of GCV, long-term effect of biomass GCV on storage. So basically, we will be storing raw biomass in parts: one under shade, under construction cover, one under open, and one under open but under tarpaulin. So raw biomass and torrefied biomass will be stored, and we'll be measuring the properties in equal interval of time, and then report the issue. So whatever variation is there, that will be reported. But it is a long-term test, so it will take time.
But basically, what I understood is moisture prevention is the essence of this biomass firing. You have to avoid moisture anyhow.
Yes, because of a reserve shutdown, we will have to take care about the shelf life also.
Yes. It is under testing. It is under R&D. It will be reported soon.
Right, sir. Thank you.
I think you are on mute, sir.
Vijay Ravi, please go ahead. Vijay Ravi. Mr. Manoj Mehta, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to understand that the part answer you have also already given. That is there any study for landed cost of biomass at various locations across the India? Because see, for Dadri it is 6 to 7 rupees, but here we just inquired, it was around 9 to 10. So it is a huge difference.
At which location?
This is LPGCL, Lalitpur Power Generation Station. Actually,
It
we
is
are
in UP,
at
Lalitpur Power Generation, UP.
Right, sir, right.
Tikampur, near Tikampur.
Uh,
Tikamgarh, sorry, Tikam.
Lalitpur, I think it is in Madhya Pradesh near Gwalior.
Jhansi.
Yeah,
Near
right,
Jhansi.
sir. It is 250 kilometers away from the Gwalior.
So
So actually, biomass pellet cost contains two parameters basically. One is the basic cost, other is the transportation. So basic cost is almost same everywhere. It is approximately 5,500 with the calorific value of 34 or 3,500. If the distance is more, the transportation cost will be certainly more. For Dadri, it's 2,000 approximately for transportation cost, and 5,500 we are paying as a basic cost.
Correct, Meenaji. That is the reason we are promoting local vendors, na?
Absolutely, sir.
And in your area, I think there are a lot of vendors are there. So you will search, and transportation distance would not be more than 200 kilometers.
Even power plants have to develop the vendors. Even power plants have to develop the vendors as per their specification of the pellets and as per the specification of the local crops.
Right,
What I understood from this day-long presentation. Shri A.K. Gupta ji, please go ahead.
Sir, this is Vijay. Sorry, I missed it. I missed my turn.
No, now Vijay Ravi,
Sir,
yes.
Vijay Ravi. Yeah. This is regarding the environment clearances what we got for the plant. That is based on the imported coal. Once we start using this bio fuel, what will be the impact? Whether we need to approach MOF again and get our amended, or how it environment clearance?
Sir, you have to go. You have to go ahead. Go to your designer about because he has all the parameters, proximate, ultimate analysis of the coal on which the boiler is designed. So you have to go to that, and you have to take the sample of the pellets, and then matching is to be done. How much can be fired, and because volatile matter is to be met, moisture, CV, many things are in proportionate.
Sorry, my question is different. We have an environment clearance from Ministry of Environment Forest. That is for the
This can
indigenous
be
coal.
asked by Om Shukla ji, I think. Mr. Shukla ji, if Omkar Shukla is there. Do revised clearances to be taken?
Hello?
Do revised clearances to be taken? I don't think so, because this is an additional boon.
Sir, there is no change in taking of environmental clearance, but you have to be apply in the next consent. When you renew your consent, you have to declare that this is the change we have made in the fuel. As long as it's not, it has a higher polluting value in that chemical ratio.
So here we are reducing the pollution. So there is no case of
yes.
There is no case of revised environmental clearance. You have to just inform the ministry that they will revise as per this. I hope this is clear, Vijay Ravi ji.
Yes, sir. They need to consult their manufacturer actually, OEM.
Yes, OEM also to be consulted. I told the same thing.
Right. Thanks.
Sir, this is Amit Gupta from Unchahar.
Go ahead.
Sir, since we are disposing our ash through cement industry and construction industry, so what will be the impact on their process due to this biomass ash? Has there any study been carried out?
Yes,
repeatedly this has been told many times. There is no specific change in ash, I think, because 5% it will be the same CV, and the resistivity, and because silica and alumina is the main constituent of the fly ash. So
actually,
I
there is
don't think
just
there will be
one
effective change.
One addition is there. He is talking about this impact on ash utilization. So let me clear that EN 450 norm, that is the ash utilization norm of Europe, they have already modified their norm that the ash from biomass co-firing plant can be utilized and they have specified that how much biomass can be co-fired and which kind of biomass co-fired. In similar line, the process is underway in India too, and we have already seen that up to 10% there is no problem at all. We can utilize that. The ash has its polygenic quality up to this 10% ratio. So up to even 20% there is no problem at all.
But
Based on
Verma, basically my understanding is briquetting units or the blending units in cement plant, if they are lifting the fly ash, there is no such substantial change for them.
Yes, and accordingly the norm in India will be revised.
Yes. Now I hope the question is answered.
Yes, sir.
Chirag
Thanks,
Patel.
Yes, myself, Chirag Patel from Torrent or Ahmedabad. Sir, I want to know that is there any spontaneous combustion issue while storing in an open area in biomass?
Yes, it is, sir. Because if you store in an open area, it will possibility that moisture will ingress and it will definitely affect that combustion. So
no, spontaneous combustion, self-ignition we are talking, Minaji.
Yeah.
Like coal, which burns automatically in the storage yard. There is no question of self-burning.
Right. Then there's no question on that.
Okay.
Am I right, sir? Karmakar sir and Verma sir?
So far there is no incidents of spontaneous combustion, but we will have to take care of that because it is highly inflammable material.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
Manish Mishra. Mr. Manish Mishra. अनुराग शुक्ला बताइए. Everybody should switch off. They kindly put yourself on mute mode. Manish Mishra, only please speak.
Shukla from Roja Power. When we use these pellets, ECR and MOD.
I think many people are speaking at the same time.
Sir, when we use the pellet on ECR and this.
No, your voice is breaking, sir. Voice is breaking. Amitabh Patra, if your voice is clear, please go ahead. Amitabh Patra.
Hello.
Yes, please go
My
ahead.
voice is clear, sir?
Yes.
Sir, as per my understanding, everything is now mandatory and as well as established also. So the only thing is that the flue gas outlet temperature is higher side.
You are from which plant?
That's why the efficiency is lower. So my question is to Mr. Sujay Karmakar and Mr. Sini Verma. Can we put some coil at LTSH to reduce the temperature for permanent thinking?
Means you want to have some more basket.
Yeah, more basket. Then I want to put some coil. That is the design issue. Maybe the 5-6%. Then the flue gas temperature will reduce 10 degree around.
Yeah, I understood your point. That design modification can be done, but it will cost benefit analysis will have to done prior to that. So, that you can see that how much you are investing and how much you are going to save.
Cost economics is the basics. Actually, people have around 2 decades back have Magaldi bottom ash handling, but it failed because of cost effectiveness.
Yeah.
So we have to be cost effective. This is the essence. So please, your question is answered. Now, Samir Bhatnagar ji, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, Samir Bhatnagar ji, बोलिए.
हाँ सर, गुड इवनिंग सर. सर सेशन पूरा सर बहुत अच्छा लगा. सारे स्पीकर्स बहुत अच्छी तरह उन्होंने एलैबोरेटेड वे में सब कुछ बताया है सर. एक चीज सर जानना चाहते हैं मैं ओबरा से बोल रहा हूँ. ओबरा थर्मल पावर स्टेशन. दिस इज 5 into 200 megawatt. This is the oldest plant in Asia. We had 200 megawatt unit as the startup units in all over Asia. First unit.
एनटीपीसी की देन है स्टार्टिंग।
नहीं सर, एनटीपीसी की नहीं है सर, ओबरा थर्मल पावर स्टेशन
एनटीपीसी ने चलाया था मेरे ख्याल में,
नहीं सर, एनटीपीसी सर तब बना भी नहीं था सर, इट वाज इन 1978 लाइक दैट। और जी सर, इट वाज द फर्स्ट यूनिट 200 मेगावाट यूनिट, और now it is running almost 4 units have been R&M'd and the 5th unit is already.
Please be specific about your question, Samir ji.
Sir, the most first question is like that कि सर इतनी पुरानी यूनिट्स को जो कि कहते हैं कि हाँ बाद में बंद कर देंगे 2-3 सालों में, तो उनमें क्या ये वो सही होगा करना? और एक चीज और है सर, हम एक चीज ये भी कहना चाह रहे थे कि बॉयलर में जब हम फायरिंग कर रहे हैं तो जो बॉयलर जो कंपनीज हैं जो हमारी जो है जो बॉयलर के मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं उनसे क्या इसमें पूछना जरूरी है? और दूसरी चीज, बॉयलर इंस्पेक्टर जो डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ बॉयलर्स है वो इसको भी पास करेगा, क्योंकि हम सब पल्वराइज्ड फ्यूल फायर बॉयलर्स में भी काम कर रहे हैं, जब इसमें काम चल रहा है तो ये एक एस्पेक्ट, ये भी लीगल एस्पेक्ट है जिसको हमको देखना होगा।
Right, sir. We got your question, right, sir. Actually, 3 questions are there. One is old plant. You have to take the consultation of the manufacturer. Idea BHL is there. You have to take the consultation from him. This is basic thing. Second, this can be answered by any other person because I don't know it. Whether boiler directorate of boilers is involved if we are replacing the fuel by 5 to 10%. Anybody from Netra or anybody from this. Policy, right.
Sir, as I understand, we are not changing anything in the pressure part or the metallurgy of the boiler. As such,
so there is no question. There is no question of boiler directed. Yes, correct, sir.
Ashwini, yes, sir. Right, you are right, sir. We are not going to change any metallurgy, etc. All kind of things. So
even heating surface area, boiler directed is concerned only with the HSA, heating surface area of the boiler. If we are not changing anything or not doing anything, you don't have to worry for that. And most important question, what he has raised, Bhatnagar ji has raised, they have their old plants. So whether they can substitute 5 to 10% in their old plants, but I think Dadri is also old now. So if they have trial and they are successful, you can also go ahead. What my understanding?
Sure. We have almost मतलब हम लोग उसमें आगे बढ़ गए हैं sir, almost. But we will be trying for it.
It is in the interest of our future generations all. So
definitely,
we should
sir.
take a pledge with this.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yuvraj Mohan ji, please.
Sir, our